Welcome to the Civilization 6 overview. This is an ultimate analysis. We're going to look at every single civ and we're going to assess their traits, their units, their perks, etc. And we're going to conclude their strength in the overall game of Civ. Now, I have a disclaimer because you may not be interested in this for this very reason. We are reviewing the Civilization's expanded mod version of these civs, and all that means is that each civ has been upgraded to have additional perks and just benefits. For example, if you're playing as Cleopatra, resources on a river will get a culture. If you're playing as Alexander, resource upgrades in both the gold and the actual resources, like niter, is 25% off. Things like that have been added to all the civs. Jakarta, for example, gets standard adjacency bonuses from coastal tiles. These things make each civ way more interesting, and there's more strategy from this. And I've played with this mod for many years, maybe 2 years, but it's just I can't play without it. It makes everything way more complex. And I have other mods that I've installed to make the AI stronger by adding builder charges so that they don't have a wine tile on turn 150 that hasn't been worked. It increases their tendency to create military, to settle more, etc. It balances out because obviously you're going to be stronger with these traits, but they will also have the traits within their relevant sort of civ, right? So it kind of balances it out, and I feel like there's way more for you to sink your teeth into, and that's what Civ is all about. Civ is about having fun, and I like that variety. So we're gonna cover the each civilization, like as I said, it's going to be the expanded mod version. You can find the mod on Steam's on the workshop. I recommend it highly, and yeah, we're going to go through each and every civ, and this is how it's going to work. So I have this website, and I've made a civilization page. All it is these are just simple, little headings I've made just for my own sort of reference, but I've made a roster, right? I went and took screenshots of all the character cards, and then I did something like this. I took a picture of their descriptions, and this is what we will reference for every single civ. Now, I know how long the video is. I'm sure you know how long the video is. There are 2 parts, and they're each about 9 hours long. Now, it takes about 15 minutes to cover each civ in a fair amount of, not depth, but they give it the due respect. If we're talking about Ethiopia, we're going to talk about the rock-hewn church. We're going to talk about their cavalry. We're going to talk about their 2 traits. And every trait has several perks. And it's like we have to assess within the context of Civ and what it asks for you to do. We want to see what those strengths are and what their weaknesses are and give them some sort of a rating. I'm going to go into more detail after this introduction about my sort of approach to Judgement and give that context for Civ. But as it stands, I tend to tier the Civs so that they are A, B, or C. And this is kind of like, in my opinion, like just their grade. Like what caliber are they at? But within those calibers, within those tiers, there are, there's a strength of it. There are really strong A tiers, and there are really weak B tiers. There's also B tiers that are extremely strong, but they just don't have enough, or their bonuses aren't as, they either don't come soon enough, or they're just not as impactful to make them A tier, but they're very strong, right? And so, as I said, we're going to go through all of these civs, and it's going to take a while. I'm going to do about half of them in the first video, half of them in the second video, because YouTube's a pile of crap and it won't let you upload more than 12-hour videos. So there'll be 2 videos. Everything will be linked in the description. Every single civ, the introduction, the closing remarks, etc., they'll be timestamped so you can follow those. Also, if you're interested, I've also made a similar thing. That took a while to load. I've made a similar thing where I've just sort of taken pictures of the tech tree. So if you want to reference that, I meant to reference this, and I made it earlier video. It's not really as relevant. We'll talk about it when we're talking about the civs, anything that's relevant. But you can sort of go through and look at this if you'd like. But in any case, in short, I love civilization. That's why I'm talking about this. I had the intentions of doing a great project, one that sort of would draw me to sort of contribute the most, and civilization is the thing I could sort of contribute, and so I've made this large video. It's been excellent, and just to give a quick sort of a brief summary of the way the video will work. I've already said this, but just in definition, this introduction is going to continue after this, and we're going to talk about, as I said, the way that we should judge things, the history and context of Civ, in just laying the groundwork so that we can have basically a scale to measure all the other Civ's particular aspects against, right? Like early game techs, exploration, combat, etc. And then after that, we'll get into the Civs. And so if you don't want to watch that, you can just go click the first Civ, or you can click as many Civs as you'd like. The second video, I said, is linked. At the end of the second video, there will be closing remarks, and there will be a summary of all the Civs, which won't take a long time, but there will be some closing remarks about myself and just future sort of ambitions. And that's my thoughts overall, if you find any interest in that. And so if you're satisfied with this so far, I would recommend that you just go explore. Look at whichever Civ that you like, or stay for the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes and find some appreciation for how I make my judgments and the overall sort of the groundwork for Civ, as I said. And I guess in summary, if you find anything I say to be interesting, or you appreciate my approach, and I think it's fairly thoughtful, this is all on my website. It's called magnanimous.com. I just chose the name because I was learning the program, but that will be linked in the description. And I have a bunch of other work in writing and just some sort of industry, so to speak, some sort of creative ingenuity. And maybe if you're interested in that will sort of spark your interest, and that'd be great. Not for my sake, but for your sake. Do whatever you please. And this was just a project for myself, and I hope that if someone watches this, they find it interesting, that it draws them to make something themselves. That's where we have all gained. And so if you want to stick with me, great. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the video and go explore, but we'll maybe talk a bit about Judgement as it stands. So when it comes to Judgement, I like to share this example and how I think of things. If you've seen the Dark Knight trilogy by Christopher Nolan, and I know that the Dark Knight is great. It's excellent. Batman Begins is also really good. But there's one portion of that trilogy that kind of seems off. It has the same sort of, finesse. It has the same, the score is equally good, the cinematography, etc. But there's something off about the plot and especially the character sort of consistencies. Like how the hell does Bruce Wayne just show up on the island? Like, how did you get there? Is there like a tunnel? Like, my gosh. And I was saying that I hurt my elbow a few years ago, and I was saying that I wish I had the chiropractor that Bruce Wayne had. If only I had the ability to fix my elbow with like a single punch, I could be Batman. And so obviously Dark Knight Rises is not the strongest of the three. I think it has a really strong ending, but it's very inconsistent throughout, I find, and it doesn't have the same impact. I like Bane, but he's no Joker, and it's just the Dark Knight is just so complete. My feeling though is that they're all A tier, right? No one's saying, oh, Dark Knight Rises, it's B tier. It's like, no, they're all A tier, right? But some of them just aren't as strong. I'd say Dark Knight is the strongest. Batman Begins is kind of, it's good. And then maybe Dark Knight Rises is kind of weaker, but they're all A tier. Another example is the original Star Wars trilogy. Empire Strikes Back is the best. New Hope is also very good. They're both A tier, and Empire is the strongest. However, I don't think Return of the Jedi is the same class. It's really good with the ending with Luke and Vader. I don't mind the beginning with Jabba and the fucking the bounty hunters, but the Ewoks, and it kind of, I don't know. It's not bad, but my feeling is that it maybe is better set in the B tier, but a strong B tier. Like it's very strong, but it's not. It doesn't have the same substance as the other two, and so I would say that's kind of where it rests in terms of its overall grade, but its strength is still there. And so overall, when we are determining whether it's for a specific trait or it's an overall sort of judgment on the Civ, well, we're asking two things. What is the impact in the substance, the amount that is offered, that is sort of, that takes into account the relevance and just the overall impact of the traits and the abilities, etc. Because that's where you figure out what grade are you, what level are you at. Because, for example, if you get a perk that is from turn 1, right, it's automatically more impactful than a perk that you get at the end of the game. Now, the perk at the end of the game might be extremely impactful. Like, for example, Wilfrid Laurier gets the Mountie, which allows him to place down national parks with production. So impactful that it makes up for the fact that it comes so late. Whereas, who's a good example? The Cree gets a scout replacement, which gets an extra promotion and it's stronger. It costs a little bit more production, but in my opinion, it's actually very impactful. It may not be as strong because it costs more production, but it's definitely substantial just because it comes so early, it makes an impact, right? Because Civ is a turn-based game. It obviously takes place from turn to turn, but things that you do initially will have an impact on things you do subsequently. And so that's how relevancy and impact are graded, and that's what sort of, for me, dictates the sort of the grade that you're at. A huge point of contention you'll find is my impression of Germany. Looking at Germany, the traits that he has and the perks that he has in this mod, they're fairly similar to the standard mod, but in any case, obviously Germany has the Hansa, and he's able to make more districts, and he has great trade routes. The problem is he has no abilities that take place until this point. He's not as substantial in my opinion. I don't think... Obviously, he can fare well, but in my opinion, he's actually a B-tier Civ. He doesn't have enough... He's not as relevant till the middle portion of the game when he can start to really pump up his production. But that being said, he's so strong when he does so that he's actually, at the top of his league. He's at the top of the tier. And so for me, he's a B-tier, but the strongest. And so for me... We're going to go in, we're going to talk about these civs, right? And we're going to say that the Cree is an A tier, but maybe below average A tier. We're going to say that Cleopatra is a B tier, but maybe, just an average B tier. We're going to say that the Gaul is a B tier, but one of the strongest B tiers. We're also going to say that Shaka is a God tier civ because of his ability to make armies and corps and other things like that. I would ask very humbly that you lay down all your... presumptions about what each civ can do, and for two reasons. One is obviously that they're going to be different because of the expanded mod. They will have everything that they had before. They'll just be additions. Out of like the 1,000 perks that are across the board of all 52 civs, there's maybe 2 or 3 that have sort of not carried over from the vanilla game, but they're all there basically, just with additions. And I would say in as well that if you look at Kinshi or the Aztec, they have bonuses to their builders where they can contribute a builder charge for production towards wonders and districts respectively. There's no traits like that are added. It's just yields, it's just little modifiers. However, Peter, for example, of Russia, when his city finds or gets their first tundra tile, that city will get a builder. And Pachacuti and Mansa Musa, they get one when they find mountains and desert tiles, respectively. And so things like that, I would say at this point, you may think what civs are the best and the worst, etc. It's not going to apply as much because most of the civs are going to be much better than you initially face them. But the thing is that if every civ takes a step up, the civs that were already great, they're going to be better. However, the second reason I would say that you should maybe lay down your presumptions and consider this more, instead of putting your foot before the shoe and having your mind made up about a civ, ask yourself, have I really gone through and looked at every individual piece, considered what its relevancy and its strength is, and then sort of let that define the approach, rather than just saying that, I don't know, Gilgamesh is great, Dido's poor, I don't know. But it's like, always ask yourself this: how strong are my assessments? How are my conclusions validated by the premises? And that's what we're going to do. This is going to be that thoughtful approach. And I would ask that, not that you don't have to listen to me and say what it is, but this whole video, this whole 18-hour series is going to be an attempt to be thoughtful in our judgments, right? And so I would ask that you try and do the same and maybe hear me out and how I reach my conclusions, and say that, even if you felt like maybe a civ was better, or maybe when you see them as they are right now with the expansion. It's like, and you still think, okay, because you may think that, no, Germany, he's an A tier. He's an A tier, definitely. I don't care if his Hansa comes later. I don't care. It's like, all right, I appreciate that, but let it be for reasons. Don't let it just because it's like, trust me. It's like, I don't trust you. You shouldn't trust me. Trust our inquiry. Trust our reasoning. And so overall, that is our approach. That's what we're trying to do. And I feel like I've given a great deal of thought about this, and I'm happy about that. But I think at this point, I'd like to talk a little bit about just the game of Civ in general, and then we can get into the nitty gritty, right? Civ number 1. Gosh, just a quick excerpt. I've been doing this for several weeks, more like 2 months. The recording took about a month, and I remember finishing number 52, and I was just like, holy crap, there's so much that we've just finished, because it's an 18-hour video. It wasn't so hard to fix the audio. It wasn't so hard to put them all together. It just, gosh, it was hard to produce. But we are here right now, and let's talk about Civ and sort of revel in how awesome it is, but also give some context for, as a scale, which we can sort of put in the various Civs sort of particular features and come out with, it's like, put this way, I don't think that Shaka, albeit amazing when it comes to combat, has any relevance or strength in the game of hockey, right? The rules of hockey they don't even care about Civ. It's like, you're a fucking video game character. But we're talking about the game of Civ, and it has rules. It has a nature. It has, I think the primary sort of aspect of Civ is that turn-based mechanism. That's what determines everything, because it makes everything subsequent sort of relevant, and sort of its effect is going to be sort of expanded from the previous steps. And so whether you're settling, whether you're going to war, whether you're spreading your religion or going for tourism, the timing is always the most important thing, and being subsequent is always going to have the greatest effect. For example, in the early game, I can't imagine, other than unique scenarios, that it's ever worth it to go to war, because war drains you. Because if you fail at the war, it was a huge waste of time. But even if you succeed at the war, it's still going to cost a ton of resources. It's still going to take you time. It's gonna hold back your opponent if he's to defend it successfully, or sort of stand up to it. But it's like, does it really benefit you? And it's hard to say. If you're in the middle of the game, you've got 10 cities, maybe 6 or 7, you've got a huge military, yeah, go to war. Like, there's time for war, but it's better. My feeling is that because war is so expensive, you want to go when it costs you the least, which is to say that your infrastructure and your empire has been established, but also when is it most efficient to go to war? That's to say, when is your military or your production the most sort of primed? And for me, that's the medieval era. You go to war when you can get knights and crossbowmen and bombards or trebuchets, etc. You don't go to war with heavy chariots and archers. It obviously the other civs don't have as much to defend, but you don't have as much to attack, and it's gonna be hard to steamroll them, and you want to go when you can steamroll. And so that's just an example of how consequences can really stack up, because if you go to war in the classical era, there are other civs that aren't going to war. They're going to outpace you, and it's going to be hard to keep up, I find. And so I think overall, the various game modes sort of dictate what you're going to do. Like I said, domination kind of asks you to be, for me, domination is 2 parts, and I feel like the former will be kind of less appealing, and that's to say, let's just snowball. Let's just go for it right away. We'll snowball. That's how we'll get our cities. That's fine. And if you have a military civ like Gilgamesh and you have a war cart, you can try that. But if you're playing as Poland, or if you're playing as fucking Gandhi, I don't know how you can do that without taking consequences. I feel like if you're going for domination, particularly if you're playing on a larger map, I feel like it's better up to set up some base cities, get some infrastructure, get your science and your culture built up so that you can sort of progress. Because a war, in my opinion, with respect to domination, is going to be about sustenance. You're going to want to go through the medieval era and then upgrade to bombards and cuirassiers, and you're going to want to go through the modern era and you're going to want to upgrade. You're going to need gold, right? Like, you're going to want to sustain your conquest. And so I feel like you should start at the point when you can do that consistently. And so for me, it's like, it just makes sense to start war later in the medieval era, or even if it is the classical era, like at least have set up some cities. Like I don't like this idea where you spawn your capital and you want to go to war. I don't know how that's sustainable, especially on a larger in a larger game with more civs. But that is your choice. Culture, in comparison, has similar tasks for you. Obviously, you need tourism. That's the only thing you really need. Besides rock bands, which come at the end of the game, my feeling is that the thing about tourism is that it's a very production-heavy victory condition, because you have to build theater squares, you have to build amphitheaters, you have to build archaeological museums, you have to build archaeologists, you want to build preserves, you want to build holy sites, you want to build settlers. The thing about tourism is that it's the widespread model, because the more cities that you have, the more theater squares you can have, the more faith you can generate from holy sites, the more room you have to place national parks and seaside resorts. My feeling is that great works of writing and great works of art don't matter at all. If you play tourism and you win tourism, you have 2,000 tourism. Like, get out of here. Who's winning tourism with 1,500? Get environmentalism, get computers, get a bunch of archaeologists in national parks. You got 2,000 tourism. How much of that is really being used up by great artists, great musicians? I have nothing against great writers, but they're only so small. Like, I feel like seaside resorts have a similar impact, but they don't have the same impact as national parks or archaeologists. Like, come on. So my feeling is that tourism is similar to domination, but more so, I'd say, more of a prepping victory condition, because even when you get archaeological museums at humanism, you still have to wait till environmentalism, or rather natural history, to get archaeologists. Until archaeologists come, you can't really do much with your tourism. You're not going to win with fucking great works of writing. You have to get archaeological pieces and national parks. You have to get environmentalism. It's way better to invest in having a ton of culture and a lot of science as well. It just makes sense to have the strongest empire and a wide one. And that takes a lot of production. It's a way more economical based victory condition. And I feel like if you think you're going to win by rushing theater squares so that you can get 200 tourism with great works of writing, it's like, it ain't going to do much for you. I think you were better off to make your civilization stronger so that you can actually reach for the pot of gold at the end of the game. Diplomatic victory condition, rather, I think is a really fun victory condition. I think it beats out science as the standard. To me, science conditions are basically, it's not really a victory condition. It basically means we're going to play Civ. At the end of the game, we'll build a rocket district, whatever it's called, and then we'll fly to space. That's all it is. Whereas diplomatic victory condition, you have to worry about relationships with other city-states. There are wonders that can help you directly. It invites exploration to find more city-states. It's way more of an involved victory condition, and I invite people who are new to the game to play on the largest maps, because that's where it's really fun. You can strategize and just sort of role play. Like, we're gonna settle these islands. We're gonna find a new country and settle. But if you're going for diplomatic victory, there's way more sort of nuance with the districts that you get, generating envoys, keeping those city-state relationships, building orgsays to generate diplomatic favor, going for Statue of Liberty. It's way more involved and way more fun, and it's just, I feel like diplomatic victory is kind of the undervalued condition, that it's actually way more for you to do, but in a kind of enjoyable sense. Culture, as I said, is a very demanding, a very rigorous, economical sort of investment on your part, because you can never have enough. Whereas domination is kind of a slugfest, and I think it takes some consideration where you start applying that aggressiveness. Religion, I would say, is something that I've personally underappreciated as a victory condition. I feel religion is so separate from all the game mechanics that I never cared to play with them. But I found that religion is similar to diplomatic victory condition, that it has its own little sort of nuances. It's similar to culture as well, but that its economic considerations, they happen early. Basically, you just want a ton of holy sites to get a ton of apostles and some missionaries. You want to build specific wonders like Mapuche Temple, Hagia Sophia. You want to get your religion very fast. You want to build engineers so that you can build roads and railways throughout your empire, so that you can shuttle your religious units out to the front lines. It's actually a fairly enjoyable experience, but it's just for religion. It's all these, for me, all these victory conditions are, when you think about them and you can really appreciate what they require, they're very specific. They have their own trajectory. It's not like, they're all facing north, but they bear slightly different. I feel like they're all completely different. Religion requires something completely different from tourism. Domination requires something completely different from those in diplomacy. Whereas science is kind of just standard. And so I feel like, I don't know that when we're talking about specific traits and the value of something in any given civ, I'm not sure how relevant the victory condition is, but because no civ really has a tendency for any victory condition. They basically have a tendency towards building units that are better, getting more culture, getting more faith. Every aspect of civ is always, it's fully rounded. Every civ needs a military. Every civ needs culture. Every civ needs science. It's more so, I would say, about saying, what do you want to play? What do you want to focus on? What do you want to achieve? Do you want to get a bunch of wonders and archaeologists? Do you want to have city-state relationships? Do you want to take over the world? Do you want to onslaught the world with fucking apostles? If so, pick a religion, or pick a civ that through your assessments will have the best relationship with that. I don't like the other way around, or at least I prefer this than saying, okay, I'm going to choose, Gandhi, and we're going to go for a religious victory because he's good at that. It's like, I feel like you should sort of have your goals set before you figure out how you're going to reach those. But that's personal choice, and so those are the game modes of Civ, and I feel like, I think that's a pretty good description, and sort of, hopefully you can hear and appreciate my feelings about them, that they each have their own tendencies and their own demands, and that, I feel like it's just, they're the shoe, they're the mold, they're the goal, they're the trajectory, and we should align ourselves with that as the civs that we've chosen or that we've been given, not the other way around. And so, I guess secondly and finally, before we get to the civ, let's talk about the mechanics, the sort of the nature of civ and how you play it. So this could go on for a long time, but let's see if I can give a few key points for the mechanics, so to speak. In terms of combat, the biggest example I can see of something that sort of separates good players from bad players is that melee units like warriors, they're not offensive units. They're blocker units. You put them in hills, you put them in forests, you fortify them so that they can take not only incoming attacks from foolish people who are throwing their warriors at you, but also they defend against archers, etc. But you want range units backing them up to take out those archers and their defenses. You want cavalry to be offensive in a mobile sense. You want to hold the line with your bulky troops, your tanks, not the Abrams, but like your tanky units like the warrior, like the knight, or rather the swordsman. And then you want to bring in your siege works to take down the walls. Combat in Civ is about positioning, obviously, because it's hex-based, but you never want to take shots that you don't have to, because whenever a unit takes damage, unless it's a ranged unit from you, you're always going to take damage yourself, and you become way less effective when you take damage, because you're easier to kill, you don't do as much damage, and I've heard this quoted by a great Civ YouTuber, Filthy Robot, and he says that when it comes to combat, it's about concentration, which is to say, you don't want to, if there are 4 enemy units and you have 4 archers, do not fire at every single unit from just once. Concentrate your fire, get rid of the units, because you build momentum in the combat, you build momentum in your aggression or your defense, but you want to get rid of the amount of units that are there, because it's less sort of damage being dealt to you, and it lets you concentrate the next turn. Because imagine this: you have 4 archers and they have 4 enemy units, right? If they each take a hit, because every archer fires at one of them, it would have been better to get rid of one archer or one of the enemy units and then get rid of another one the next turn. Because what happens is that on turn 3 you may have 4 units that have 50% health, but there are 4 units there, right? It's much better to, and you might say, well, it would still take 4 turns to get rid of them all, but imagine this: do you want 4 warriors with half health hitting your warriors, or do you want 2 warriors hitting your warriors. It doesn't really stand the test of time. You want to be more proficient with your combat. You don't want to be foolish, whether you're fighting barbs, whether you're in a war as a defender or as an offender. Now, exploration is my favorite part of the game. When I spawn in Civ, I'm like, holy shit, who are we going to find? Who's next to us? Is it fucking Alexander? Is it Shaka? Or is it just like a barb camp right outside our door? I don't know. But I want to get scouts. I want to get galleys. I want to explore the world and find city-states. I want to find where natural wonders are. I want goody huts. Goody huts are like, they're my drug. I love goody huts. And I feel like exploration is not undervalued, but it's probably not done as well as you would think. It's so much better to know where there are better lands, where there are other city-states that allow for yields to be boosted, where there are other civs, where you get era score from exploration. Exploration is just something that you always want to consider. Unless you're going for domination, I don't think it's ever worthwhile to have an offensive mindset. You want a military to defend against barbs, to defend against outside aggression, but it's defensive. Have a few archers, have a few warriors, maybe a heavy chariot to defend your capital, but that's all you need. In terms of units, you want builders and settlers, but also invest in some scouts. It's always worthwhile. One of the recommendations I have is that when you get engineering, or right before engineering, when you get crossbowmen and skirmishers, it's likely at that point in the game that you can build scouts for like in literally one turn. Just spend like a turn or two building like 6 or 7 scouts and just send them across the world. Because at this point you have shipbuilding, you're able to go through the seas. There are little pockets, there are little islands, there are little, tundra and Arctic portions of the map where there are goody huts. And you can it's always worthwhile to explore. When it comes to resources, I don't have much to say, but I think this maybe speaks to a broader point of settling cities. When you settle cities, you are doing it so that you can acquire land, and you acquire land so that you can, have resources, that you can have yields, that you can produce more things. My feeling is that you want to weigh the quantity and quality of resources, whether it's strategic, whether it's luxury or bonus. You want to weigh that with where there are rivers, where there's mountains, where there are wood tiles. It's much better, in my opinion, to spawn next to mountains and a river, albeit having less resources, than to go into an open plains area with a bunch of, cattle and plantation resources, because not only is it less defensible, but there may not be as much production, there's less adjacency for campuses. It's not always as worthwhile. And so you kind of want to balance that. And just a quick note that plantations are terrible. They just give you gold. They require irrigation, which comes a bit too late. In my opinion, it's always better to grab iron, or rather mining for iron, but also just for, copper and sort of stone, and animal husbandry to get horses and cattle and sheep. Getting plantations is kind of like there are some good tiles, like a cocoa tile may have 2 food, 2 production, and then you have 3 gold because it has a plantation. But, and banana tiles are all right, but there are a lot of plantation tiles that just they have very little production. They don't have that much food. They just give you a lot of gold, and gold is not that useful of a yield to have, especially as a tile. And so I feel like plantations are pretty much the weakest, whereas pastures and mines are obviously the best. And I like fishing boats as well. But what I would say is that a turtle's tile with a fishing boat is generally on a reef, and it gives you science, it gives you production, it gives you food. That's a good tile. A crab's tile gives you 2 food and maybe 3 or 4 gold when it has a fishing boat. That's kind of underwhelming. There's no production, there's no other yield. I know it's just a bonus resource, but that's like the plantation of the sea. And then finally, I'll speak about diplomacy briefly. Diplomacy is kind of irrelevant. As you know this, the only real decision you have in the game is whether you send a delegation right away, it's generally the right thing to do because it just makes them happy. And if you don't on the first turn, they kind of don't want to accept it. But other than that, friendships and alliances, they're par for the course. They're kind of at your disposal, at your sort of conservatism, that you would not sort of align yourself as you can to sort of make the game easier. I tend not to do that. I tend to just sort of treat them as I feel sort of inclined. But diplomacy in Civilization has never been at its strongest point. However, city-state diplomacy, I think, is an excellent feature and one of the most useful features, par for the course that when you send envoys, you get yields not only in your capital, but also in tier 1 buildings. So when you send an envoy to Taruga, which is a science city civ, you get +1 science in all your libraries. And then if you send 2 more envoys, you get +2 science in your universities. My feeling is that when it comes to envoys with city-states, other than like, depending on the victory condition, you don't necessarily need envoys for engineering city civs, military city civs. Merchant city civs are the worst, obviously, because who really cares? But for every single cultural and for every single scientific city-state, you want at least 3 envoys, because for every amphitheater and for every library you have, you get more, and for every museum and university you have, you get more, and it's just easy to get, especially in tangent with the diplomatic policy card. Obviously, in tangent with the diplomatic policy card that gives you 2-for-1 envoys, it's just easy to get 3 envoys. And that might help you as well for faith and whatnot, and to get suzerainty of, like, say, Brussels, which is engineering. But I don't ever find it's worthwhile or a rush for yield's sake to get 6 envoys. Because at this point, I don't care about research labs. I don't care about radio towers and, what else? I don't really care, but I like having better universities. I like having better museums. I like having better workshops, whatever it is. And so I think that this goes in hand with exploration. This is it's a resource in its own sense that you would get improved yields because of your relationships with city-states. And obviously the suzerain bonuses are very good as well. Some of them, I'd say, and it's contextual, but your envoy game is really it's one of the key tenets, and something that a great Civ player will take advantage of. And everything to do with that in the actual civs, their traits, their benefits, really in my opinion, improves their strength, because it's one of the best ways to have a stronger civ is to have good relationships with those who offer, benefits for doing so. And so that's pretty much the game of Civ. I think the overall sentiment is turn-based. Subsequent turns will be impacted by previous turns. Combat is nothing to be forgotten and be willy-nilly employed. Better to be reserved. Exploration is very important to find opportunities for settling positions, for where are the resources, where are the goodie huts, where are the other civs and city-states for relationships, etc. And that diplomacy is it ushers you throughout the game so that your position is maybe not as hostile from adversaries, and you have more benefits from positive relationships. And so that is pretty much my spiel. This introduction has been fairly brief, if you can imagine. I tried to make a video at the beginning of this project, and it was all right, but it took way longer to do this introduction, and I feel like maybe I've rambled on a bit too long with the mechanics, but I think the game modes, I gave a good explanation. I think the Judgement overview, I think I explained my approach very well, and I feel like overall you have this confidence. You can have this confidence, I should say, that this video was dealt with very happily, but very readily as well. That I've employed myself very robustly and rigorously, and whether you want to follow this from start to finish, or you want to just go throughout, everything is time-stamped. And I would invite you, and I would almost ask you, if you wanted to, I don't want you to sub. Because I'm not even a YouTube channel. I'm surprised if anybody's watching this, because the algorithm is so hostile and it doesn't care about new people. But in any case, whoever is watching this and listening to me right now, what I would say is that, don't subscribe, don't like my videos. Make something great yourself that's so awesome that I couldn't help but see it myself, that I couldn't be impressed. That's all I care about is making stuff. But I also want to see what other people have made, because that's where the contribution has really happened. It's where we are really living the most. And if you appreciate what I've done and you want to see more of what I've done, go to my website, check out the writings portion, check out the network section, check out the collection section, check out some of the other things around there. But on top of this, go to the second video and watch the closing remarks. I'll give a better overview of myself, my experiences, not really, but more so just my approach to my future projects, so to speak. And there'll be more information and more more personal discussions about myself in those closing remarks, which are not too long. But if you're interested in that, check out the end of the second video. It's linked in the description. But overall, I hope that you enjoy the rest of this. You'll be hearing from me, but it's more so from analysis point of view that we'll be talking throughout the rest of this video. At this point, I'm talking to the person who's interested in watching this video, giving a reference point for us to make our positions moving forward, by which maybe also I'll refer to whoever's watching, but it's going to be, school's about to be in session. And so I hope you can appreciate what has been said so far. I hope you have an understanding of why, not necessarily why I'm doing this, but how I'm doing this, that it's meant to be thorough and thoughtful and to tribute the beauty of Civ. Civilization has been around for 20 years. I heard this anecdote once by this social psychologist, evolutionary psychologist named Geoffrey Miller. Great episode on Joe Rogan podcast. And he mentions how when he was in graduate school in like 2000, that he would talk to other sort of students, peers, and they would all say how they loved civilization. They would play the original Civ, and they loved it and he describes it as, railroads and sort of Bronze Age, etc. They were playing Civ back then. I started playing Civ when it came out in 2012, Civ 5. I was so impressed. It was so much fun. I still love Civ 5. There's something hardier and almost grittier than Civ 6. I enjoy Civ 6 much more because there's more complexity, but Civ 5 I kind of love the most. It's like the original Borderlands versus Borderlands 2. I appreciate the grunginess of the first one, although the mechanics are probably better in the second one. But when Civ 6 came out, I didn't love it, and I'm not sure everyone did. There wasn't much there, and I only played it for a bit, but I didn't stick to it. I actually went back and played Civ 5. But when Gathering Storm came out, I came back to it. I really enjoyed it. I've been playing it ever since. And the season pass has been excellent. I love barbarian clans. I love monopolies. I love all these new additions that they've made. The game has never been in a better spot. And I guess historically speaking, or with respect to our times, Civ 7 has not been announced. It's likely not to be announced till probably next year. There hasn't been any indication of season passes or expansions coming right now. And so at this point, we have to just kind of relish with Civ, and that's what we're about to do. And we're going to figure out all their strengths and weaknesses, and we're just going to love to sort of talk about these things, because I love Gilgamesh, I love Pachacuti, I love Shaka, I love Teddy Roosevelt. I love these things, and what's amazing is that there are civs in this mod and in general that I had no idea had any relevance or substance, and I've grown a huge appreciation just for the overall game of Civ and how you can sort of, if you're really sort of if you focus your attention on what you're trying to achieve in victory, let's say, you can really bring out all the specific traits and abilities of all the civs, and it just makes for a wonderful experience. And so let's get into that. We're ready to go. So it's time for our first civ, and I should note this, as I forgot to preface, that the way I'll be doing this is I've made a Python script with all 52 civs. They're being selected randomly. I have no notion of who's coming up. It'll just be going off the top of my head, and we'll be using our analysis to form our judgments. And I'll note that this first civ that I do, whoever it is, I'll try and be a bit more technical in terms of how I make my judgments, and I'll refer to the grading system and the fact that I'm being sort of considerate of the impact and the relevance. But then later on, as we go through the other civs, I might just refer to the strengths and the weaknesses, and not be so scrupulous with every single assessment in terms of its actual place. What I mean specifically is that instead of saying that this unit is an A tier, this perk is a B tier, the overall trait is an A tier, I'm going to do that for the first civ just so you can maybe see what I'm talking about. But then as we go on, it'll transition to just referring to things as being strong, effective, impactful, relevant, and then giving an overall grade at the end that sort of summarizes, that assessment. And so I have the script on a different screen, so you can't see, but I've just rolled it, and we've found Chandragupta, and he will be the first civ. Hopefully this isn't too blurry, but this allows me to see it. I hope you can see it as well. Let's start off with the step well. The step well is unlocked at farming, and basically it just replaces the farm. I believe you can still make the farm because you have the ability to have adjacency. The issue with the step well is that it doesn't scale properly. You get a bonus for faith against if it's adjacent to a holy site, and that increases the +2 at feudalism. The issue is that the step well doesn't scale with several farms, and it doesn't scale after feudalism, which makes your farm like farm triangles, etc., extremely powerful. So the step well is not the best improvement in the game by any means. It can't be built on hills. It can't be adjacent to another step well. It's strong in the early game, but it doesn't stack up well. And so the only reason I'm not giving it a C tier is that I've seen it be used by Chandragupta, and sometimes later on in the game he's got like +7. I don't know how that works because I don't know. Maybe he's just built it on grassland. It's hard to say. I'm gonna say that because it gives you extra food in the early game, despite the fact that it's outperformed by farm triangles later on. I'm gonna give it a C tier, but it's a strong C tier. Let's look at the Varu. The Varu is a replacement for the heavy chariot, which comes at the wheel. Essentially all it does is that it makes adjacent units less strong, right? Heavy chariots don't require any resources, so it doesn't matter about that. It just gives adjacent units -5 combat strength, which is good against barbarians. It's good against basically any sort of enemy. So I don't think it's the best unit in the game by any chance, but it's definitely powerful. It's definitely like a B tier kind of average. It just does that. Maybe it doesn't mention anything about the production costs, so I wouldn't address that. I would just say that it's a good unit, but not a great one. Let's start at the top. How do you say this? Shrasta? Gosh. +1 culture and +1 production from all districts. This is underwhelming, if only because districts themselves are kind of sparse in your empire, especially in the early game, and +1 culture and +1 production doesn't add up to much later on in the game. I think it's kind of bland, if you ask me. I can't really say that it makes a huge difference, although if you make a campus or a holy site, the culture is good, but like once you get to once you get +20 culture, right, into the classical era, this bonus doesn't really measure up. Constructing buildings grants a burst of culture equal to 15% of the production cost. This sounds good, and it is good, but it's not great. The reason why is that early on in the game, buildings are less than 100 production, which means you get 15 culture. It basically gives you an extra turn of culture when you build something. And I believe it does not mean wonders, because it specifically says buildings. And so I don't know. I think it's a nice addition, but it's because there is I can't pronounce it. It's like Jadwiga. It's a cultural city-state that gives you this exact bonus, and that's fine. I think if it gave you the bonus for wonders, which I don't believe it does based on the description, but if it did, I would say that's pretty good, because listed that you're in the medieval era and you're building Forbidden City, right? That's like 900 production. That means that you're getting nearly 150 culture. That's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. I'm gonna say I like the fact that it's a passive thing that will always be there, and you will surely use it. The issue with the district one, in contrast, is that the district requires that you build districts, and districts are investments, whereas constructing buildings is something you will build monuments, you will build granaries, you will build libraries, etc. I think this one's way more useful, but I don't think it's great, so I'm gonna give it a B, but kind of a lower tier B. Military units heal at the end of every turn when outside of Indian territory, whether you're moving or attacking. This is very powerful. It basically means that when you're in wars or fighting barbarians, you don't have to heal up by fortifying and losing your offensive advantage. It basically means that you're going to tank through enemies way better than they can tank through you. It's actually a really powerful unit. There are other civs that have similar traits, that if they're next to a holy site or if they're in their own territory, it happens. Most of those are better for defense. This is a really offensive-based ability, and it actually pairs well with the Varu. India is actually, now that I realize this, a very good early game aggression civ, because they can get the Varu, because heavy chariots are already very powerful, and this one essentially makes all other units outside of crossbowmen or archers attacking you from range. It makes warriors and whatnot more susceptible to you. And the fact that you can heal means that the fact that you're able to attack more efficiently means that you're actually going to gain more from that because you can heal from those attacks, right? They won't drag you down. So I think that's a really good... I'm willing to say... Here's the thing. I could give it an A. I don't think it's an A. It's just not, in my opinion, an A tier. But it is a B tier, and it's a really strong B tier, right? Gain access to the War of Territorial Expansion after unlocking the military training. Military training comes... It's where you get Statue of Zeus. It comes alongside... It's the one on top of Mausoleum, right? War of Territorial Expansion, I think it means that if someone settles next to you or nearby you, you have a casus belli, which gives you the ability to declare a formal war. These things aren't really relevant, I find. It's kind of a nothing burger. Depending on the game mode that you're playing, depending on your victory condition, depending on the mods you have, whether you have lowered the amount of war wariness that happens when you piss the AI off, I think that this could be helpful. It's kind of niche, very niche, kind of basic. I would say that this overall trait tree is I would say it's good. It's not great, but it's definitely good. I like the construction. It gives you culture for the buildings. I like the military units healing at the end of every turn. This pairs well with the Varu. I think with the stepwell as well, India has a good early game, it seems like, because the early game is where you build your monuments, your granaries, your tier 1 buildings, and hey, if you want to attack a neighboring civ, it sounds like the thing is, it pairs well if you have a neighbor close to you and they expand close to you, you can formally attack them, which actually the impact of that is not negligible, because normally if you attack somebody with a surprise war, everyone hates your guts, and that makes delegations, trade, alliances, etc. It makes other things that you would maybe take advantage of more difficult. So it's actually somewhat useful, but it's only useful in that case. So I would say overall, this is a kind of a B tier perk, or rather it's a B tier skill, I guess. And I wouldn't say much more about that. It's good, but it's not great. Dharma. Dharma in Vedic culture actually means like one with reality. Essentially, it's like the logos, where it's like, in classical literature like Greek and Roman, etc., the logos is essentially the response to nature. And speaking the truth, Dharma is actually more so your actual arrangement to reality, and the kind of, the swelling of your soul, your being from that. That's what Dharma is. It's more of a status description than the actual sort of moral attempt which the logos describes. Anywho, plus 50% faith from holy site buildings. I think that's a really nice perk. It's not as good as it seems, and the reason why is that normally in the game, buildings scale based on diplomatic relations with city-states. This does not scale with that. So a shrine, for example, it is the shrine. The shrine and the temple have 6 faith, right? And then if you have a third tier building with your religion, like a mosque or pagodas, right? They usually give 3 to 4. I think the monastery gives 5, but let's just say that it's 3, right? That means you have 9. This basically gives you an extra 4 or 5 faith from a fully completed holy site. I would say it's most impactful when you have the temple, because it basically means that at that point, having built the shrine, you have an extra 3 faith. So it's not the best, but it's not the worst. It's definitely nice. I can't say it's great. I can't even say that it's really good. I think it's a B tier for sure, but it's kind of a low B tier, just in my opinion. Just quickly, I would contrast that with the culture from buildings production. I think that's actually a better perk, because the culture may be small, but you're getting it every time you build a building. You may find that at the period of the game where the amount of faith you would get from your buildings, 50% more that is, where that would be impactful, right? Where 3 faith is substantial, or 4 faith or 5 faith. You might find that early on in the game where that's actually impactful, you don't have a ton of holy sites, right? You may have 4 or 5 at the most. And that means that this bonus means that with a fair amount of production and the right scenario in which you would have these holy sites in the first place, you're looking at maybe 15 to 20 faith, which is not negligible. But for me, like by the time you reach the medieval era, if you're going for religion, let's say, you probably have at most 100 faith, maybe 60 to 100 faith. So this is like a 20% increase to faith, maybe 15 to 20%, and that's not bad, but it's not great, and it's definitely only useful for religion. Not because faith is only useful for religion, but because this trait specifically would require so many holy sites in their buildings, that sort of infrastructural investment to even get this bonus. And so I think that outside of religion, you're not going to get much use out of this. Cities with a worship building receive food, production, and gold equal to 15% of their faith output. To clarify, the worship building is the tier 3 building. And those are mosques and whatnot. The fact that you get food, production, and gold equal to 15% of their faith, this is not great, because the thing is, every city has one holy site at most, and every city has one worship building at most. The worship building with the most faith is the monastery. It gives you plus 5 faith. Most of the other ones have like 3 faith plus like diplomatic favor or plus 1 amenity, depending on the one. You're looking outside of the monastery plus 3 faith. 15% of 3 is essentially like, what is it? It's like 0.4 faith or 0.4 food, 0.4 production. It's pretty negligible. I would say that it's pretty much useless, a useless perk, right? Not only do you have to build all these things, which I would say that the 50% faith from holy site buildings is much stronger. Like the extra 4 or 5 faith that you would get from a plus 10 faith holy site from the buildings, right? The 5 faith you'd get from that is a bonus compared to, if you got it for each building, that'd be a different story. But the fact that you only get it for the pagoda or the monastery, consider this: if it's the monastery, right, it's 5 faith, right, which means that you guys basically get 0.66, let's say 0.66 food, 0.66 production, 0.66 gold. The only argument is that the 0.66 production is useful, but it's not at this point in the game. Worship buildings can't happen until after you get the temple, because you have to evangelize your, when you get the religion, you can get the, whatchamacallit. Actually, no, now that I think about it, you do need the apostle to get your religion past the pantheon. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, at this point in the medieval era, 1 production, less so, is useless. So I think this is a next to useless trait. Each city receives plus 1 amenity from all present religions, as well as their follower belief bonuses. Okay. I think what this effectively means is that, let's say there are 2 civilizations next to each other. Let's say it's Persia and India. Persia comes over with Christianity. They put 3 citizens that are following it into a city, right? Now let's say that you have your own, you have Buddhism, right? And you have 4 or 5. Whether or not you have more or less, it doesn't even matter what the majority religion is. As long as there are 2 separate religions, you will get an amenity for each, which isn't bad. It basically means that a city that has religious pressure, and generally you're going to find that if you have a neighbor who has a religion, which is more than likely, they will have some presence. That's what it says specifically. It says from all present religions, as well as their follower beliefs, which means the same, right? It basically means that you're likely to get plus 2 amenities from cities, especially most notably if you have a religion. If you aren't going for religion, let's say you're going for domination, you're still going to get an amenity from foreign religions. And the truth is, if I'm being optimistic, I might say that maybe 1 or 2 people have religions. Maybe you have the Netherlands to the north, and they have Taoism or Taoism, and that means 2 amenities. It may not mean every single city, and this bonus is actually, it pairs much better if you're going for a religion, because it means that all your cities will have a presence, right? And I think that's the distinction. If it said that you only got it from a city's, basically if it has something to do with the majority's religion, and thus you only got 1, I would say maybe that's not so bad. The fact that it's just from the presence means that it can scale so well, because you may actually find that there's 3 presences, including yourself, right? And that's really great. Like 1 amenity is not the best thing in the world. It basically counteracts like 1 or 2 population growth, but two amenities is pretty strong. It gives you a good buffer, and 3 amenities, which I would say is not being too optimistic,
albeit somewhat, is fairly powerful. It gets you into a satisfied state, which gives you about a plus 10% bonus to yields. If you compare this, let's say you pair this with an entertainment complex, and your cities might actually be ecstatic, which gives like 20% bonus to yields. So if you see that you have a neighbor, maybe one or two neighbors, and they have religious pressure in your civilization, you can specifically go for a religion yourself just to get the presence as well and get the baseline plus 3 amenities, which makes the entertainment complex somewhat valuable, I would say. But that's just a random strategy. I think the problem is that it's too niche. And I would say that if let's just say baseline, you get 1 amenity in all your cities, because you can choose to do that, and they're going to be religions in the game. You will have pressure. I think in practice this scales a lot better than I'm giving it credit. So I want to say, put this way, optimistically, let's say the most optimistic or best case scenario is 3 amenities in cities, right? That itself is very powerful, and I wouldn't say it's skirting the line between A and B in my mind, but that's optimistically. I'm going to give it a B, like a B tier. I can't say that it's amazing though. I can't say it's extremely strong, because it's not that it is inconsistent. I actually think that it's likely to be fairly consistently used just by passing by religions, and the fact that you probably will have your own, or you could choose to have your own, means that it will somewhat be used and likely have 2 amenities. 2 amenities, I would say, is like a B plus. Strong B, not the best thing in the world, but strong. I think Dharma is, it on paper it may seem better, like plus 50% faith from holy site buildings, the amenity bonus. I don't think it fares as well though. I'm not going to say it's a C. I think it's a B, but I think it's a kind of a weaker B. Whereas I think Artha Shastra is maybe a stronger B. Not the strongest B I've ever seen, but somewhere in the middle. Whereas I would say Dharma is kind of lesser. All that being said, I think Chandragupta is a good civ, but he's not a great civ. He's not a bad civ, but I don't think there's anything that stands out as being exceptional. I think the Varu is maybe his most interesting ability based on the timing, and I like the combat strength that you would normally have with the heavy chariot, and he gets a bonus just by making everyone else worse. I think the stepwell is initially good, but it doesn't hold up from my understanding. I think Artha Thashra is pretty good. I actually, now that I think about it, I like the construction giving culture. I think that's it's very consistent, I would say, and adds a good little bonus. I think military units healing at the end of every turn when outside of Indian territory. This is a bonus added, I believe, from Civilizations Expanded, and it makes Chandragupta unique in that respect, and I think it's fairly powerful. Like, it's probably their strongest ability, especially when paired with the Varu. And the access to the War of Territorial Expansion, it's an attribute that sort of pairs with that, but it doesn't have much weight. I don't think Dharma is very powerful, kind of a lower B tier. I would say overall that Chandragupta is a B tier. I would say maybe, put this way, if within the tiers, within the calibers, if we're trying to say the strength of something, let's say that it's really strong. It's like the top of the tier, let's say, somewhere in the middle, right? Kind of like 33 to 66%, whereas bottom tier is, 0 to 33. I would say that the Dharma is B tier, but lower B tier. Whereas what I would say about Chandragupta overall is he's probably somewhere in the middle. He's B tier. He's kind of in the middle. He's like a solid 73, 74, maybe 75%. He's not the worst B tier I've ever seen. He's not the best B tier. He's comparable, and I think he has a lot of irrelevant traits now that I look at this. And so the traits that he does have, I think they pair well together. And I think he's a good civ. I think I'd be happy to have him. And as I said, I like the aesthetics of him. I like his music. I like the whole vibe of India and the whole Eastern culture in general. So I like Chandragupta. Effectively and strategically, I think he's good, but he's not great. And so that is our first civilization. And I'm happy to go on to number 2 and see what we can do. So let's go about and do that. I will spin the wheel.
So that was Chandragupta, pretty good, I'd say. And I've spun the wheel, so to speak, and I have rolled Ambiorix, the Gaul. This mean-looking fucker right here. Let's take a look. Now, the Gaul is very interesting for two particular reasons, along with their other traits. The first thing is the Geisite. The Geisite is a replacement for the warrior, so you will begin with one. It has 10 combat strength against units with higher base combat strength, meaning that the base is the same, so it's 20. If you're facing a barbarian spearman or an enemy spearman, a heavy chariot, a horseman, etc., it just does way more. It's hard to say how consistent it will be because it's not the case that if you're fortified, it will apply. But if you're in a city center, I believe that if the city center has a higher combat strength, whether that's standard or if it does have a unit in it, it actually does more against the city center. So these things are incredibly difficult to defend against, and it's one of the reasons I don't actually like to play with the Gaul in my games, because their Geisite are so powerful, they just wreck you, and it's kind of unfair and unbalanced. But in any case, they're fairly good on your side. And they also get 5 combat strength against district defenses. So these things are effective through the classical era, because even if they're fighting swordsmen, they get plus 10 combat strength. And if they're fortified, they basically they're on par with those swordsmen. And so they stick around, especially against heavy chariots and horsemen and whatnot. So they're a solid unit, I'd say. The Oppidum is very nice. It replaces the industrial zone, obviously, so it's half price. It is unlocked, interestingly, at ironworking rather than apprenticeship. When you unlock it, you get apprenticeship, which gives +1 production on your mine, so it's amazing for that, and a lot of science. But essentially because it comes so early and it's so cheap, it's basically a huge boost to your production sooner than everybody else. Even Germany's Hansa, which is a replacement for the industrial zone and very powerful, comes at apprenticeship. This comes so much early, and it's very strong. It gives 2 housing. I believe it has walls, but it has a ranged attack. I'm almost certain that it has walls as well, so it's actually a fairly defensive building. As I said, it's half price. It unlocks apprenticeship, so these are all great perks. You get the standard +2 production for adjacency to aqueducts, canals, or dams. Uniquely, in difference to the Hansa of Germany, in this case you get +1 production for each adjacent resource, which is very nice, and you get +1 food for every adjacent farm, pasture, or camp, which means that you're basically getting a fairly approachable or reachable adjacency bonus, be it 4 or 5, at least 3, I would say, because you're just going to put them between resources. And if you could put some farms around it, you're going to have food as well. So it's a very nice district. The fact that it comes early makes it extremely effective, and that it is so timely. Note, though, that it cannot be built next to the city center, but in any case, it's very strong. Along with the Geisite, the Gaul has a very powerful sort of set of bonuses. When it comes to their traits, the first one being Gaelic Wars, the first perk is that, or the first bonus rather, is that you get 1 movement in Gaelic territory, it's basically logistics. It's literally logistics, which comes at as a military policy. It comes in at mercantilism, which is somewhere at the end of the Renaissance, right? I don't mind this. It's great for builders and getting your troops and whatnot out of the city, but there's no bonus for being outside of your territory, which I feel like those bonuses are a bit more applicable, but in any case, movement bonuses are great. Training military units grants a burst of culture equal to 15% of the production cost. I don't feel like you train that many military units. Unless you're going strictly for domination, you're not going to build that many. And the culture is nice, it's just I don't feel like that much production is really spent on military, on average, throughout the relevant portions of the game, be it ancient, classical, medieval, etc. So this is it's a fair perk, but it's not that great. It's not that great. It's like a C tier. It's kind of it's all right. It's somewhat strong, but again, it's kind of lower tier just because you don't build that many military. Also, melee, anti-cavalry, and range units receive +2 combat strength for each adjacent military unit. This is awesome. It basically doubles your standard support bonus, which you get at military tradition. So if you have 2 Gaecites standing next to one another, normally they would get 2 combat strength. Now they get 4 combat strength. It's fairly easy to get 2, maybe 3 adjacent units, which basically means that you're going to have literally with 2 adjacent units, which is very easy to accomplish, you have 8 combat strength. Just from support. Very powerful. So the Gaul has means for domination, but I feel that they're more tuned for defense. They're more of an economic civ, as we'll see in their next trait. But that, along with the industrial zone and whatnot, I don't feel like they're meant to be a huge offensive civ. A defensive civ for sure, but in any case, they do have military prowess with a slight bonus to culture. From that production. Gaelic Wars is fairly strong. It's not great. It's kind of like B tier, and I would say it's a little bit above average in terms of how strong it is. But I don't think the culture from military units is that powerful. I think the support bonus is very nice for whether it's for defense or offense, and the +1 movement is, well, I guess in some sense it is a defensive bonus, but in all cases it's more so for builders, and it replaces or it is equivalent to logistics. So in that sense, it is also very nice, very functional. And so Gaelic Wars is rather strong, but not game changing, I would say. It's about a B tier, but a strong B. Finally, Masters of Metallurgy. Begin the game with mining technology. I like this a lot. Mining is basically probably the second tech that you go for after animal husbandry, and mines are just very powerful improvements because they give you production. The Gaul, as we'll see, as follows, has +1 culture and +1 production from mined resources, whether that is not a quarry, but whether it's like a copper or a luxury like a diamonds, you get +1 production, +1 culture. And I believe that the tendency for Gaul is to spawn in with hills and more mining resources. So being able to improve those right away or have access to is great with the mining technology. And I mentioned this, well, put this way, I've mentioned this later on, as you'll see, but getting free technologies is always nice because it's early game science, it's a free chunk of science, and this is an effective tech to have that received on. And it coincides well with the +1 culture and +1 production from those mined resources. Specialty districts receive a standard adjacency bonus from mines. What this means is that for every 2 mines, you get +1 adjacency bonus, right, for all of them. So if there's 2 mines next to an oppidum, you'll get +1 production. If you get 2 mines next to a campus, you get +1 science. This is very nice because mines can just be built on hills, and the fact that in conjunction with the oppidum getting apprenticeship so quickly, it means that your mines will basically have, depending if it's plains or hills, your mines will give +2 production rather than 1. So you basically have on a plains hill tile, or rather, let's say a grassland hill tile, which is normally 2 food, 1 production. Now it'll be 2 food, 3 production once you get apprenticeship. And to get apprenticeship, basically you just need to find an iron tile. Basically, the route for the Gaul is to kill 3 barbarians, boost or get the Eureka for bronze working, find an iron tile, improve it, right, and that gives +1 culture and +1 production. You boost ironworking, and once you get ironworking, you basically win the game. You're basically unbeatable because you have so much production, not only in the oppidum, which is half price and very powerful, but the improved mines so early on. Not only is that free science, but it's also, so the Gaul have 2 free science techs, and it's all for production. It's very nice. And this the emphasis on not just production, but production from mines and having hills and those sort of things. It's a really nice sort of, it's like you get adjacency by having production. And so that's very nice. Building a mine triggers a culture bomb, which is amazing in conjunction with that previous ability. Because, improvements are the best way to get culture bombs. Whereas if it were from a district, it's only one district in that city that gets it, right? Whereas if you have improvements, you can have mines everywhere. Basically, every hill in your empire should have a mine on it because it's the best sort of improvement because it gives production. But even if you're not working it, if it's there, it's like a mountain tile. It just gives you the flat adjacency, and when you put it in, you'll trigger the culture bomb, which gives you more access to the tiles. It saves you gold, and it's very strong. And this to top it all off, very very powerful perk as we'll see throughout the civs. But builders receiving +1 charge. This is a civilization's expansion addition, along with a few other things, as is the case for most civs. But in any case, this is a very powerful addition in that it's basically the pyramids, right? Like, who doesn't want +1 builder charge? They have all the interest in putting mines down and that sort of thing, and it's a very powerful bonus. And I think Masters of Metallurgy is probably stronger than Gaelic Wars. The free mining, the +1 production and culture on mined resources, not as a bit more niche because you're not going to have so many of those, but the mines themselves, whether it is on a resource or just standard on a hill, gives adjacency and gives a culture bomb, and you have +1 charge to do this along with everything else. And note that, the emphasis here, I would say, isn't a lot of infrastructure in terms of improvements being mines and whatnot, but having the +1 movement from Gaelic Wars means that you can do that a bit more efficiently, and that makes all the difference. And the Gaul can I think the Gaul can turtle economically in that they can just get tons of production from their oppidum, and they can scale very quickly by their access to apprenticeship. They can defend because the oppidum not only has a defensive attack, and you can park a unit in there for increased attack, whether it's from a crossbowman or just defend with a warrior. But you get +2 combat strength for each adjacent military unit on top of the regular support. Makes the Gaul very difficult to attack, and in the early game, unless you have, you're almost better off having weaker units, because if you have stronger units, the Gaezite is very powerful even into the classical era. So the Gaul is a very strong civ. I'm not willing to say that they are great. I think that they're really good, but I think they're just very strong, right? I would say that the tier that they're in is B tier, but they're amongst the strongest B tiers, probably the strongest B tier you could ever get. I can't say that they're A tier just because, again, I like the emphasis on production, but that's pretty much all they have. It makes them look good, but I think it just makes them stronger. They're pretty much just for that, and I think it has to be a bit more close-knit, concentrated, purely economical, whereas we'll see with other civs that they have a general strength as well, but it's a bit more widespread, and I think they're more effective across the board, whereas the Gaul is kind of like, they're purely economical, and I feel like it's a good thing, but it's not a great thing. And so, however strong they are from their abilities, they're not A tier. They're amongst the strongest B tiers, and that's not a slight on them. It's more of a compliment to say that you're strong. It's just you work better in B tier. You're not game changing. You're not the best civ in the game, but somewhere in the middle, you're the strongest of those civs. And so I really enjoy the Gaul, and I think he's much better than Chandragupta. But in any case, that's all she wrote. So that's the Gaul, Ambiorix, and he's very strong. But we have just rolled Trajan, and Trajan is very interesting indeed. Where's the old boy? There he is. He's the leader of Rome, and I feel like he has some interesting abilities that might give Gaul a run for their money, or Chandragupta, who I think was a bit underwhelming. But in any case, let's see what Trajan can do for us. I will go full screen for this one. Alrighty. Trajan, Rome, very vanilla civ, powerful and popular throughout Civ 5, very powerful in the beginning of the game. He has free monuments in all his cities, very relevant civ when it came out. But with these additions from the expansion mod and whatnot, I wonder where he fits. Let's see what we got and see if he stacks up still. First thing is the bath. The bath replaces the aqueduct, and the aqueduct is fine. The issue is that a city that gets most from the aqueduct is a really shit city to begin with. If you're not on a river, and even if you're on the coast, you don't have that much housing. If you're not on any sort of water, you have 2 housing. And even though the aqueduct will give you 6 housing, if you're not on fresh water, it's kind of like putting a huge bonus on a pile of shit. It's kind of like, it's not really worth it. Your best bet is to spawn on the river. But in doing so, the aqueduct becomes rather inefficient because it only gives you 2 housing. So it's not always worth the investment. The bath is interesting. The bath works the same way as the aqueduct. It's half the price, which is always great. So it's like you build a granary for the +2 housing. You build the bath for the +2 housing. It's unique to Rome in that regard. It grants a major adjacency bonus to all specialty districts, which means that it gives +2 science, +2 culture, +2 gold. It's actually very nice in that regard, and you can actually get it basically gives +4 production to your industrial zone. So that's a very nice economic buff. But what it does in regards to housing is that working the same way as the aqueduct, giving 6
for cities off freshwater, giving 2 for cities on freshwater, meaning the river. What it does is that regardless of that, it will still give you an extra 2 housing along with an amenity. So if you're on the river, the 2 housing that you would normally get, the bath gives 4, right? And it gives an amenity, which is fine. But in any case, it's just average. But getting the 4 housing as a standard and it being half price, the opportunity for adjacency bonus from other districts, it's actually a very nice support district, being the green one that doesn't count for district count. It's just sort of, it's like the dam, it's like the canal. It's the aqueduct should be better. It only gives you 2 housing and that's it, and it's fairly expensive, right? This is half price, as we said. The major adjacency bonus, and not to reiterate, but the 4 housing as standard, right? It's just very strong, and the Bath is a very good specialty district, and it makes Rome very good at growing their cities once they reach the classical era. I believe it's at engineering you get this, and that's just a great thing to have. The Legion, in addition, is a very strong early game, maybe early late game melee unit. It replaces the swordsman, which means that it will be 10 iron instead of 20, which is always great. It's 40 combat strength instead of 36, which is also very strong. And it may build the Roman fort. The Roman fort is in comparison to the fort built by military engineers. The difference there is that military engineers don't come until they come with the armory, which is at, I believe, military engineering, which is when you get Alhambra. Like it's the end of the medieval era, right? The Roman fort can just be built one time by the Legion, right? But what it does is that you automatically fortify 2 turns, and it gives +4 combat strength. So when you're in the Roman fort, you have 10 combat strength immediately, and the Legion itself is already 40 combat strength. So like you got to imagine, even if you're facing that lets you take on knights, which are late game medieval era units. You're stronger than the knight. But if you're facing other swordsmen or crossbowmen or horsemen for that matter, you really outmatch them. And so the Legion is a very powerful unit. It's just a melee unit, so it's not going to win you all the wars. It's very good for defense. If you can reach crossbowmen as well, you can sort of take lands. It's a very powerful unit. It's limited by the nature of melee units, that they're more blockers. They're not really there for offense. The Roman fort gives you even more defense, right? But even the offense is still a bit more capable, and you can sort of get them en masse because they're cheaper than normal swordsmen. And so it's a very strong unit. It's not game changing, and it's not the best unit in the game, but it's fairly strong, and it's in a class of good units, right? It's kind of a B tier. It's not it's not the war cart from Sumeria, but it's not the it's not like some lame galley replacement or what have you, right? It's a good unit. As for the traits, Trajan's column, as we mentioned, or this is the trait that has this, and that would be the free monuments. The free monuments, it's kind of legendary how good it is. When Civ 6 first came out, it was well known that getting those free monuments was one of the most powerful things. Everything was way smaller in the base game, and everything was a bit slower. It was hard to get all yields. So having the free monument basically meant that your cultural policies were acquired so much faster, and you didn't have to invest the hammers, which was hard to do. I think one of the other additions that you get, rather one of the benefits, is that you can go straight to building the granary. So instead of building the monument, you get it right away, which gives you culture right away, so you get chiefdom, and then you can go for craftsmanship or foreign trade. But you actually have the ability, even just to balance it out from other civs, you can build the granary as a first building instead of the monument, right? Which improves your city overall, and then you can and you're still on par at that point. You could sooner just build your first district or something else, but having that free monument is very effective, and it comes with every single city. So it's a great sort of baseline establishment. It's super helpful, and it makes your culture game really effective in the early game. This is an expansion mod edition, but the settlers and builders receiving +2 movement just flat out is amazing. Builders are some of the most they require the most movement in the entire game, because they're the ones who are running around making improvements, making adjustments, chopping down trees. They're the ones that you really want to squeeze out all the movement efficiency. And so getting +2 movement is awesome. It's basically like logistics ×2. Settlers having it as well is very effective, because not only are they this is minor, but you're less susceptible to getting attacked by barbarians because you can just move out of the way. But you can rush settlement locations sooner than your opponents might be able to, and that acquires you better lands, and better lands might be the most important thing in the game because that's what sets up everything else. And so this makes you extremely mobile. And there's another perk that this goes alongside with, but we'll mention that later. This, as a bonus, as an ability, is amazing. Both of these are pretty much A-tier perks. As well, settlers trained in the capital do not consume population. This is only effective for your first few settlers. After that, you're bound to start making them in other cities. Maybe you make your government plaza with Ancestral Hall, and you put Magnus in there. You make a trade post, like a trade city, and you build the settlers there, so it's fine. But your first 2 or 3 settlers are probably from the capital, and instead of losing the population, sort of losing your momentum, you maintain that. And so Rome has an extremely strong early game. That, in conjunction with the Bath and the Legion, which come in the classical era, they can sort of sustain their growth and their developments, right? They have no bonuses for the late game, but no Civ really does. It's kind of like you want it sooner than later. That's where it has the most impact. It defines you the most. And so retaining your capital population keeps you going, not only to build more settlers faster, but to just continue doing so. It's a very nice perk. Not as strong as the previous two, probably B tier, but still fairly strong. As well, similar to Chandragupta's, but military units heal every turn when in a golden age, even after moving or attacking. In Chandragupta's case, this was the case when he was outside his territory, which for me is a bit more of a lenient condition. In this one, you have to be in a golden age, which is not the worst condition, although if you're outside, if you don't have a golden age, it renders it mute. But golden ages are pretty easy to acquire, and so, or you can pursue a golden age and make this happen. And so having your military units heal makes the Legion very powerful as well, because they're just melee units and you don't want to attack with melee units, but they're a bit stronger, so as effective as they are, they can sustain that effectiveness, however minor, because they heal every turn, whether they attack or they move, which is very nice. A note about this perk, though, is that it cannot happen in the ancient era, which is a little annoying. But in any case, the classical era and forever on, you have this possibility, so it's very nice. Trajan's Column is a very strong trait, very harmonious with, starting off very strong with the free monument, the settlers and the builders having more movement, the settlers not taking population. And it works in line with the Legion and the Bath of having, a sort of a second chapter that's also very strong, that sort of builds on top of the initial sort of your initial statement of the early expansions. You can take lands through military action with the Legion, or you can just keep growing yourself and using your Legion to defend, which goes along with this healing bonus if you have a classical age, golden age, and then that. Timing well with the Bath at engineering is just it's a continued stream of progress, and so Rome has a lot of strength in that regard, a lot of solid strength, I'd say. Finally, all roads lead to Rome, and they sure do. I'm going to skip this first perk and just mention that every city begins with a road to the capital if within trade route range, as well as getting a trading post. The trade route range is fairly far, so you're bound to have it. I would say that it's at least 2 expansions out in every direction, so that's very good. That free road is awesome. Not only do you not have very many trading routes to make roads in the early game, even later on, but that those roads make mobility really effective throughout your empire. That, in conjunction, which was what I was going to say, that the settlers having +2 movement means that everywhere your expansions are, it's so much easier to expand again, because you can move that settler not only by the extra 2 movement, but along those roads. It makes mobility, whether it's for military or expansions, it makes it really effective, and that is nothing to shy away from. It may seem minor, and it's definitely not game changing, but it's a very appreciative functional trait, or perk rather, and so it's definitely something to consider in sort of value. I'll quickly finish the latter pieces. Trade routes gain +1 gold for passing through trading posts in Roman cities. Underwhelming. I don't like these perks. They don't amount to much To make them happen is kind of annoying. You have to establish trading posts, although Rome gets them established. But it's just 1 gold, maybe 2 gold if it's the second expansion out. I don't really care about this. +1 era score from completed trade routes. Trade routes complete every 15 to maybe 30 turns, depending on the size. Getting 1 era score from that doesn't add up to much, considering you probably need like maybe 30 to 40 era score, depending on what point you are in the game, to get your golden age. This is barely a percentage point, so it's very minor. So the roads to the capital is nice, but the other addition of the roads leading to Rome, the trait, is that 20% production towards districts and buildings that already exist in the capital. The way this works effectively is that if you have a campus in your capital, if you build campuses in any other city, they will have 20% production. If you then build a library, if you have a library in that capital campus, when you build libraries in the expansion campuses, they will also have 20% production. Effectively, this means that whether you choose to go for tourism with theater squares, or you choose to go science with campuses, or you want to go religious with holy sites, whatever, you're going to build those districts in the capital foremost, right? You're going to have some of them in the capital, and that means that in all your expansion cities, you basically have a 20% production boost towards the same districts and the same buildings. You may not have an encampment in your capital, and you may have those in 1 or 2 of your expansion cities. That will not be applicable. But in any case, whatever victory condition you're going to go with, you're generally going to have the associated district in that capital, which you'll then likely have at some point or the other. Probably the early expansion cities being sooner than later, having the same districts. It's basically, the perk is almost effectively, not universally, but again, to what's relevant, right? It's basically a 20% production towards districts and buildings, which is very nice. There are better versions of this perk in other civs, but they usually only have one or the other. They get bonuses towards buildings or bonuses towards districts. The percentage may be more in each of those cases, but the fact that this is it's for both, and it's not even like it's 15%. There's a lot of civs that have like 15% bonus towards districts, on coastal cities, or their first district gets 15% production bonus. This is 20%. This is actually a 33% increase from that, right? It being 5 more. And so the fact that it's for both, I think this is actually a good sort of, it's a good contributor to a more wide strategy, having multiple cities, right? Which I think Rome has the ability. The fact that each city gets a free monument encourages that. The settlers being able to rush out and acquire lands is awesome. Just the initial ability to send out settlers without reducing capital population just makes Rome a very concentrated, yet a very wide spread civ, the ability to at least. And the fact that each city or there are roads to the capital from each city means that the expansions can sort of continue to happen in a mobile sense. I don't think the production is a game changer, but it's a very nice addition, very significant. Now I'm looking across the board, and I would say that the Bath is a very powerful district because it means that all the cities can grow, and it doesn't cost very much for that to happen. I think that the free monument is nice. The builders and settlers having more mobility is also very nice. The free settlers in the capital is great in the early game. The Legion makes the sort of like after the ancient era. So basically after the very early game, and you're reaching the middle of the game, the Romans have a lot of security, even whether it's through offense, especially for defense. And the roads to the capital and the extra production towards districts and buildings is a nice bonus. I can't see anything here that says that Rome is A tier at all. He doesn't seem to have anything that is outstanding. He has a lot of stuff that is really good, I would say. He's definitely B tier. I would say that he's fairly strong. I don't think he's as strong as the Gaul, though. I think the Gaul has more efficient economic abilities than Rome does. I think Rome has a lot of functional sort of aspects in terms of how mobile he is. He has a good support structure in terms of the Legion, holding his lands, maybe acquiring some, but the Bath as well, boistering, sort of improving all cities very, very effectively, and a few other things. I think Rome is a strong B, not the strongest B we've seen. I think he's a bit stronger than Chandragupta, but in any case, he is fairly strong, and I like Rome a lot. He's very effective, and so we will leave on that note. So that's Trajan. And I've just rolled Gorgo.
Now, I want to give a quick disclaimer that I've gone back and I've done some of these over and from previous, because I have improved as I've come along, and so I was redoing some of the earlier ones. As you'll find out in later videos, as I referred to these ones as they initially were, I don't like Gorgo. I don't like Gorgo at all. Now, perhaps I'll change my mind a little bit going back and looking at her, as this is kind of like a second edition. But in any case, when I started this whole venture, I had a good opinion of Gorgo. I liked that she had a bonus towards production. I liked the hoplite, etc. But as we'll see, Gorgo is lacking something, and we'll mention this throughout the future videos, but there's something wrong with Gorgo, in my opinion, and it's a key factor that goes towards making a civilization effective. Let's go through each of the traits and abilities, and then maybe we'll see why. First thing is the Acropolis. The Acropolis is a replacement for theater square. It has to be built on hills, which is a pretty harsh restriction, especially for theater squares, which they want to be next to rivers or next to wonders that are on rivers, etc. It gets one culture for each adjacent district, including the city center, which is nice. It gets +1 bonus for adjacent districts, but it gets +2 culture if it is adjacent to a city center, and it gets the +2 culture as normal for wonders, entertainment complexes. It needs to be built on a hill, though, so I feel like these are good bonuses to make it have a fairly good adjacency, but it needs to be on a hill, which can kind of limit what that may be. There may be no hills, I'm not sure, but in any case, it's a strong theater square. It also gives you an envoy, which is nice, and it gives you +1 influence point if it's next to a wonder. That is less relevant because the wonders may not always be in conjunction with the location that the Acropolis is, but the envoy is nice. This district is fair. It's a good theater square. Theater squares are for tourism. The issue, which I'll spoil, is that Gorgo has way too many domination, rather military bonuses, and not enough tourism-based bonuses. The Acropolis is there for tourism. It's a better theater square. Theater squares are there for tourism. You don't really need to build them otherwise. Maybe you build 1 or 2, just like you built maybe a few campuses if you're going for religious victory or domination victory. These are yields that you need, but this is a specialty district, right? You would think that the rest of the civ would be balanced, and I don't know how to blame this on the modders for the civilizations expanded, or if it's a base vanilla game. My understanding is that there are civs throughout the game that have unique traits that are particular to whether it's religion or domination or science or tourism. Kristina, for example, of Sweden, gets a bonus towards her archaeological museums. She also has the Queen Biblioteca, which gives a wildcard policy. These are bonuses that are perhaps they're more effective when it comes to tourism. Gorgo, is, in my opinion, or as I'm familiar with, has no vanilla, no base game bonuses towards tourism. She has the Acropolis, but the rest is not really in harmony with that. We'll come back to the hoplite. Her first trait, Agog, gives 1 extra military policy slot. This is in contrast to Pericles, who gets a wild card. I'm not gonna diss the extra military policy slot, but you'll see why it's an issue thematically. Military units receive +1 combat strength for each active military policy. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good once you get the monarchy. There's a standard 3 with the extra you get 4. That's 4 combat strength. That's pretty good, and it's for all military units. It's not like oligarchy, which gives +4 to melee. So it's fine. 3 amenities and 1 housing in the capital. It's a good starting bonus. Not every civ has starting bonuses to their capital or their palace rather. This is an alright one. It's probably the weakest. Some give hard yields, some give just extra bonuses, etc. This one just gives 3 amenities and +1 housing. The housing is fine. The 3 amenities is alright. It actually gives you a 10% bonus to all yields. You just don't have very many yields, so it's not really a hard bonus, but it's a welcomed one. 50% production towards military units in the capital. That's pretty good. You're making it counts towards scouts, it counts towards warriors and archers. It's fairly good, and you can use your capital to make your military that you need throughout the game. Combat victories grant culture equal to 50% of the culture. Rather, they grant culture equal to 50% of the combat strength of the defeated unit. The issue with this is that you don't defeat a lot of units in the game. Throughout the game, you maybe kill 20 units, right? Now, the combat strength ranges from 20 to 100. Let's take off the 100. Late industrial era units have 70 most. And it will, I believe, as most other traits do, it accounts the base combat strength, not upgrades and whatnot. or like if you're fortified, right? It's the base combat strength. Now, if you're in the medieval era, the strongest unit is the knight. It has 48. That gives you 24 culture. 24 culture for killing. Plus, wait, if you kill 10 units in a war in the medieval era, that's 240 culture. At that point in the game, you might have 30 to 40. Especially if you're Greece, you have 50 culture because you have the Acropolis, right? That's like 6 turns of culture to kill 20 units, right? Now, just take this trait on its own, right? What the hell is going on here? You give me the Acropolis, right? You give me the specialty district that's meant for culture and theater square adjacency, etc. Awesome. Sounds like we're going for tourism, right? What is with all these military bonuses? Domination and tourism could not be further from each other. It's so opposite. Domination is a snowballing. We need military. We want to storm the team. These bonuses are all right in that respect. They're not the best domination bonuses. The culture for killing units comes to does not come frequently enough, and the bonus that you get, because combat strength is not very high on most units, you don't get a lot, and it's too infrequent, right? The production towards military units in the capital is welcomed. The starting amenities in the capital is not that strong. It's welcome, but it's not that strong. The extra combat strength for the military policies is fine. It's like 3 or 4. In effect, it's maybe 2 or 3 in the classical era, like when you get political philosophy. The extra military policy slot is good in any government, but the reason I said we come back to that is that it's as if the theme of this is that we want combat strength, we want domination power, like, because domination power there's nothing for you for tourism, right? You do want cities and you want a wide empire for tourism, but not through military exploitation. You just expand elsewhere. A lot of the later on cities that you get are going to be in tundra, in places where there's high appeal, right? Most civs don't have high appeal. They're in the middle of the map somewhere. There's rainforest. They've chopped everything down. Like, it's not really what you want, right? And so I welcome the military policy slot. I do. The production bonus in the capital for military units and the 3 amenities, that's fine. But it's as if all these were themed towards domination, and for that, I cannot forgive the word you'll hear me use is synergy, right? A harmony between, if you have religious traits, you're going for a religious victory. Don't give me traits on top of that are for domination or that are for science. If they're flat bonuses for these things, that's fine, because you're going to use all these different factors. There's just such a heavy emphasis on combat, and barely an effective one at that, I would say, but there's such an emphasis on combat in the Agog trait that it's so out of harmony with the Acropolis being an emphasis on theater square adjacency, or tourism rather. And so that just really pisses me off. And so in conclusion, the second trait is hierophany, which you get 3 random inspirations starting with the game, which is all right. Again, I'm not trying to dog points here, but you're gonna get foreign trade, you're gonna get craftsmanship, and then you'll get state workforce, military tradition, astrology, or early empire, right? And it's like, okay, you were gonna get those anyway, and you would have been better off getting them yourself. Like, it's not that helpful of a bonus, but fine. 25% production towards wonders in cities with no more than 1 specialty district. This makes early game wonders very easy to acquire. 25% production towards them is basically autocracy, which gives 10%, plus the economic policy slot, it's state workforce, which is another 15%. You can add those two, and you get basically 50% production towards wonders. So if you want to go for Oracle, if you want to go for Petra, if you want to go for... It basically applies throughout the game, because as long as the city only has, if it has no specialty districts, which it'll be in the early game, or 1, let's say you build a campus, or the fucking Acropolis, right? You'll be able to build that. Okay, and wonders are important. Not only do they give specific bonuses, right? I'm not talking about building like Eiffel Tower. I'm talking about building the Great Lighthouse, or Stonehenge, or something early on in the game, right? Or Colosseum, for example, right? That you want these not only for their own benefits, and some of them are directly targeted at, well, let's just say it's for tourism, because Gorgo, Greece, tourism civ with the Acropolis, which gives adjacency to that Acropolis. It gives an influence point. You want the Acropolis next to wonders, and you have that production. Wonderful, right? And it says that cities with a wonder will receive 2 science and 2 culture, and 2 gold and 2 faith. Fine, but
that's awesome. So it doesn't scale too much because it's only, you could have 10 wonders, but you'll only get that 2 science and 2 culture. But when you build your first wonder in your capital, for example, 2 science and 2 culture, that might be a 10% boost, right? You're probably going to have 15 to 20 science, maybe a bit less culture. It's a fair amount, I would say. So it's a welcome bonus. Then you get this perk, which is a nothing burger. It's wonders exert -2 loyalty per turn to foreign cities within 9 tiles. Any city that you care about loyalty pressure. It's not for offensive. Like, it's not like it's -20. We're not talking about Eleanor here. It's -2. It's a bit of a defensive buff, right? But it's like you have to build the wonder. What sort of expansion city can do that in the first place? In short, what sort of city that is susceptible to loyalty pressure? Unless it's suggesting that it's meant to be offensive, like for you to convert. It's like, I don't think so. It's meant to prevent yourself from being sort of taken, right, in your expansion city. But the expansion city has to build a wonder. That is no easy task, especially for that reason. It's useless. So this right here is kind of like, okay, 3 inspirations. That is what it is, right? The 25% production towards wonders, in cities with less than or equal to 1 district, and the +2 science and +2 culture in cities with a wonder seems to go in real harmony with the Acropolis. Okay, those 2 are good traits, and the thing is that and when it comes to tourism, these are relevant perks. The issue is, and let's just clarify that alongside of this, you have the hoplite, which basically, it replaces the spearman. It has no combat penalties against melee units, so you don't get the negative thing there if you're fighting warriors or swordsmen. And you get 10 combat strength if you're adjacent to another hoplite. So effectively, you have 35 strength spearmen, and that's very powerful. But it's like, that's a welcome unit. All units, specialty units, that is, are combat units, right? And now you are going to have combat throughout the game, whether it's through barbs, perhaps aggression. But your emphasis on domination, your emphasis on conquering, it's not really necessary. And so the hoplite is a welcome unit. I actually really like the hoplite. It's very good for taking out barbs, defending yourself, etc. But it's like, okay, if that was the only thing, I would say that's fine. Like that makes up all the needs I have for domination. I'm a tourism civ. I'm for culture. I want to build wonders. I want to build my Acropolis. You got it. Why is there so much more emphasis on military combat? Whether it's the military policy slot, which is fine, but it's like that goes in conjunction with the combat strength from those policy slots. The 50% production towards military units is fine, but that seems to go alongside getting culture for killing units. It's like, why would that matter? Like, what is this? Those are active benefits, in my opinion, for combat in domination. Whereas the hoplite and even like a flat production boost to your military, it's like these are back-end attributes. They are things that are there throughout the game. They're there for everybody, right? Everyone has to build a scout or a navy or some sort of defense, right? But offensive units, that's like your focus, your emphasis is on war, and that's where you're gonna get, that's where you'll kill units, right? Any trait or bonus rather that is, that comes from killing units comes from the emphasis of warfaring, right? And why would Gorgo have that? Why would you have an emphasis on warfaring if tourism was your aim? And I'm not willing to concede that Gorgo is not a tourism civ. What sort of civ has a specialty district that is a replacement for the theater square, right? And it's like, and in conjunction with that, there's strict bonuses for wonder production, which is for me one of the, like, tourism kind of wants wonders the most, right? And the Acropolis gets a specific bonus for being next to wonders, and theater squares in general just want to be next to wonders for adjacency. I feel like Gorgo is just out of whack with herself. She seems to be 50% tourism, fairly good tourism, 50% domination, kind of average, maybe below average domination. The hoplite is somewhere in the middle. It can defend your tourism, which is great. It doesn't make up for much offense. It's not like it's not going to win you a war. It's there as a support unit, right? But it's like, why are there then these other additions that sort of they're encouraging me, if I were to make use of them, to go fight other civs? I don't want to do that. I'm a tourism civ, and I won't concede that. I won't concede. You've given me the Acropolis. That, to me, that suggests that I should go for culture. It's a cultural fucking district, right? And so I feel like I've laid out the reasons very
clearly. I feel like the argument is correct, and at the end of the day, I'm not going to blame anything. I'm not going to sit here and complain, although I will mention it throughout the rest of the videos. But I would say that, in terms of the design from the expansion mods, right, and the Acropolis and the Hoplite, some of these perks, they are vanilla based perks, and so these other perks are additions, right? But they were added, I think, poorly. They didn't really. The person who made this in the expansions mod did not understand who Gorgo was. That she didn't need more additions for combat. She already had the Hoplite. She has the defense she needs. She needs more bonuses for tourism. She needs something for great works, or getting more culture. She has nothing like that. There's nothing here that is sort of. There's no specialty when it comes to tourism. There's a good back end with the Acropolis and the bonus towards Munders, but nothing else is there. It's all towards domination. And for that, I have to say that she's C tier, because I don't think she's very good. And I think that even though she's fairly strong, like she's not, a useless civ. She does have bonuses here that make her competent, but competent at what? At barely going for tourism and barely going for domination. She just doesn't seem to be very effective. And so as strong as she is, she's in a league of her own. She's the first C tier, and she's amongst the worst civs that I've seen so far. For the record, at this point in my captures, I've come back and I'm on number 26, right? I'm halfway done. I've been doing this for 7 hours, and I've come back and I've done Gorgo over again just because I wanted to get more energy into there, and I felt like I could be more concise. And I feel like I'm even more angry right now just because I'm maybe choosing to be, but I feel like I have the right to be. And personally, in terms of any sort of fidelity in my thoughts, I feel like maybe I'm losing my temper, but I feel like it's a mature assessment. I'm not being too harsh. I don't think that I don't think the disparagement between domination and tourism is a folly sort of accusation. I feel like it's accurate. You do not want those two. If most of all, I would rather have a religious sort of emphasis with domination emphasis, or science, or diplomat, anything other than domination and tourism. Tourism demands production, it demands infrastructure, and every piece of domination that is you're putting forth for warfaring and conquering is taking you away from the most sort of prominent sort of demand in terms of allocating resources. Give it all for tourism. Like we're tourism civ, and so that lack of synergy, the lack of harmony, I don't like Gorgo. She's not very effective. She's all right in her own respect. Like in her own league, she's strong, but it's a very poor league. It's a league for children and fucking novices. It's C tier, and that's all I'll say. Yikes. So that was Gorgo. Kind of disappointing. Not much harmony in her abilities. There's some strength there in the military and the cultural attributes, but nothing really goes together. So I feel like that's why I gave her the grade that I did. I've just rolled Lady Six Sky of the Maya, who is a very interesting civ. She begins the game, or her unique unit is the Observatory, which replaces the campus. It gives +1 grit profit point, which is interesting because you can build this for half price, forget about holy sites. Maybe you can still get a great profit, which could be nice. In this case, it's very sort of in line with your science goals. But you can also purchase buildings in this district with faith, which is all right, especially if you want to purchase a library. The main thing about the observatory, aside from being half price because it's a unique district, the main thing is that you don't get adjacency from being next to mountains and reefs and geothermal fissures. Instead, you get +2 for being adjacent to a plantation, and you get +1 for every 2 adjacent farms. The farming is all right, but the thing is that farms give +1 housing to the Maya because they don't get housing for settling on fresh water. So you're bound to have some farms, so that's going to work alongside this, and you also get the adjacency from districts, right? The +2 science from adjacent plantations is not poor. It's just I feel like you're not likely to have so many plantations that this can take into effect. It's not the case that you will lack plantations. It's just the case that they will not always be together. So the adjacency you'll be able to get from these observatories may not be so high, or at least it won't be consistently high across the board, because you might only have one plantation to put it next to, so that's like a +2, maybe a +3 with 2 farms next to it, and those are all right campuses, and they're half price. That's fine. I don't mind this district because it's a half price campus. I feel like the adjacency bonuses are kind of, I don't think they work in its favor. Although
the tendency to spawn next to plantations may increase the viability of this. I'm just not sure how consistent that is. My experience is that it is not totally consistent. Someone like Dido or like Nubia, for example, she spawns in the desert very often. I'm not sure that Maya has that strong of a tendency to spawn amidst like banana tiles and plantation tiles, etc. There'll be some, right? And she's not a desert civ. She's more of a jungle civ. But I don't feel like this this restriction of the adjacency is always a viable one, and one that actually makes the observatory an improvement over the standard campus. Where mountain tiles and fissures and reefs give it a very high adjacency bonus, and so I can't say that the observatory is that much more powerful, but I would say that there is some strength in the fact that it is half price, and that's very nice. It has this additional bonus called the Venus Observations, which is when you unlock the observatory for the first time, you're able to work a project that grants 3 random Eurekas. The thing I like about this is that it can be chosen to do later on in the game, where Eurekas are worth more science, and they might be for things that you may not be getting as you get later on into the game. So that's a nice little addition. I think overall this is a fairly strong district, it being a replacement for the campus. The fact that it's half price, and again, in some cases you will be able to get good adjacencies. I just don't see how you could get better adjacencies than you would normally get. So again, it's all right, but just I feel like it's a bit limited by that, but still fairly strong. Now, the Holche, in comparison, is amazing. It replaces the Archer, which is a really good unit, and it is stronger than that Archer by about 3 combat strength. The Archer is 25, this is 28, and what it does, which is amazing, is that units that are wounded get plus 5 combat strength against them. So the Holche goes from 28 to 33, and that's a pretty darn good Archer, to be quite frank. However, there is an additional bonus from the Maya where units within 9 tiles receive plus 5 combat strength. 9 tiles is fairly far away. You got to imagine that like when you settle your first city outside of the capital, it's maybe 3 or 4 tiles. It's another settle away from that. So you, in a very strong amount of range, the limitation being the capital, but in any case, your early game is going to be really buffered not only by the Holche and its improved strength, but also this universal ability that gives combat strength when you're close. Basically, when you're in your main empire, right? You'll have more combat strength. So if you have a Holche and you're defending your capital or like an expansion city, right? You basically have, it's like a 38 combat strength Archer, which is crazy, and that doesn't take into account upgrades, defensive bonuses if you're in terrain, etc. It's so good that it just makes the Maya one of the best early game civs. In comparison to someone like Bao Tre, Vietnam, who has a cheap encampment, she gets combat strength in woods and jungles. She's a very turtley civ. I wouldn't say that the Maya are a turtley civ. They just have very good military early on in the game because of the Holche and their plus 5 combat strength when around the capital in 9 tiles, to be specific. So I think that the Holche, in combination with that, even on its own, it's very strong and makes the Maya a very poignant civilization, especially in the early game. So I will read the first trait, the blessings of Itzamna. You begin the game with pottery, which I think is fairly nice, pottery being one of the 3 initial ones. It's actually a fairly good tech to start with, just because not only are you going to work it, but it unlocks the ability to get irrigation and your writing technology. It's fairly good, I would say. And in any case, a free technology is always a boost, and I think out of the ones that you could normally get, this is a fairly useful one, I would say. Settling adjacent to fresh water or coast does not grant extra housing, which is a problem for the Maya. How they make up for this is farms give 1 housing and 1 gold. Plantations as well give +1 housing and +1 production, which is very nice. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to have a lot of farms. You're going to go for irrigation so you can get all your plantations, which will give you adjacency to your observatories. The +1 production is very nice on those plantations because they normally don't have any production, which is their limitation, I'd say. As well, you get +1 amenity from each improved bonus resource, which is very nice. So if you have a cattle, a sheep, a stone, they'll each get an amenity, and it doesn't scale across your empire. It just means that, at least it's hard to comment on, but effectively it means that the stone tile that you have will give 1 amenity, but only that one stone tile, not for every copy, right? It's just for that type of resource. So I think this trait kind of, it's the defining piece of the Maya, that they have this restriction from fresh water, but they can make up for it by having improved farms, improved plantations, and an addition of pottery and the amenity from the resources. I think this works well with the observatory, and I don't think it's too harsh of a restriction. I feel like you can kind of balance it out, and so I feel like I don't think this trait is that strong, and it's kind of just, it makes the Maya unique rather than making it overpowered or even hindered, I would say. So I would say it is substantial, but it's just kind of an average trait. It just kind of, it's setting the stage for other things, which, to be quite frank, are much more powerful, but we will see what those are. And those would be the perks under Ix Mutal Aja. That's a mouthful. You begin the game with a free builder in every single city, mind you, which is a really strong and universal perk. There are bonuses in other civs where if they acquire a certain land tile, be it tundra or desert, they will get a free builder. This one is just every single city. And just getting a free builder universally in your capital, in your expansion cities, it not only is it free production, but it's very functional. It acts as a scout right away in conjunction with your warrior, because unless you want to actually make farms, there's something else to build, but once you get animal husbandry, you can upgrade your horses. It's just a really good perk to have, especially when you get serfdom, and this stacks on top of Ancestral Hall, which already gives you a builder. So if you settle later game cities, they'll have 2 builders. Right? This is a very, very substantial and very strong attribute. This is amazing. The capital and all cities within 9 tiles generate 10% science, 10% culture, 10% faith, 10% food, and 10% production and gold. These modifiers are not game changing, but the fact that it's across the board, the fact that it's just forever. The only condition being that the capital obviously will receive this always, and cities that are within 9 tiles. So basically, if you go to a different continent, this will not apply. However, and the detriment here is that cities outside of this range will generate minus 15% of these yields. So Maya is a very compact. I would say they're not really a turtle civ, but they're very self-contained in their economy and their military. They have the Holche, they have the observatory. Their adjacency bonus for that observatory will not find them placing campuses in between mountains and whatnot. It'll be kind of spread out throughout the land, in the jungle, next to plantations, where you have more room to have more district adjacency and government plaza, etc. So you're just going to have this big interconnected empire of many cities that are surrounding the capital that are going to have this 10% boost to all yields, which doesn't amount to a huge amount early on in the game, but as you go on, it actually does make an impact, because it's for all yields and it's for every single city. So it is fairly, I wouldn't say it's that substantial just because it doesn't take into effect later on, but I would say that there is a fair amount of strength. And then finally, it's the military units receive +5 combat strength in addition, or within 9 tiles of the capital, which is very good for defense and even offense early on when you're fighting barbarians. And even if you're trying to take land that's like 9 tiles is fairly far away. It's not like the other side of the earth, but it's there's a distance there, and the Holche in combination with this, even in its own right, is being such a cheap unit. You get so early on, it's so powerful as it is that this bonus stacks so well. I think this trait, again, it has the plus 10% to all yields very consistently. It restricts sort of far off settling, but maybe you don't need to do that with the Maya. They have bonuses to sort of stick around. And I think the free builder really adds to their infrastructure, and their sort of lets them snowball a bit quicker, because they can just start improving things right away. They don't have to invest that production. And the observatory is half price. The Holche is super effective. I don't think the restrictions here outweigh the improvements. I'll take 10% yields on all my first 6 or 7 settled cities, and the rest can have lesser yields because they just come later on, right? And I'll take, well, I don't know if I would take, or I don't know how much I value the improved farms and plantations over not getting fresh water from housing. But in any case, I would still say that I don't think it adds too much of a detriment compared to what you can make up for that. It's not actually giving you an improvement, because the improvement to the farming does not actually give you something else that's meant to overcome the fact that you don't get fresh water housing. It's just kind of, it balances it out, which is, it's more of a unique trait rather than one that has any sort of give and take. Whereas, the 10% yields has a give and take where you get the 10% yields, which is good, but you get minus 15% if they're outside of the range, being 9 tiles. So this trait in particular, I think, is fairly strong and fairly relevant because of the builder and the combat strength. The Blessings of Itzima is also maybe not as strong, but fairly relevant just because you get the free pottery technology. The amenity is fine. I think the improved plantations is really good as well. The whole chase is a really good early game unit, one of the best. The observatory, I don't think it's that strong, but because it's so cheap, and even the fact that you can get a great profit point if you get a couple of these, you can maybe get yourself a religion without having to make the investment, the sacrifice elsewhere. And I even think that the Venus Observations Project, which I haven't really given much credit in my experience, is kind of really interesting because it gives you a boost when you want to. It only can be done once, but if you do this in the Renaissance, let's say, era, you can get square rigging, which requires a kill with a musketman, which you will not have if you were going for that right away. So maybe you can choose to perform the project then and get some free science that's more substantial than if you were to do it early on in the game where most of the Eurekas are fairly easy to acquire. So I think overall the Maya is very strong. I think that the thing is that I had looked at them prior and I said that they were an A tier. They were very strong, not the strongest, but kind of just a good A tier. And the reason I say A tier is that a lot of their bonuses are very initial. They stack very well, being with the Hulche, the Observatory, the Free Builder, etc. They have a lot of relevance early on in the game, and so for me, their substance is fairly. There's a large offering here. I think the quality, however, does not last throughout the game. I feel like there's kind of, again, the groundwork here, the foundation is very strong, which makes them A tier. I'm not sure how much strength that this carries throughout the game. The 10% yields is basically the only thing that persists, and the extra housing from farms. Everything else, and even the +5 combat strength, which kind of becomes less strong as your military becomes even more powerful. So overall, I would say that the Maya is kind of, I don't want to say that they're below average, but I would say that they're kind of, if you have someone in the middle of a tier, right, they're kind of like at 50%, let's say. I would say fairly confidently that the Maya is kind of below that. They're kind of like an A tier, but maybe like a 30-40% A tier. They're kind of, I would say that they're a little below average in the A tier, but because I don't think they have that much strength, but they are, the offering here is very large. It's just that the quality is not overwhelmingly sort of positive. There are other civs, as we'll see, that are much stronger in this tier and in this sort of this higher sort of grouping, right? She's on a B tier. I think she's more substantial than Trajan and the Gaul and Cleopatra and obviously Gorgo. And I think that maybe, I think there are bonuses that Trajan has, for example, that are a bit stronger and even more relevant. So his getting a free monument, for example, right? The Gaul had +1 builder charges. To me, that's way more strong than even starting with a free builder. But the fact that, the Maya start with a free builder, the fact that they get combat strength, the whole chase is so powerful, the observatory is really good as well. I just think that their bonuses have a bit more to offer. It's just that the strength of those offerings is not so much. But in any case, in comparison to those civs that are maybe higher tier or higher amounts of strength in the B tier, I would say that the Maya is a higher tier, but maybe just not as strong, kind of below average. So I think she deserves it. I think she's more substantial than Trajan and the Gaul, and like I said, Cleopatra and Gorgo. But I think that her strength is kind of she doesn't stand up against some of the other civs that we'll see, but she still makes the A tier. So I think we can be impressed by that. So that was Gorgo, and I'm very happy. I'm a very happy person. I think it's philosophy, theology, morality, ethics, astronomy, cosmology, anthropology, geology, paleontology. I'm a baller, so I'm very happy. Gorgo's shittiness does not take me away. But Cleopatra, I think she's an improvement, but I don't think she's that strong. She's also a civ that I'm repeating. I'm just doing some sort of edits, you might say, or sort of second takes, right? Up to Victoria will be the original one that I do, and Cleopatra is sort of the last one I'm going to do in any case. Let's take a look at her.
The Sphinx is an interesting improvement because it just gives culture and faith, and it gets another culture if it's on desert terrain or floodplains, so that's maybe relevant. And it gets 2 faith if it's adjacent to a wonder or a natural wonder, and +1 gold if adjacent to a luxury resource. It gives +2 appeal, which is nice. It can't be built adjacent to another Sphinx. So it has the effectiveness of Persia and their Paradisa. So it gets a appeal for, whether it's, seaside resorts or national parks. So she's definitely a cultural civ in this regard. And she will get more culture throughout the game. I will check 1 second. Bear with me. I'm just fired up today, I gotta tell you. I'm so pissed off about Gorgo. I just want to throw someone off the street. Okay, where's the Sphinx? I have it written down. The Sphinx is... I should be more prepared with this. I wrote it all down. You'd think I would maybe study it beforehand. In any case, at natural history, which comes before conservation, it comes after colonialism, in the industrial era, civics tree, the way you go if you're going for tourism, you get an extra culture. So it's pretty far away. So it's a nice bonus at that point in the game, but it won't help you throughout the classical or the medieval. It's effectively +1 culture, +1 faith on like a grasslands or plains tile. And maybe an extra culture if it's built on a desert, although that's not going to be a very powerful yield at all. In any case, the Sphinx is all right. I don't like to build it that much. I think it maybe it needed a better a modifier for getting extra culture. The Paradisa, in comparison, gets an extra culture if it's next to a theater square or a holy site, which is a way easier thing to accomplish. And it gets the flat base culture, or the extra culture, I should say, at diplomatic service, which is so much earlier. Diplomatic service is basically right into the medieval era, right? And so I think the Paradisa is a bit more powerful. This one is not as effective, but in any case, it does give that 2 appeal, which I like. It's something I praise about the Paradisa. It makes increasing appeal for your seaside resorts, not to reiterate, but your national parks as well, and that makes tourism a bit easier in the later game. So it's a welcome improvement, and it goes in correlation with that. But how is the rest of her? The chariot archer replaces the heavy chariot, so at the wheel it is a ranged archer. A ranged horseman, I should say. It has an extra 2 movement when starting in open terrain, which is nice. The thing is that I'm a little ignorant of the chariot archer. I feel like it's one of those units I can't really tell you how different it is. My experience with it is that it's effectively an archer that can move more tiles and then shoot. It doesn't have any more damage. It's just a chariot archer. It doesn't cost any horsemen, so it has that effect. But I think I would miss the heavy chariot. The heavy chariot is a very good tanky sort of defensive unit. And again, just like we said with Gorgo, tourism is not meant for domination. And so the specialty unit that you have should serve as a sort of functional, sort of maybe defensive, sort of an early game buff for all the combat and aggressiveness that can sort of occur, right? The chariot archer doesn't seem to do that for me. It feels like it's more of an offensive unit. And it's not that it's an archer, right? And it can move a bit more, but it's like, I think an archer, like a standard archer, has the same effectiveness. So I can't give it too much praise, but it's just a specialty unit. Let's see what else she does. See if she makes the same mistakes. Bride of the Mediterranean, 25% culture, 25% production, 25% gold, and 25% faith in the capital. This is all right. It's just in the capital. You don't have very many yields in the early game, so these modifiers will not stack very well until later on. The 25% culture is fine. You start with, I think, 1.3 culture because you get a little bit from each citizen. You start off with 1 from the palace. This will basically give you 0.4 more. So it is a nice little boost. It's no free monument. The 25% production will scale fairly well. Like basically once you have 10 production, which is kind of like after like maybe 3 population, you're basically getting a free 2 or 3 production, which is nice. The benefits to faith and gold, you don't really have much of those yields, and so that's not too impactful. This will scale throughout the game, and you'll find that you maybe have a bit more in the capital, which is nice, but it's not an early game benefit. So, the reason I say that is that most benefits to the capital, or the palace, let's say, like whether it's Gorgo and her 3 amenities, or it's Kinshi China and he gets like, I think, +2 science and +2 culture. So powerful, right? Like those are hard yields. These are modifiers, and so the modifiers, they don't have much to work with, just because it's standard elsewise, so it's not too impactful, but it's welcome. It's better than nothing.
+1 trade route capacity, and a free trader upon unlocking the foreign trade civic. This is in addition to the trader capacity that you already get. So what this means that when you get foreign trade, you get 2 trade route capacity and you get a free trader, which is awesome. So if you send your first settler out, you can just get it right away. You can quickly build another one, and you can just really trade very effectively. That's a nice bonus. It's just 1 trade route, but it comes very simply from getting foreign trade, which is probably, in my opinion, the first tech, or the first civic rather, that you should get. And so the fact that you also get the trader with it is also very nice, even though the trade route capacity would be equally as welcome. This is it's furthering the benefit, so I like that a lot. Trade routes to other civilizations gain +4 gold and +2 production. I don't like international trade routes unless they're giving me extra science or culture. I tend to stay away from them because all they ever do is give you science and culture and gold. Maybe at some point in the game they'll give you like a food and like a production, but you won't get like 5 or 6 production from international trade routes. That's why domestic trade routes are much more powerful. The +2 production is fine, but and the +4 gold is also fine. I feel like you will only ever have that 2 production. It doesn't scale with anything else. So I don't think it's justified even with this bonus. So I'm not praising it very much, unfortunately. But incoming trade routes from other civilizations provide +2 food to the originating foreign city and +2 gold to the receiving Egyptian city. I think this is unfortunate. It might be the only perk in the game where you are somehow at a detriment for the bonus that you have. If it was the other way around, it'd be awesome, but it's not. I don't want to give other people 2 food and I get 2 gold. I want 2 food. Like, put this way, if I got 2 food and 2 production for sending international trade routes, that'd be a different story. But trade routes at heart are for food. The production is an equal benefit, but it's like you need food. That's what it's there for, right? Like if you had a trade route that gave you 5 food or 5 production, early on in the game at least, I think you kind of have to take the food. You kind of have to grow your civ, and so this is a benefit for everybody else other than you. And so I don't love that. I think this trait is average. It's not very strong. I'll give it a B tier just because it does have the bonus in the capital. It's more of a classical era, maybe medieval era bonus because you have more yields that can be modified. The +1 trade route and the free trader for that matter is very nice. It means that your first 2 settles will each have trade route capacity, which is very effective. And that's pretty much it. I don't think the bonuses to the trade routes are very effective. In fact, I think one of them is a detriment. It makes the other civ stronger. And so this is a pretty weak trait, but it's comparable. It's in B tier, like it's good. It's not very strong at all. So Season of Inundation. You begin the game with irrigation, which is a great technology in my opinion to unlock because you can get the boost for it if you improve a farm tile. Sometimes I don't, and overall irrigation is probably my least favorite tech in the game because all it does is let me build plantations, and plantations just give me gold. I want mines, I want pastures, right? I want production and growth. This does nothing of the sort. But you got to improve those resources, right? And so it's kind of the one I'm least excited to get. So beginning the game with it is fairly pleasant, right? Alongside that, +2 gold and +1 culture from resources adjacent to a river. This is very strong early on in the game. Egypt has a bias, a start bias that is, for spawning next to rivers, and you're bound to find maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 resources that are next to that river. This means that you basically have, it effectively, in my opinion, amounts to a starting monument because you're going to find resources next to the river, assuming you spawn next to one. But it being likely, to me, suggests that this is a very common occurrence to be next to a river with resources, and thus they get a culture, which is extremely powerful in the early game. That as well, the 25% production then becomes basically 2.3 would be the standard because it's like 1.3 with the addition of for each citizen you get a bit of culture and science for that matter. But if it was 2.3 because you were working a 1 culture tile, the 25% production then becomes 0.5, which so you're at 2.7. You're kind of on par with Rome at that point, having the starting monument, and your culture game really will expand much faster than everybody else's, and it just gives you the traits that you want more quickly. And getting culture early on in the game is the foremost efficient thing to do, right? It's the thing that grows your empire in its capacity. Science is for what you get. Like you want to grow and be successful until you can build more technology, more like military units, more wonders, etc., more buildings. But your government is kind of what modifies you to be able to do that, and getting more culture is sort of the clearest means. And so having this highly likely chance that you have adjacent resources or resources adjacent to a river, I think is a very strong perk, very, very strong. 20% production towards districts and wonders when they're placed adjacent to a river. This is also very good. A lot of the districts that you'll place will be next to the river, whether it's an aqueduct, or you can just choose to place them next there because you get the bonus. The bonus to wonders is also very nice. And I would just say it's simply that. And not obviously some wonders have to be placed next to rivers, but you can just choose to do this. It's actually a pretty nice production bonus with a pretty I would say lenient condition. And so floods provide bonus food production and gold to affected tiles, and cities are immune to damage from floods. Floods don't happen that often. If you were playing on apocalypse mode, this would be a really great addition because you don't lose population in your cities, and the increased food and production is actually very nice. It makes tiles very powerful, and it's not always consistent, but when it does happen, in this case, they get more. And so and the fact that your cities are immune from being damaged, which is basically it's like being next to a volcano that erupts. It just kills your citizens. So it's not very consistent, I would say. You can't really plan on it happening, but you might find throughout the game that it's a nice little boost. And so it's a fair addition, but not game changing. I think Cleopatra is a good civ. I don't think she's strong, but I think she's good. She's definitely better than Gorgo. Can't you see that even though she has no perks that are focused towards tourism. She has nothing towards unlocking great people or the artifacts of archaeologists or great writers, etc. But she has way more concentration around culture. She has way more abilities that are infrastructural and sort of economical. She seems to be more consistent with that, especially with the Sphinx having that +2 appeal. It makes a huge difference later on in the game because you can make better and more, and you have more room to make seaside resorts and national parks. And so that in itself, to me, says, okay, I want to go tourism for this because I have the means to sort of squeeze it dry at the end of the game. Do I have the means to do that? I would say so. It's not that strong. Basically, she has a stronger capital. She gets an early trade route bonus in terms of having an extra. She gets a free technology, which is free science. She gets +1 culture early on in the game for resources adjacent to a river, which is very powerful early on in the game. She gets a production bonus towards districts and wonders, which is very nice because tourism requires a lot of production for districts and wonders, so it's very nice. And the Chariot Archer I don't think is too impactful. The flooding bonus is welcome, but it's not too impactful. Egypt is a good civ. She's B tier. She's just not that strong. In fact, I would say that she's kind of weak. Not terribly weak, but definitely kind of maybe 10 or 20%. Basically a B-, I would say. Not very strong. She's not the Gaul. She's not Chandragupta. She's probably a little weaker than Chandragupta. But I like how she has the baseline that she can focus and sort of make for that tourism, let's say, and she sort of has the means to sort of support that conquest, so to speak. But those means are just in themselves not so strong, but they're impactful. They work well in tangent. There's some harmony here, whereas Gorgo had no real means to support her interest in tourism or domination. And I would say that her Cleopatra or Egypt having the Sphinx, to me, gives a reason to go for tourism. And she has the means to support that, not only in production and infrastructure, but also in culture, which is important, right? Greece has no real concentration to go towards tourism. She has the Acropolis, which is the reason why I say she's the tourism civ. But that's it. She has no other bonus. No other, the Sphinx is a game changer for tourism. That +2 appeal changes your seaside resorts and your national parks. Those are alongside your archaeological works. Those are the heart of tourism, right? So it's a major reason. Other than the Acropolis, Gorgo has no reason to go for tourism. She also has no reason to go for domination. Do you see how she has no real grounds for anything? And the support she has for anything is also very, very sort of meek and not too impactful, right? And so the fact that Cleopatra has more grounds to make for tourism, I would say, just means that she's a bit more concentrated. She has more trajectory that she can sort of support, and she has some means to actually do so with the extra culture, with the production bonus, with the stronger capital and the trade route. She's not so strong, but she has reasons to go about, and she has some support in order to do so. And so for that, I think she's an all right civ, just not terrible. I don't hate her like Gorgo though, so that's all I'll say. So that was Cleopatra, pretty good civ, but not the best. Maybe good for culture, but nothing else, I'd say. I've just rolled England, good old Victoria, freaking Baron of the Sea. A quick note that Victoria in Civ 5 was probably the best civ in the game. I know anyone familiar with Civ 5 knows that camel archers are pretty much the terror of all land combat, but Victoria not only had the longbowman, which was an archer with 3 range, but she had the ship of the line, which was a frigate on steroids, and all her naval units had +2 movement, and she got 2 spies. She was so powerful. I'm not so sure about this one, but let's see. And we'll go full screen. So first things first is the Royal Navy Dockyard, which is a harbor replacement, which is awesome because it's half price. Harbors are amazing because they don't give you anything as it is, but they allow you to make lighthouses, which give housing, trade routes, more food from improved sea resources, so they're very good. It allows you to move into and out of the ocean without movement costs, which is nice. And later on, it can be improved with the what is it called? The seaport, or whatever it's called, that gives you production, and it gives you a bit of gold. So it's a fairly good district, but its key thing is the growth. The Royal Navy Dockyard uniquely gives an extra great admiral point, which is fine. Units that are trained in this city, naval units that is, will have +1 movement, which is very good. You get a major adjacency bonus to industrial zones, which is kind of odd because it's hard to place those in a way that is sort of next to the coast, so that you can next to the land rather, on the coast, so that you can get this adjacency, but still having +2 production industrial zones is nice. You get +2 gold and 4 loyalty when constructed on a foreign continent, so the 2 gold is meaningless, but the 4 loyalty means that if you're trying to push into other people's territory, you have a bit of loyalty there, because this district will be half price, so it's probably the first district you'll build, so that's pretty good. Something interesting, though, and probably overlooked, is that all wounded naval units will heal fully when they're in the borders of a city within the Royal Navy Dockyard. So you're basically invincible on the defense, because if people want to attack into you and you have frigates or even quadriremes, they just can't destroy you. You wreck people. So it's actually a very defensive district, and it allows you, depending on your positioning, if you're scouting very far ahead, you're not going to want to bring your galley back and heal. It will make the healing more efficient, which is one of the limitations of naval units, because they can't heal outside their territory. But in any case, it's actually a very, very good, very useful benefit, probably the best one other than the +1 movement. I would say that this unit, or this district rather, has a lot to offer. I'm not sure how strong it is. It's strong because it comes early on, as harbors generally do, but it's half price, which I really like. I don't think that the perks are that strong. The +1 movement is nice, but it's only in the city that it's been built. The healing for the naval units is great. The +1 admiral point is nothing to cry over, but it's kind of it's all right. You're going to want great admirals if you're going for navy. And the production bonus and the gold and loyalty are pretty accessory. So I think overall this is a fairly strong district, but not too strong. But there is a fair amount to offer, and I think it props England up into a higher tier, whereas she may be lacking outside of this. But definitely a noteworthy. And in contrast to Dido's Cawthon, which gives production towards settlers and builders, I think that one's a bit stronger, but they still have like a similar offering in terms of the size. I just don't think the quality here is amazing, but still probably like a B tier district, but just because it's not that strong in the offering, but its very nature gives it some sort of weight. So it definitely helps England early on and throughout the game, and she has some pros because of this. The Sea Dog is a replacement for the Privateer, which comes at mercantilism, and these units are kind of like, they're cheap units, they don't cost resources, they're good for raiding trade routes, etc. The thing about the Sea Dog is that its main feature is that it can capture defeated enemy units. Now, the Sea Dog and the Privateer, they're ranged units, right? They're like
they're like skirmishers almost, like the improved scouts. And what happens is the difference between the strength of the opposing unit and your ranged strength will determine the likelihood that you capture them, right? So if it's higher in your favor, you're more likely to capture them. And so I think that's all right, because you can basically capture enemy caravels and frigates, etc. The thing is, the issue I have with these sort of perks is that unless the unit is isolated, when it flips to your side, it's very vulnerable. It doesn't join the same tile as if it were a builder. It stays in front of you, and likely speaking, I'd say that the enemy has other troops around who will just come in and kill it. So I don't know how useful that perk is. And this again, it's hard to judge military relevance when it happens later on in the game. If like England to me is not really a military civ, they're more of a navy-based economy, and they do have navy prowess. But getting an improved privateer that lets you capture enemy units, I'm not sure how powerful the privateer is in the first place. It's got about 50 range strength, but it comes with mercantilism. It comes a bit late to be useful, and I feel like even if you can make use of its unique trait, I'm just not sure that. Well, I think that limitation of the unit is obviously going to be wounded because you've just killed it and you capture it, so it's very vulnerable, and it has to then go back somewhere and heal, which you can do with the Royal Navy Dockyard. But in any case, I don't think that it's actually that strong of a perk. It's interesting. It does add some. It's not interesting. It's not useful because it's unique. It's unique because it's actually you can make it effective. I don't feel like the effect is actually that strong. However much is actually on offer. So I feel like the Sea Dog is kind of. I say it's kind of maybe slightly above average, but I don't think by very much. The Red Coat in comparison has more strength, but more limitations, I would say. It's a melee unit that replaces the line infantry, which comes at military science, which is when you get cuirassiers in the industrial era, or late Renaissance, I should say. And I think the issue here is that it comes too late for a military unit to make an impact. However, the strength is fairly decent because it gets plus 10 combat strength on foreign continents from the capital, so that's pretty good if you're trying to take cities out on the seas. There's no movement cost for disembarking, which is not what you really care about. It's if it were actually, I'm sorry, it is good. I was thinking that it was embarking that was really the disembarking. So disembarking is when you go onto land. I was thinking that this meant that when you got off a land, which is this is not. It's when you get onto land, which means that you're very mobile coming out of the sea, and you can sort of assault enemy keeps and castles effectively with a great amount of strength. And so this is an all right unit. I think it's fairly strong in terms of the actual abilities. I just feel like, again, the Sea Dog comes at the same time, but it's a naval unit. You can use it for more tactical and sort of, I think there's more strategy when it comes to the Sea Dog, and it's a bit more relevant, albeit very late. I think the Red Coat just being a melee unit, unless you have particular interests in aggressiveness and sort of military fighting, I don't think it's going to have much usefulness, because it has to be it's an offensive civ, or an offensive unit, because its combat strength, its improvements are on foreign continents, right? So unless you're settling somewhere in a foreign continent and you're defending those cities, to me that's just a very niche situation, and a situation that's not very dire. Like, you're not defending the capital with this any more effectively. So I feel like this unit does have some strength, but I'm not sure how relevant it is in terms of what England's strategy will be, and just the timing of the game, that it comes so late, the industrial era, mind you. And so I feel like overall these two units don't make or break England. I think I think there is some strength to be had and some relevance, but overall it kind of comes too late. I don't think the offering here has much use, albeit kind of it is a nice addition, but I wouldn't even say it's that welcomed. I don't really care about melee units and an improved privateer that comes kind of at the later portion of the middle game. And so I feel like not the most overwhelming thing, kind of, I think, in stark contrast to the dockyard, the harbor, which has way more impact, not only because it comes earlier, but the actual strength of the harbor in its own right is sort of improved, because in this case it's half priced, and there are some improvements with the movement and the healing effects, etc. So I think overall, as it stands, the dockyard is the only real value that England has, but she still has two traits. Pax Britannica, which is kind of like the Empire of Britain. In comparison, Pax Romana is what happened when the Roman Empire became an empire, and it was like 180 years of prosperity. And Pax Britannica reflects, the British Empire sort of ruled the world in the 1800s and in the imperial age, and so that's what this means. And so, in respect to that sort of historical prowess, this particular trait offers 50% science from campus buildings and +1 amenity on the home continent. I think the 50% science from campus buildings is underwhelming because it doesn't scale with city-state relationships. All it means is that you get an extra science from your libraries and 2 extra science from universities. That 2 extra science from universities is fine, but it doesn't happen till later on in the medieval era. 2 science at that point is kind of not so impactful. The +1 science from the library is welcome, but it's not that strong. It's nice that it just happens, but I'm not sure it even. I think these sort of bonuses need some other reason to build, the particular districts to meet the conditions outside of this trait, or this perk rather. It doesn't encourage me to go for a mass campus building spree. If I built 6 or 7 campuses, it would be 6 or 7 science. That's a lot of production for that amount of science. So I don't think that this is that strong. It is a little bit on offer, but not that much. Cities on foreign continents receive 50% production from industrial zone buildings and +1 housing. And this is on foreign continents, which I don't like at all. It's not going to be applicable early on in the game, albeit industrial zones being built later on. But settling cities coastally means that you can sort of settle on foreign continents a bit easier, but it still means that your initial cities will not be on separate continents. So it's kind of like for your 6th or 7th, maybe 8th or 9th, maybe 4th or 5th cities if you choose to, but it's a very limiting factor that even like the industrial zones on your home continent, where your cities will be the most powerful and will make the most use from industrial zones, this isn't the case. And there is an adjacency bonus to the Royal Navy dockyard, which you're bound to build in any case. But I feel like investing in industrial zones in far off cities, to me, is kind of it's a large stretch to think I should do that. And the 50% production from industrial zone buildings, which I would actually prefer it was 50% production towards these buildings, but in any case, it means that the workshop will get a 1.5 extra production, and the factory, which you get in the industrial era at the very end at industrialization, will get 3 extra production, because it gets 6 production, right? So it's like that production is going to be very unimpactful because it comes so late, and the 1.5 production for workshops, which are kind of like they're not underwhelming, but they're, to me, they're the most underutilized buildings in districts, right? Like if you build a theater square, you're building an amphitheater. If you build a campus, you're building a library. If you build a holy site, you're building a shrine. If you build an industrial zone, even if it has 2 or 3 production, or if it's a good one and it's 4 or 5 production, you don't always build workshops. And so, and to invest in it to get an extra 1.5 production, I'm not sure it's that big of a deal. And the fact that it's limited to foreign continents, I find this perk to be kind of underwhelming. There is another addition to the industrial buildings, as we'll see, but as it stands, I don't think this is a very good perk. It doesn't add very much. However, maybe alongside this is when you complete an industrial zone, you trigger a culture bomb, which is fine. I like culture bombs, but again, industrial zones are investments, and the idea that you would only get that previous perk, which I guess, pretend that perk isn't there. Industrial zones, I wouldn't just build one to have a culture bomb. There is an adjacency bonus towards Royal Navy dockyards, but I don't know how much that really goes in line with having a naval-based economy. Like, do you really need industrial zones? Like, I'm not sure. I think you just want a bunch of cities with harbors, and just be more economical based. The industrial zone is good for that, but I'm not sure. There's no production bonus towards making them, so it's kind of like it's a hard build. And to get a culture bomb, a bit of a better workshop, these are just slipping over to like maybe B tier, but kind of like the weakest B tier you can imagine. Like there's something on offer, but I don't think it's that strong. However, +1 trade route capacity for each type of strategic resource. It only really amounts to, well, I think it scales rather nicely. It's not the best because it's basically once you get horses and then once you get iron, you have 2 trade routes, which I think is pretty good. But when you get niter at military engineering, that's an extra trade route, and I think that's a good addition. You don't always see 3 trade routes in terms of potential sort of gains in these perks. It's usually like 1 or 2, right? So. And it doesn't all happen right away, but you'll get horses and you'll probably get iron. That's 2, and you'll get an extra one later on. I don't think this is a bad perk at all. I think it's a fair addition. It's not terribly strong, but I think it actually offers a fair amount just because trade routes are so impactful. I think overall this trait is kind of underwhelming. Other than the trade route bonus, I don't think anything is really that useful. The science from libraries effectively is kind of, it's fine, but it doesn't make me want to build campuses anymore. The same thing with the production from workshops effectively. Like I don't care about bonuses to universities or factories that come so late in the game that their impact is, unless it's a huge bonus, it doesn't make that much difference to get 2 science from my campuses in the late medieval era. Like it's turn 100. Like everything that's happening in my game has already been set. And that's like the main principle of these reviews. It's like, what is the actual worth of these perks, of these traits, and the game itself is made in a way that your initial steps build subsequently towards other ones, and so ones that come much further on will just like automatically in principle have less impact. And so the game systems and the fact that it's turn-based, etc., it limits these perks from being effective, and I don't actually think they're that strong as it is. If it was production bonus towards these buildings, I would say that's a different story, but it's not. The culture bomb is all right, but not enough to make me want to build the industrial zone. It's like there's a difference between an addition and a motivation, right? If you have, like for example, as we'll see, England has production bonuses towards builders, right? That's a motivation to build the builders. If they had more charges, that would also be a motivation because they're just so useful, right? But I don't want to ramble. This trade is all right. I think the trade route bonus is actually fairly good, but other than that, I don't think it's very strong. I think this is a pretty low tier trait. Maybe a little bit of strength, but not very much. So final trait is Workshop of the World, which I think is a bit better. 50% production towards builders and military engineers, and those military engineers have 2 charges and 25% production. Sorry, those engineers have 2 engineers. Those engineers have plus 2 charges. So I think this production towards engineers is kind of, you want engineers to build roads and whatnot if you're going for religion so that you can be more mobile, but that's a particular case, which I don't think England really tends to. In any case, it's really meant for defense, and maybe mobility is fine. I feel like if you're coastal, you don't really need engineers, they don't do much for you, so I'm not sure that is too relevant. I think the production towards builders, like Nubia has 100% production towards builders, but no one else has production towards builders. Some people like China and the Gaul have an extra charge on their builders, but this production towards them is actually very, very impactful. It's like, come on, it's like the impactful thing that you want is production towards builders, and this is a very good amount. It's not like it's a measly 25%, which would be nice, but this is much more. I think this perk, along with the Royal Navy Dockyard, is what makes England somehow relevant, right? I think her offering is enough for me to almost say that she is A tier, albeit a very weak A tier. But let's continue. 25% production towards industrial zones and industrial zone buildings. Okay, so I guess let me say as well that the powered buildings provide +4 of their respective powered yields. So radio towers, research labs, most notably, well, I guess stock exchanges, things like that, but most notably is the factory, which has +6 when it's powered. I think it's +4, and then it becomes another +4 when it's powered, right? So it'll be +8 if it's powered. It just gets another +4 if from this bonus, which is so +12 production factories. That's pretty good, and the 50% production they get towards or from those buildings is normally it doesn't. It might stack because it's powered, but I believe it's only the base yield, so it would still only be two. That previous perk I feel like still isn't very strong. This one makes it a bit better. It makes you actually have it basically gives you 4 production extra on your factories. Factories are alright investments. I guess the reason to bring this up is that the 25% production towards industrial zones, it's fine. If it were 50%, that'd be different, but it's not. And the same production towards the buildings, it's all right. So you can build the workshop a bit better. You can invest in these things, and you get a little bit more production from the workshop. And later on, you'll have more production from the factories. You can make it a bit quicker. You also get the culture bomb. So I think in combination, I think that the offering is enough for me to say that, in terms of industrial zones, it's kind of like a B tier perk, and it's a little bit stronger because of this improved factory, and the production towards building them. But I think so overall that it doesn't really come together
like I guess I'll add as well that the production adjacency to industrial zones from the Royal Navy dockyard, which I think is fairly limited, but in any case, there is enough here for me to say that there is substance to the offering. I just don't think that in combination even that it's that strong. I think everything comes a bit too late. I think that the bonuses are actually, I think the +4 on the factory is the strongest piece, but still that doesn't come till the industrial era, and for production at that point is not going to win you the game. You've already won or lost the game. So again, I think that there is substance here, but it's still not very relevant. So I can't say overall that adds too much to England, even though I would still say that having the production bonus towards the industrial zone can actually make it a little bit easier to invest in those earlier on. Having that production bonus towards the industrial zones and their buildings makes it a little bit easier to invest in it early on, which can improve your production earlier. So again, that's why there is some substance here. I don't think overall it's that strong. Trade routes gain +1 science, +1 production, and +1 gold per strategic resource in the destination city. The issue here is that trade routes are going to be most impactful early on in the game. Even in the middle of the game, you may find a city that now has a niter. Like I don't care. We don't care when we get oil. With this, oil comes too late. It's basically horses and iron. So it'll be basically +2 science, +2 production, and +2 gold if you can find a city that has iron and horses. And the truth is, you're probably not going to find that. I don't want to be cynical, but I think I would be stretching the benefit of the doubt that they had a city that had both of that had both of the strategic resources. I don't think that this ends up being that strong just because there probably isn't that much, and it's just because there aren't going to be that many resources that are strategic together, mind you. But in any case, I don't think you can make much use of this. It's all right, but I think it's going to be fairly difficult to use based on the limit of those resources. That's it. I think that the military engineer bonus is all right, but probably not that useful. The production bonus towards industrial zones, fairly useful, but still, it's kind of an addition at heart, being an industrial zone. I think that the naval economy doesn't really ask for it that much. I think you want like a wide build, and wide builds don't really want industrial zones. They want settlers. They want maybe commercial hubs for more trade routes. I don't know. But the production towards builders is a really impactful and substantial perk, and the Royal Navy dockyard as well is very substantial, and there is some strength here. I think overall the bulk of their perks are on average not that impactful, and on average kind of even lesser in strength, and there is a lot here, but I feel like, so I have this opinion that the amount that is offered is different than the quality that is being offered. Look at England here. She has a lot on offer, but it's not a ton on offer. But I think it's enough for me to say that she is A tier. However, I think that the quality of what is on offer is overall fairly weak, and so I don't want to give her a B tier and say that she's strong. She's not a weak B tier. She has more that is relevant. The harbor replacement being half price alone makes her nearly A tier, just because it's the best district, right next to the campus effectively. And the production towards builders, like, she has a bunch of kind of meaningless surrounding perks and whatnot that surround these things, and so the offering is not going to be that much. And again, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt and saying that besides all these what I would say kind of unimpactful bonuses, that surrounding the fairly impactful bonuses of the Royal Navy dockyard, the production towards builders, I think it makes her an A tier. But even then, like, the tiers themselves are not flat. Like, are you an A tier? Are you a B tier? That's just the best way to judge, to make our assessments rather. The thing is that it's based on, again, the amount that's on offer, the size of the offering. I think in terms of what are the requirements for being A tier, England just gets enough, right? Whereas someone like the Gaul, obviously I think has more on offer, but I feel like he doesn't. I don't think his offer is as consistent as England. I think the production towards builders, and maybe I'm giving her too much benefit of the doubt, but I feel like I want to sort of make that point and say that you can still be rather weak, but still be A tier. But I think she is the weakest A tier by a country mile. She has no real strength here. I just think overall that, and again, I feel like maybe I was too hard on the Gaul, and I should have maybe given them, an A tier. But I don't think so. I think that overall the Gaul has, in comparison to England. I think that it has, put it this way, it has the most to offer that a B tier could offer, but I don't think it's enough to say that it is A tier. I feel like it's a bit more, their perks are a bit more niche, even though like he does have +1 builder charge, he has the Oppidum, he has improved mines, but that's pretty much it. He has some other bonuses, but I feel like overall his bonuses are very strong. I just don't think they're as useful. I think the improved dockyard is a real game changer, and the production towards builders isn't anything unique. Like it's kind of on par with the Gauls +1 charge, but I think that on top of the dockyard, I think the dockyard enough amongst everything else makes England just A tier. Like I kind of want to make the point that she can be A tier, but a weak version, whereas the Gaul can be, I think the Gaul kind of competes with England very well, but I want to make the point as well that he can be B tier, but the strongest B tier. The Gaul is the strongest B tier. Trajan, for example, had some strength and had some relevance, but not as much relevance and not as much strength. So he's a B tier, a pretty good B tier, but not as much. And Chandragupta maybe a little less strong as well. I just think England is fairly weak, but she is relevant. She does have that presence because of her dockyard and the production bonus towards builders and a little things, with overall with the industrial zones and whatnot. And so, as I said, A tier, but a very weak A tier, to be quite frank. If you had a tournament full of A tiers, like with Gilgamesh, with Dido, with Byzantium, with Pachacuti, with Wilfrid Laurier, etc., Victoria would come dead last, right? And we'll leave it at that. Alrighty, I have rolled Jadwiga, which is Poland. She is, or he, there it is, that person. It looks like she's the queen of something. I don't know much about Poland. Contrast her with Tamar, who's the leader of Georgia, and Tamar is kind of perceived to be kind of crappy, whereas Poland, in my experience, or just watching other people play, if she's their neighbor, they'll be like, oh no, it's Poland, and I'm not sure why, so let's find out. Ooh, Jadwiga, leader of Poland. Let's look at her unique building. It's called the Sukiennis, a building unique to Poland. It replaces the market, so it comes at commercial hubs, right? +1 trade route capacity if the city does not yet have a lighthouse. I think that just means as it normally is, as the market does. Constructing a Sukiennis for the first time grants a governor title, which is nice, and the bonus culture equal to the gold adjacency bonus of the commercial hub. Domestic trade routes from the city gain 4 gold. International trade routes from the city get 2 production. I don't think this is a very good building, unfortunately. The main issue is that regardless of the perks, building commercial hubs is not your priority at all. And the feeling for me is that unless you want to go for a mass production strategy using commercial hubs, it's going to be very limited. Like you're going to have 6 or 7 cities when these bonuses are useful, right? Up to like the medieval era, right? You're going to have like maybe 2 or 3 commercial hubs, right? Bonus culture equal to the gold adjacency. I don't think it's worth the despite this bonus, I don't think it's worth the double adjacency, which I believe comes at guilds, right, in the medieval era, that you get double adjacency for your commercial hubs. Commercial hubs, if you put them on a river, they get +2. If they're next to a harbor, they get +1. I think it's fairly easy to get +3, maybe +4. So getting 4 culture is nice. It's actually not the worst thing in the world. It might be the better part. Getting the governor title is fairly strong as well. The trade route is the same. The bonuses to trade routes is kind of irrelevant. The +4 gold is fine. I don't think it's great. It's just gold. If it was swapped around and you got the 2 production, I might say, okay, this is an alright building. The issue is that you have to build the commercial hub, and then you have to build this building. I think the bonus culture is probably the strongest piece, because if you can get 3 or 4 and then get double that, although it might, in any other case, getting stronger theater squares might just be better, because I don't think that the governor title stands up and nothing else is any different in my opinion. So I guess that this is basically the comparison between getting a trade route, a bit of gold, a governor title, and I think the trade route bonuses aren't really useful, right? And so I can't say whether this is great or not. I don't think it's very strong. I think it's fair, but I'm going to say it's C tier. I think it's C tier, but it's kind of like like a 50 or 60% C tier, right? It's not terrible, but it's not great, but it's good. It's not the best, unfortunately. Let's look at the Winged Hussar. It's a unique Renaissance era unit. It replaces the cuirassier, and it pushes defending enemy units back from their hex in any battle where they score more damage. And defenders that cannot retreat suffer additional damage. So that last portion can be fairly useful because I'm guessing that it means that if they're like caved in where there's like a mountain, or maybe they're in, I'm not sure if they're in like a like if they're in the city, that counts. I don't think that probably comes up very much. But the fact that, so if you're fighting a weaker unit or a unit that is open, right? Because if they're in defensive terrain, they might be weaker. But the overall combat strength, if they do more damage, they push you back, which is interesting, is that it allows you to sort of break defensive lines of like soldiers and like warriors, not warriors, like men or musketmen, right? It might be difficult in that case because anybody you're pushing back is likely fortified in defensive terrain. So the cuirassier does, assuming these unique units, that they will usually mention that they get extra damage, right? So I'm guessing it's the same. The cuirassier, I think, does 67 damage. A musketman does 55. So it's likely that, especially if you have an upgrade, it's likely that you can get an increase, or you can get a higher amount of damage on them, even if it's a little bit, and that breaks their defensive stance. So that might be nice. I think the issue with these later game units is that they come at a point where, if domination and combat is your focus, you've been doing it all since the medieval era, at least, right? And despite the fact that the cuirassier, or the Winged Hussar, is a half-price cuirassier in terms of the iron, it's pretty much at the end of that point of the game where you care about cavalry and that sort of thing. You're looking forward to the atomic era and future tech. So I think this is an interesting unit. I just don't see that it has much use. So I think that it's not that it's weak, it's just not really useful, I find. So I can't give it too much praise. Lithuanian Union. Holy sites receive a standard faith adjacency bonus from other districts. I think that means that for every district they get one adjacency. This is not very useful. I don't think that adjacency from holy sites is relevant unless it's in the early game. If you're going for religion, in that case you don't have other districts. Maybe this means that you get +1 if you're next to a city square, but I don't think that's very useful. In fact, I think it's kind of poor. Culture bombs automatically convert the adjacent city to Poland's religion. Where's their bonus then for doing culture bombs? What does that even mean? Culture bombs. Culture bombs, I'm not even sure how you do that standardly. I'm trying to read ahead and see if it doesn't say that the holy sites have a culture bomb. What about the bottom one? Okay, so completing an encampment triggers a culture bomb. Okay, so I was playing against Poland recently, and they kept culture bombing me with their encampments. Apparently that's what it does. And so what it does essentially is, it says it converts the adjacent city to Poland's religion. I'm not sure if this means that you have to place, if it means that the city within that territory, or if it means that, here's the thing. If that's the case, I think that's fairly nice. The reason I think that it is the case is because there'd be no place for you to place the encampment next to an opponent's city. You can't put it in there. You have to spawn 3 tiles away. You wouldn't be able to, because they would have that first plot. You couldn't even, I'm not sure it would even work. And so for me, it's like, by removing that fact, I think they do mean that if you culture bomb an opponent's territory, then it means that the city within that territory becomes your religion, which I think is a fairly strong perk. I don't know why. Just put it this way, I like the perk. I don't like that it has to be an encampment. If it was a holy site, that'd be a different story, because if you're going for religion and you care about conversion, you don't really need encampments, right? It's kind of, I'm not sure that works well together. I like the idea of it. I just don't think it's very useful, because I can't see, because put it this way, if you're building encampments because you're going for a military victory, or you're focused on military, right? Then converting your religion is not really useful. Maybe if you decide to have like crusaders or some sort of military bonus in a religion, then maybe that's useful, and the encampment then allows you to sort of press forth. I like that. But if you're going for the religion, this isn't very useful because you don't really have the time or the care to invest in encampments, despite the fact that they convert to religion. It's hard to say. I think for domination it actually might work, but otherwise I don't see it being useful. So it's a mixed bag. Although, here we go. Converting a city to Poland's religion grants a gold, 1 era score, and that's it. So, who cares? I get that's all right, but it's not. I think religion conversion usually gets you a lot of era score anyway, so it's not really a problem you run into. Receive 2 relics upon entering a golden age. This is all right, but I feel like unless you have temples that are open to this, or you have a spot, they disappear. So this may not be as useful as it looks like. And 2 relics for me is an automatic gold increase. Otherwise, I don't think that's too powerful. Although I'm sure that somebody thinks that relics are amazing, and they're all right. I think outside of the gold that you can sell them for, they just give you a bit of tourism. They give you some faith. As yields, it's not that powerful. So I don't, and I think that, unless you've prepped for this and you have room for the relics, they just disappear like they do when you find them in a goodie hut. They go away. +4 gold, +2 culture, and +2 faith from relics. Okay, so I like the +2 culture. The +4 gold I could do without. The +2 faith is fine. They already get +4 faith. That's fine. You don't really have that many relics unless you go for, there's maybe some sort of religious tenant or a city-state tenant or a suzerain perk that lets you store them in temples, or because normally you can't really store that many relics, and so it's nice and there's synergy there, but it's not really it's not as useful or usable rather, because you don't have that many spot for relics. This feels like it's meant to be a strong portion of Jadwiga, but it doesn't feel like it's very applicable. It's hard to make that work. I think this whole trait is pretty underwhelming. The holy site adjacency is fairly weak. The culture bomb from encampments, as we'll see, is not that powerful because it doesn't work if you actually intend on making encampments, right? And then getting the extra era score is fine, but it's not that necessary if you're converting. And then the relic perks don't seem to be that powerful because relics, I find, are limited in their use. And having 2 relics and that's it in 4 culture is underwhelming. So I'm not too impressed with that trait. Next trait is the golden liberty. Favorite type of liberty, right? All military policy slots in the current government are converted to wildcard policy slots. That is very powerful. That might be A tier right there, because it means that when you get chiefdom, you have an economic policy slot and a wildcard. And that means that if you go for I like to go for oligarchy for the combat bonus to my warriors and my navy, right? That means that normally you would have 2 military, an economic, and a wild card, right? No Diplo. Now you have an economic and 3 wild card slots. And if you go for monarchy gives you 3 military policy slots, which means that you have 4 wild cards. That's a really good perk. That's almost worthwhile just to play Jadwiga, because having flexibility in your government traits, or policies rather, that is really impactful and really sort of lets you work whether you're building wonders or you want adjacency. That might actually make the Sukians more viable because you have a spot to have the adjacency modifier for your commercial hubs at guilds. So that's nice. That makes this Civ, I gotta tell you. So that's like A tier, it really is. Cities with a governor generate 15% production and 15% gold. Another great trait or perk. 15% production is not anything to shy away from. Normally you would get 15% towards wonders after state workforce, but this is just a flat 15%. There's a bonus that Magnus gets, although it might be from a modded version, but he gets plus 15% production, plus 50% food. This is plus 15% for every governor. So if you have Liang, if you have Pingala, if you have Magnus, if you have the religious dude, or maybe you have whoever else, or if you have Victor, right? That's awesome, and you get 15% gold. That goes in conjunction with the Sukians. There's some gold-related benefits, and gold is always kind of like, it goes production, food, gold, and like culture and science. It's like that's better than faith. But the fact that there is more gold coming in, that's not that bad of a thing. Not too impactful, but the fact it's a flat benefit alongside the 15% production, which I would say is fairly impactful because it's just flat. That's a really, I don't know if that's A tier, but it's very strong. Like B tier, very like B plus, very strong. Completing an encampment triggers a culture bomb. Well, isn't that great? That's freaking awesome, right? Just awesome, right? Encampment buildings provide culture equal to their intrinsic production output. So I guess that means that when you build a barracks or a stables, I think it gives you +1 production. So that's +1 culture. And when you build an armory, it's +3 production. I find, here's my assessment of Jadwiga, Poland. She has some really powerful abilities, really powerful. I'm way more fond of the Sukians in conjunction with the wildcard additions and even the 15% gold in with governors. I like that a lot. I think the winged hussar, I think the issue here is that similar to Gorgo with Greece, I'm seeing a lot of inconsistencies with the intent, that she seems to have a lot of infrastructural benefits, but then she has these random perks and advantages for military, and that's fine, but they don't seem to be very useful. A winged hussar isn't going to win you the game in any respect. It's way after the point when you would have your wars in the medieval era, and it's long before you go into the modern era and you have nukes and aerial combat, so it's kind of bad timing. And the bonus for encampments, it's like, that's fine, but I put this way, the culture equal to the intrinsic production is very unimpactful in my opinion. And the culture bomb is nice, but it's like, there's another bonus that says that you get it if you convert the adjacent city to the religion. And it's like, okay, well, maybe if you planned on your religion being focused on military, that would be fine. But without that, it's pretty much useless. Like, I'm finding a lot with these civs is that out of the two traits, one of them is really concentrated and really good for what the civ has in terms of their bonus building, etc. But then they have another one that's like, it's for something completely different. Like, why is there a bonus for holy sites and conversion and getting relics and era score from religion? It's like, no, like those aren't useful. The A tier perks here are the military policy slots, becoming wildcards, and 15% production along with 15% gold with governors. And the Sukians goes well with that. So here's the thing. I think Poland is strong, but she doesn't seem to be there's not a lot here to work with. The things that are here are very strong, very impactful. Some of the best perks we've seen, I would say, but it's pretty much it. There's a lot of accessory things that I find to be less impactful. So I'm going to give Poland a B, but I'm going to say that she's a weaker B. I think that she's held up by the wild cards and the governor production, and I think the Sukians is an all right building in conjunction with those perks. But without those, she would be very average, worse than Gorgo probably. Gorgo had some interesting and substantial perks, but nothing worked well together. And nothing was that, like, Poland's perks are better than Gorgo's. Gorgo just had a bit more, I would say, but nothing was great, and it had no harmony. Poland has no harmony, I would say. A little bit perhaps, but not a lot. And I find that the way to make her work, it's too niche, and I don't like that. So I'm gonna give her a B, but it's a fair B, but a little less than fair, I would say. So there we go. Alrighty, I've rolled Kublai Khan, who is a interesting addition from the recent season pass. Where is he? There he is. Now he has I believe he is, or one of his variants is of China, and he has his own individual trait, but he also has his own unique, like, initial original version, and that's the one we're going over. I'm not experienced with Kublai Khan, so I don't know what he's gonna be like. Let's see what he's got. So I believe the dynastic cycle is I want to say it's the same thing as China, but maybe it's different. We'll just go through it. So he has the Great Wall as well. So these are what China has. He just has his own Silk Roads. Let's just talk about the Great Wall. The Great Wall, it comes at masonry, and it gives +1 production, +1 gold. So if you build it on a grasslands, it'll be 2 food, 1 production, 1 gold. It's fine. And you get +2 gold for each adjacent Great Wall. The thing about the Great Wall is it has to be built fairly early on. It has to be built adjacent to something, I believe, or rather, it needs to be built on the outskirts of your territory. And so it's kind of finicky. And it has the similar sort of appeal and whatnot of getting, faith and tourism from, its base, value as an improvement, but it doesn't really matter. The thing is that what it normally does is that it says it provides 1 gold to all other adjacent improvements, and it increases unit defense, so it's like a fort. I don't love the Great Wall. I don't see much use of it. It doesn't seem to have any unique or substantial abilities. Normally, like in Civ 5, you could build the Great Wall of China as a wonder, and it would circle a portion of your empire, and it basically made opposing troops lose all their movement, less 1. They could only move 1 tile at a time. Really powerful. This just acts like a fort. I don't even know that the yields themselves are like, it's fine. It doesn't seem to be especially defensive, and I don't think the yields themselves are that wonderful. I just don't think it's that great. I think it's kind of an underwhelming improvement. If it did something more unique, I'd say it was great, but it doesn't appear to be so. So I'm not bullish at all on the Great Wall, not at all. The Crouching Tiger is interesting. It replaces the Crossbowman, which is the best unit in the game, fairly. And what it does is that it has a higher combat score, right? But its attack range is 1, and so what's difficult to manage is, do you want a range unit that has no range but is more powerful, or do you want a unit that has really good combat score but not as much, let's say, but has the range? I would rather take the Crossbowman. I'm not negative of the Crouching Tiger. I don't think that trade-off is what I would prefer. I like my Crossbowmen to sit in an encampment or my city center, or just somewhere in like a hill, and I want them to shoot over my melee troops who are defending in front of me. This can't do this. It's kind of, it's difficult to manage. I don't think it's as useful as it maybe wants to be, and so I'm not gonna say it's, I don't know. It's not very. I think its strength is kind of limited by that fact that it's a 1 range unit. So it also gets science equal to 50% of the combat strength of the defeated unit. Huge problem with this, and I'll relate it to Gorgo, who has the same thing, but it's for culture. The thing with hers is that she gets culture for all defeated units. You only get 50% science when you defeat units with the Crouching Tiger. And it's like, okay, that's not going to happen very much throughout the game. And I don't think that the actual bonus of getting science or culture equal to the combat strength of the defeated unit is that powerful, because you don't defeat that many units. And the units that you do defeat, especially when you have the Crouching Tiger, you're basically getting 20 science when you kill a unit with the Crouching Tiger specifically, which doesn't feel like it's going to happen very much. It maybe 4 or 5 times in in a reasonable portion of the game, right? And it's like, that's nothing. 100 science, it's like a 1/10 of 1 tech, and there are like 10 techs just in the medieval era. Like, it's pretty underwhelming. And so that perk is kind of negligent. The fact that it has combat strength that's higher is nice. It's just, I don't like the fact that it only has 1 range. It makes it kind of, I think it's almost a disadvantage, and so I can't really say it's a strength for China or Kublai Khan. So dynastic cycle is also of Qinshi China, right? So this is just an addition or an alteration of China, right? Let's look at the Silk Road caravans, particularly for Kublai Khan. Receive 1 extra economic policy slot in any government. I think this is very powerful. It's almost as good as the wild card, but that one has more functionality. The economic policy slot is just really handy. It means that if you go autocracy or oligarchy, you'll get the extra economic that you would normally get from classical republic. Economics just are really good for builders, wonders, adjacency, really strong. 25% production towards commercial hubs and the buildings. This is not that strong unless there's an actual reason to build the commercial hubs. Having extra production is not really fair because you don't build commercial hubs that often, so I don't think that's very good. Although commercial hubs receive a standard gold adjacency bonus from other districts, which means they get one if they're next to just one district, right? That's all right, but still, I wouldn't build commercial hubs for the gold. I build them for trade routes, and that's it. But it's not that strong, unfortunately. Establishing trading posts with another civilization for the first time grants a random eureka and random inspiration. This could be nice. The issue is, and I like the conjunction with the commercial hubs and the adjacency that they get as an extra, that to get the trade routes from the markets. Okay, that's fine, and sending the. Actually, sorry, I'm just reading this now. It's establishing a trading post, right? Now, Genghis Khan, I believe, has this ability where he can send a trade route and immediately establish the trading post, right? Now, I believe that there is an alteration of Kublai Khan who has that ability because he's an alteration in that case of Genghis Khan. In this case, which I failed to bring up or to put in my roster, but in this case, having to establish the trading post as you normally would to get the eureka and inspiration is really poor for the main reason that trading posts, they take a long time to establish, maybe 30 turns. And so, and it has to be international. You can't use that trade route for domestic trade routes, which are more powerful. And just to get a eureka and an inspiration, you don't even know which one you're going to get. I don't think this is very strong. It's an all right perk. I don't think it's always useful, and it takes a long time to even make it feasible. Like, hey, here's a trade route. Okay, 30 turns, you'll get a eureka and an inspiration. It's possible, and the way that these random eurekas and inspirations work is that you might be working on, cartography, right? And you're building your second caravel, and right before you finish it, you get this perk, and boom, there's the eureka, and it's like, thanks for the extra 2 turns. Like, it's not that useful. It doesn't do much for you, unfortunately. Trade routes are immune to being plundered over land tiles. That's fine against barbarians, maybe during a war. Not so powerful. I think this is a blunder on my part. I have failed to find the other Kublai Khan, which would have the same thing as Genghis Khan, but I think that in his case, he would have his own unique traits. Or rather, Kublai Khan, each version has the Silk Road caravans, right? They have the establishing a trading post. The difference is that Genghis Khan's ability works more in conjunction with this because he can immediately establish a trading post, whereas this version cannot because this is the variation of China. I think, again, this is a blunder on my part, and I did something similar with Eleanor. I didn't include Rough Rider Teddy. I haven't included the variations of particular civs like England and again Eleanor. They don't seem useful. They're basically alterations of the base civ. I've judged that. Kublai Khan, he is an alteration of Genghis Khan in China, so this is kind of redundant of me. I'll quickly just go over dynastic cycle, and we can judge this version of Kublai Khan just for the record, but it's kind of wasting your time, so sorry about that. But this is China's base ability, and they have it as well, and they're a much stronger civ. But Dynastic Cycle has Eurekas and Inspirations granting an additional 10%. This is an OG perk from 2016 when the game came out, and it's fine. It's not great, but it's nice. It's better in the early game because you get way more inspirations, you get way more Eurekas. It is nice. It's not amazing. If it was 20% maybe, but it's just 10%. So. The capital receives double amenities, double housing, double science, double culture, double production, and double gold from the palace. This is incredible. It may not seem like it, even though obviously it is, but it's like, okay, there are other things where, I think Cleopatra has 25% culture, 25% production, 25% gold in the capital. I think Gorgo had 3 amenities, 1 housing. The difference here is that these are base yields. Cleopatra, in comparison, she gets 25% culture. the palace only has one culture, which means that she gets an extra 0.25. This one gets a whole extra. It's like starting with a monument, right? But they also get 2 extra production, because the palace gives 2 production. It gives an extra science, which is amazing. It gives 2 extra housing. It gives 2 extra amenities. These are really powerful ways to start off your empire, and China has one of the strongest starts. Not only do they have abilities with their workers to build wonders and whatnot, but this makes their starting city, it might be the most powerful initial perk in the game. They have the best palace, and I like that because China is a very sort of empirical sort of, the huge, like Forbidden City-esque sort of civilization. And so I like this. This is one of the things I like about Civilizations Expanded, is that, this may seem overpowered, but it just means that you have a really strong capital, and that's it. It's not a perk for anything else. And the game has so many variations that you can't really say, well, that wins you the game. Like, it's so easy. It's like, no, the other civs have their bonuses, and as we mentioned before, the other civs are more challenging. They have their own benefits, right? And we play on deity. We try and make the game competitive. I like working with this. It's fun to roll China because you have a really powerful capital. I like that a lot. Plus 15% production towards wonders in a golden age, and then receive a wild card in a dark age. You don't get a dark age that often. If you got the wild card in a normal age, that'd be different. But the dark age, you can't really plan on it, and it's nothing you would want to reach for. They're usually pretty poor. They mess up your loyalty. In any case, the golden age, you're bound to have one, and you often will be in a golden age. I think it's fairly common. And so they get 15% production towards wonders, starting in the classical era, that is, I guess. That's nice. I like that a lot. It's nothing mind-blowing. It's just 15% production towards wonders. Wonders become very expensive as the game goes on, but this is nice because you can still stack the policy cards and autocracy, etc. This is nice. I like that a lot. I think dynastic cycle it's really good. The wonder bonus is nice. It's not amazing, but it's good. The additional boost to Eureka's and inspiration is also nice, but not great. But the improved palace is so good that the fact that Kublai Khan, right, has this bonus, or this trait rather, makes him really powerful. The base version of Qinshi, China, he has his own unique trait as well, which goes alongside this, and his ability with the builders to contribute towards wonder construction in the ancient and classical era. But that being said, Kublai Khan having dynastic cycle makes him fairly comparable. I can't say that he is a strong Civ, but he's definitely B tier. I'd say he's kind of like a weaker B tier, just because the rest of his perks aren't really that powerful. The Crouching Tiger and the Great Wall aren't that effective in my opinion. It's dynastic cycle that makes it, having that initial palace and the other traits, or perks rather, hold him up, but there's nothing else that really, you can't really do much with it, so I can't say that he's strong at all. And we'll look at actual baseline China, Qinshi, when that comes up. But yeah, I think Kublai Khan is a B, but kind of a weaker B. Alrighty, so we just finished Kublai Khan, and he was kind of a joke because I kind of messed up the roster. But in any case, I've just rolled Basil, and Basil is an interesting Civ. They're a type of Civ that I've discounted because they're just religious and whatnot. I like the aesthetic. He's kind of like this. He's from Byzantium, so it's like Eastern, Constantinople, literally their capital, but basically kind of the Balkans, Greece, etc. But he's kind of got this like golden sort of medieval sort of knighthood, and I like the look of him, but I'm like, I don't like him. I played a game with Basil recently, and boy, was my mind changed. He has some really interesting traits and a specialty unit that is also extremely powerful, and a specialty district, which might even be better. And so let's take a look at him. Here's Basil. Put that in full screen for you. So first thing I want to talk about is the Dromon. The Dromon is a replacement for the Quadrireme, and it has 2 attack range. It also has more combat strength against units. What this does is that in the early game, exploration is key, in my opinion, for scouting, for settlers, for finding civs and city-states. The issue is that Navy is very weak, because unless you're in friendly territory, you can't heal, and so taking any damage is really a blunder. And you already have so much stuff to invest in that investing in navy is kind of difficult. And you might send one or two galleys out there just to explore, but if they get broken, you're kind of screwed, and there's always something to find. And so the quadrireme comes at shipbuilding, which is also what lets your units go into sea tiles, right? The issue is that the quadrireme is fairly weak. It doesn't have very much attack power, and it only has one range, so it doesn't let you do much with it. It's nice, but it's not the best. Having the dromone, which fires like missiles, essentially, the animation at least, the fact that it has a 2 attack range is so powerful, because it means that you can hit people from further away, you can hit land units much easier, and it lets you control the seas in a really nice and sort of fortifying way. And I like doing that, because it lets you take land, it lets you control trade routes, and just your own exploration, whether you want to bring, as I said, settlers or scouts to get goody huts. It's a really good unit, and it's something I appreciate the most with Byzantium or Basil, and that goes in line with religious victories, because religious victories really require that sort of external expansion for separate sort of points of attack. Or rather origins of your religion to get foreign cities, and the dromone helps you make that expansion, and so really nice. The tagma is a really good unit. So the tagma replaces the knight, and the knight might be next to the crossbow the most powerful offensive unit in the game in terms of the timing, right? And like all specialty units, that their resource cost is halved. So basically it's a knight with 10 iron. It has more combat strength. It has 50 base combat strength, which is really good. And what it does is any unit, be it religious or a crossbowman or a swordsman, any land unit tile, it increases their combat strength, whether it's, again, religious or normal combat, by 4. So it makes your crossbowman 44 damage, right? And it makes your swordsman 40 damage. It makes your man-at-arms 49 damage. I don't believe it affects the tagma itself. I can't clarify that, but that would only add to it. It's very powerful. And this goes in conjunction with the hippodrome, which is a entertainment complex replacement, which I normally hate. But this is an example of a specialty district that, as it mentions, unique to it, it doesn't actually account for the district cap, so you can just build it for free. It's half price. It gives 3 amenities and a great general point, which it's fair. But what it does, interestingly, is that when you build it, you get a free cavalry unit. So initially, when you unlock it at Games and Rec, you'll just get a heavy chariot, which is fine. But if you time this and you want to go for offensive victories, even if you want to go for religious victory, you can bring the tagma along, to just, you'll see why in a second. But what it does is, if you build hippodromes in all your cities, and remember, it's half price, it doesn't account for a district amount, right? And it gives you a free tagma. So if you have like 6 or 7 cities, you build a hippodrome, it gives 3 amenities, which is extremely powerful, and you can go ahead and build, the arena afterwards if you like. But it's a really worthwhile entertainment complex. It gives you a great military unit, and it's just like there's so much synergy here. I love Byzantium. They're one of my favorite civs right now. But let's look at their actual traits, because they bring out even more synergy, and you'll see why the hippodrome is very powerful, and their military is in general. Never going to be able to say this. Porphyrogenetos, first trait, gives a minor ability where holy sites get gold equal to their adjacency bonus, which is fine. I'm not going to complain. If you're building holy sites anyway, as you likely will with Basil, then the gold is fine. It's just fine. Military units heal at the end of every turn when within 3 tiles of a holy site. Of the bonuses that deal with this, whether it's Rome or Chandragupta, whose conditions are based on being outside their territory or being in a golden age, this one I would say is less applicable, because it doesn't allow for offensive capabilities, but defensively it's great, and the fact that it's there it is nice. So Heavy and light cavalry units do full damage when attacking cities following the same religion as Byzantium. What this means is that you take your prophets, you take your apostles, you bring them with you if you're going to war, you convert the city, and it means that specifically your tagmas, they can run into cities and beat them down doing full damage, which means, I believe it means that when they attack, right, when they attack and they take damage, they don't attack then again as if they were damaged. I believe that's what it means, and it lets you sort of take down cities a bit faster. I think something to note about religion is that religion requires land in some respect, because you just want holy sites, you just want more infrastructure to pump out your religious units, and so sometimes you do want to attack. You want a strong core empire, right? And so bringing them along and gaining, it's just, I wouldn't always go for combat if I was in a religious victory or pursuing that, because I just send my apostles, right? But the fact that you have these abilities that coincide with your religion, and they actually allow you from the religion to attack even more, you can basically expand the heart of your empire, which lets you pump out and expand even more religiously. So it's a good synergy, right? And then it says gain access to the, okay, so this trait right here, the Porphyrogenitos, is not amazing. It gives a nice healing buff to your military units. The gold from the holy sites is fine, not great. The cavalry doing damage to cities if they're following the religion may not always be useful, but I think it's nice because it means you can slam into cities even if they have walls, because normally what happens is that when you attack a city, they damage you, and it's a downward spiral, but this prevents that. I feel like I'm maybe giving it too much credit, and that it might be hard to use or just inefficient, in general. Like attacking cities with cavalry isn't what you want to do. I just feel like doing it this way, you might be able to squeeze some effectiveness out of it, but I can't. This is definitely the latter portion of Byzantium in terms of their value. But look at taxes for a second. 100% great profit points. This should be good, but it's not, because great profit points are not holy site prayers. Holy site prayers are like projects in the holy site, and they generate it. It takes 3 or 4 turns. You get a big chunk of profit points. Profit points are what get you the religion, and that's it. After you get the religion, there's no room for profit points. The thing is that profit points come from shrines, right? And a shrine gives 1. This means that your shrine will just give 2. So you basically have a higher tempo, which is fine, and that it doesn't amount to much. It means that like maybe you'll get your religion 3 turns sooner, and I like it. It's not bad, like usually religions are very competitive, and you are going to have to do I find a holy site prayer just to beat it, especially when you're going against a deity AI. But the great profit points being extra is nice. It helps. It doesn't get you the religion necessarily, but it brings the back end being the sort of the 2 points versus 1 point from a shrine. It helps you kind of push the envelope a bit further every turn, whereas you would have to rely solely on projects. Whereas now you kind of maybe less so, but still not amazing, but good. I like it. Defeating enemy units spreads Byzantium's religion to nearby cities. This is also why the Tagma and the Dromone and the rest of their abilities are actually so in harmony. It's the fact that if you're going for religious victory, you're sending apostles and missionaries, right? But now with these abilities like the Hippodrome and the Tagma and the healing that you get from the holy sites, the attack bonus you get against cities if they're following the religion, you can use combat again using the Tagma or whichever else, and that will spread your religion. It takes a unique unit that Basil has, and it lets you employ that for religion. I like that so much. There's so much synergy here. It's awesome. And it's not for tourism. It's not for. It could help for domination, but for religion, this is really well sort of crafted. And I love that you have an improved knight. You get it from the Hippodrome, and even like the Tagma in general, it gets extra combat strength, or it gives extra combat strength to your apostles, and your adjacent units, which all go towards converting cities, which is what you use to sort of increase your victory condition, being religion. So I love the synergy here. +1 culture and +1 faith for each city following Byzantium's religion. That's all right. That's basically, I think most people confuse the efficacy of religion, and they think that that's how you should get gold, it's how you should get faith, it's how you should get science and whatnot. And I find that normally there's too much of an investment, right, to count on that, because you have to spend faith just to get these smaller yields. This in its own right is kind of like, okay, it's fine. You're going to have maybe 10 or 15 cities, at some portion in the game, maybe 30 cities later on. But, having 10 extra culture, when you consider that in religious victories, you don't usually build campuses or theater squares because you're just going for religion, right? You don't need to really catch up. Once you get Hagia Sophia and I don't know, maybe Mont Saint Michel, like you have no rush. There's no competition, right? The last trait or the last policy card you care about comes at theocracy. Everything after that is non sequitur. You want to keep up in science just so you don't get pummeled by some adjacent civ, but you don't really care. So because you don't intend to invest in those things, even a small amount bonus to your culture is nice because you're going to have a small amount anyway. And so like if you're spending faith to get cities, and you got to imagine, let's say that you have 6 or 7 cities in your empire. There's 6 or 7 cities, that's 6 or 7 culture, plus the faith. But you go to an adjacent civ, maybe 1 or 2 adjacent civs, and you get a few cities, you're looking at 14 or 15 culture. I think over time, as you reach the middle portion of your game, considering all these other benefits that allow you to do this, that the synergy between the hippodrome and the tagma, the bonuses that combat gives to spreading the religion, the bonuses that unit itself, the tagma, gives to your religious units, that spreading the religion is not only encouraged and has effective means to do so, but it actually rewards you, giving you culture. So it's a very harmonious sort of approach to your victory condition, and I love it so much. We got one more perk. Units receive +3 combat strength and +3 religious strength for each holy city following Byzantium's religion. Now, this means that when you find your religion, that you will have +3 combat strength and +3 religious strength. All units, whether it's your apostles or the tagma, etc. Now, when you have the tagma, right, and you increase the religious strength of your apostles, let's say by 4 combat strength or religious strength, that means that with the one city being yours, you have 7 combat strength extra, and you'll crush the enemy, and you snowball so much from this, because once you get one foreign city, right, there's usually 6 or 7 religions. That means that it's pretty easy by the sort of maybe the industrial era, before you get to the end of the game, to maybe have 2 or 3 holy cities. Let's say 2, not including yours, right? So you have 3 in total. That's 9 extra combat strength. That's 9 extra religious strength. And the thing is, the tagma is not going to be useful in the industrial era. It's just not, right? And the hippodrome will have great amenities. It'll increase your perks, but it doesn't offer you anything after that. And the dromone falls away. Their perks, you still get bonuses for combat. By defeating enemy units, you spread the religion. And if you do that eventually, and you conquer, you overcome an opponent's religion, you get extra combat strength and religious strength to go attack more cities, whether it's through apostles and missionaries or more combat units. It doesn't even matter. It all spreads the religion, and it snowballs so much. I think Byzantium is an A-tier civilization. They're not the best civ in the game, and they're very specific for religion. I like the hippodrome is very effective. The tagma is just a really awesome knight. It's cheaper. It gives, like, let's say that you were just going for domination, right, and you didn't have religion, you would still have +4 combat strength, right? You would still have it. And even then, it's worthwhile to go for the religion, because even just having a religion yourself gives you +3 combat strength. Big flat to everything. And if you capture one, you get +6. +6 combat strength is like it can make a difference in any preceding war. And so, and that including the dromone, like, domination isn't so much about exploration. You're basically just pummeling your neighbors. But if you have a coastal sort of target, or you are looking to expand, it depends on the map. It's hard to say, but that dromone, that you rule the seas, right? And whatever value that has, you can take the most advantage of it. And so I just feel like overall, both traits are, put this way, the Porphyrogenitos, maybe their weakest portion, but that I think the fact that they heal next to holy sites, the fact that the cavalry does bonus to attacking cities, which maybe, now that I think about it, is not really useful. You don't want to take cities, you just want to kind of kill units, and unless you're taking land, like that's probably not used so much, and that's fine. So this trait doesn't really add much, right? The gold from the holy sites, not useful, but fine. The Taxis is probably maybe the strongest trait I've seen so far, maybe next to the Maya and their bonus defense, right? Like, but the Taxis, the Great Prophet points, kind of speeds up your acquisition of the Great Prophet, defeating enemy units to spread religion, awesome, in conjunction with the Tagma, and the bonus strength you get from spreading your religion. And I actually think the culture and faith from each city, if you are going for that religious victory, I think that's actually a fair amount to get, considering how many cities you'll have in a reasonable amount of time. And the Tagma is amazing. The Hippodrome is my favorite specialty district in the game, just because it takes something that I find to be really shit, which is the entertainment complex. It cuts the price in half. It gives an extra amenity, being 3. You get a great general point, which is fine, but it doesn't contribute towards this the district limit. So it's like, okay, I'll take the amenities, right? And it gives you a free Tagma, which lets you go and fight things even more. And even better yet, the unit that you get, be it the Tagma, or maybe it's later on and you're getting a Corsair, it doesn't cost any strategic resources. The Tagma already only cost 10 iron, but now it costs 0. You can just launch an assault on the world with this district, and it's like, and everything about Basil, everything about Byzantium calls on you to do this. And so there's so much synergy. They're so strong. They're amazing. They're definitely a solid A. I think that they're on par with the Maya. They're amazing. I love Basil. I love Byzantium, and they are definitely one of the best civs in Civilization 6.
So next up is Dido, Carthage, land of the Byreme. There she is. So let's talk about the Byreme. The Byreme is fairly strong. It replaces the galley, which comes at sailing, which is one of the first techs. The galley itself is a pretty weak unit. It's good for scouting, and it can fight against other barbarian galleys, but it gets damaged very quickly. The Byreme has more combat strength, I believe 4 more combat strength, and it has an extra movement, which makes it way better for scouting. It can last a bit longer, and there's a perk about traders being immune. That's kind of a unnecessary perk. I think the Byreme, I'll note that it's a pretty immediate boost to your era score, but in any case, I think the combat strength and the movement, it's nice. The use for navy and exploration is pretty much just that. It's not really meant for combat, and so I like that it's basically a powerful scout, right? And I can't say that it's game changing. It's surely not game changing, but it's good. I like it. It's kind of like a lower B tier, something like that. The cotton is comparable to England's Royal Navy dockyard, and I like the cotton. I actually think it's better than the dockyard for several reasons. Maybe just one. The main reason, well, I guess there's 2. Separate from that, there's you get a great merchant point, which is nice. Gets you great merchants, obviously, without having to build commercial hubs. Only 1 great admiral point compared to the Navy's 2, but you get plus 50% production towards settlers, traders, and naval units in the city. For me, that's the most effective thing. The Navy dockyard from England gives +1 movement, and that's pretty much it, right? This one, being half price like the Navy dockyard, it grants a free naval unit, so it will give you the Byreme, or it'll give you a quadrireme, whatever, or if it's later on in the game, you'll get a free caravel. But so that's nice if it's a a coastal expansion civ, but the plus 50% production towards settlers makes Phoenicia or Dido very good at expanding, which is kind of what you want to do in coastal games or like archipelago maps, etc. It lets you spread out, lets you gather more land, because basically coastal civs, unless they have a large portion of their tiles inland, they're looking for fish and crabs and turtles and whatnot. So you want them to be everywhere because they don't always have so much to work with, and so placing them all together won't work because you're basically just going where there are sea resources, right? And so the fact that you get plus 50% production really lets you scale your expansion, and I like that a lot. I think it's a really good district. The +1 movement from England is fine, and they have a few other bonuses, like they get it gives an adjacency to industrial zones. It gets an extra Great Admiral point. That's fine. I just think this is more useful, at least for my play style. So I like that this has this. Founder of Carthage. So first trait, you gain access to the move capital unique project in cities with a Gotham. This is interesting because I'm not actually clear what benefit. So I guess it says right here, plus 50% production towards buildings in the capital. Founded coastal cities on the same continent as the capital have 100% loyalty. What this does effectively is that, well, there's two things. For the second perk, let's say that there's a sort of a group of settlements that are far from your initial capital, right? And maybe they're close to an opponent or wherever they are. You can move your capital to one of those cities, assuming you've built the Gotham, which you would right away, right? And all the cities around you, assuming, well, put it this way, if they're on the same continent anyway, then they have 100% loyalty. That's a vanilla trait or perk for Dido. The thing is that if the continent is different, and likely will be if they are far away, you can just change the capital and make them all 100% loyalty, right? Which I think is pretty cool. The 50% production towards buildings means like libraries, amphitheaters. When you build your Gotham and you want to build lighthouses, that's 50% production. It's only in the capital, so I can't say that's amazing. Like the capital's already going to have a fair amount, but that's nice. I don't think buildings are the most premier aspect of the game. I think unit production is better, wonder production, district production. Our buildings are kind of the tier 1 buildings are kind of the best portions, I think, and they scale the most with like one envoy from city states. And they're fairly cheap, so I can't say that that's even worthwhile, especially when it's just one city being the capital. So those aren't game changing. It's just interesting. So it's nice to have, and the fact that you'll get your amphitheater and your lighthouse and whatnot faster in the capital is nice. It's not game changing. So. Settlers ignore movement penalties from embarking and disembarking, and they receive +2 movement and +2 sight range while embarked. This means that settlers can get up and off the land, which is kind of nice, especially in a coastal map if you see barbarians or you're at war and you just want them to be more flexible on how they defend themselves. That's a good bonus, I think. And it helps them get around a bit faster. The +2 movement while they're embarked is really nice because settlers, just like any builders and whatnot, they're very vulnerable, and to get them around really quickly, because coastal travel, especially with your settlers, it's just risky. And if you can whiz around and get onto land very quickly, I like that a lot. And the +2 sight range is really nice as well. It lets you, like, if you send your settlers out, which I think Dido is kind of like a mass expansion civ, especially from the Gotham point of view, where they get 50% production towards the settlers, right? The settlers they're making, they're going to move faster. They're going to see the land that they're sort of eyeing as potential. They'll see more of that, and they can get onto that land very quickly. So I think that's a really good bonus. It's not A tier by any means, but it's definitely strong. I like it a lot. Founding the first Phoenician city on a foreign continent grants 2 trade route capacities. This is very nice. You may roll a bad start in this case, and your main continent or your starting continent
expands or stretches all around you, and you don't find much use for this. But it's likely that there's somewhere that you can go, at least trying to get this perk to activate at least, and you'll find that doing so, you might have to just thrown a settler there anyway, and when you do, being on a foreign continent, you'll get 2 trade routes, and that's really nice. Dido already has lighthouses, which give you trade routes and food and housing, which I think is better than the marketplace, to be quite frank. But you're already going to have trade routes, so getting even more, it's like any bonuses, any strategy you have that sort of respects that aspect of her, this just improves that, and so I like that a lot. There's a bit of synergy there. I think this trait is, the thing I'm noticing about Dido is that she doesn't have anything that is powerful, but it's very sort of, it's very functional. Like the Cawthon, 50% production towards settlers, that's really nice. And 50% production towards naval units, right? Really great. That you get a free naval unit, that being the Byron being a stronger galley with more movement, more combat strength. The capital having more production means that you can sort of, it doesn't help scale your empire in the beginning, but it kind of, once you have scaled and the capital has grown, it can sort of capitalize by building buildings faster. It's not so strong, but it's fair. And then the 100% loyalty is nice to have, especially in mass expansion games, because you might want to be aggressive and settle closer to your opponents. So I like that. I like that the settlers are easy to move around. Obviously, this is like if you're playing on Pangaea, a lot of these bonuses don't matter. But we were just talking about Basil in Byzantium, and I said that all his bonuses and traits, they were very they worked well together because they were both that he could use his bonuses for military to improve and acquire him more religious progression, right? And I thought that worked well together. Dido's is working well together when it comes to mass expansion in a naval sense, right? On the coast, in the water. And so she's not a tourism victory by any means, especially. And I think that's fine. We're just trying to figure out, like, if there's something that you're good at, how good at it are you? You can't expect everyone to be good at everything. And it's like, okay, if the thing that you're meant to be good at it, how good are you at it? Like Greece, for example, is meant to be a tourism civ, but her bonuses towards that are fairly poor, in my opinion, and she has a bunch of accessory perks that have nothing to do with tourism, right? And so the fact that Dido has these bonuses for expansion in the +2 movement and sight range and embarkation and disembarking from her settlers, I like that a lot. It helps with the expansion more than you would believe. And the +2 trade route capacity, I think this is a really useful trait. It doesn't give you any hard bonuses in terms of yields and whatnot, but it's very functional, and it depending on the map and where you're actually able to go, it lets you sort of capitalize on potential, which I think is perhaps a undervalued, at first at least, sort of strength of something, that it will let you sort of extract the value that's there, even though it doesn't actually contribute anything directly, right? Except maybe the plus 50% production towards buildings, but that is neither here nor there. So I like this trait. It's very good. So after this, we have the Phoenician alphabet, which is interesting because historically, the Phoenician alphabet has no vowels. All the cities and names are, like Tur and Khan and something. There's no vowels, right? In any case, they begin the game with writing, which maybe is thematically there. I think that's an expansion mod edition, but in any case, I think that's one of the weaker, initial technologies to have unlocked, just because writing, you get a Eureka from meeting another civ, which you're bound to do. So it's kind of a nothing burger. Like, writing is not a very difficult tech to get, and it just means that you can build a campus right away, which you're probably not going to do. So I don't think that's very useful. It's nice because every technology that's free is good, but it's not a very useful technology to have unlocked, right? Maybe if sailing was unlocked, that'd be different, but it's just writing, so not that great. Coastal cities begin with a free trading post and receive 25% production towards their first specialty district. The trading post really means nothing. Well, in some sense, and it just means coastal, so that means anywhere in the map. Trading posts mean that, so let's say this, you have a starting capital, right? That's like in terms of coordinates, it's 0, 0, right? Now let's say you have an expansion city that's not terribly far away, but somewhat far away, within trade route range, right? If you send another city past that second city may be out of trade route range with the capital. What this means in practice is that it's not that the second city has more trade route capacity. All it means is that because that first expansion city has a trade post, it means that the second expansion city can trade through that to the capital. That's how you increase your trade route range, right? By trading posts. So this is nice, especially. It's hard to say how powerful that is, but although I will say, not to go on a rant, but not to digress, but Dido has not only the bonus for settling a city on a foreign continent getting to trade route capacity, but her Cothans being so effective and cheap, right? And that in harmony with her coastal tendencies. The lighthouse is the best building in the game next to the library because it gives food, it gives housing, and it gives a trade route, right? And so you're going to have traders. And so when you have those traders, you want to be able to trade with your capital because you put Magnus in there, you put your districts, right? The issue is that with mass expansion, you're more often than not too far away. And so the fact that you can basically, with your initial settles, establish trading posts that give more range, or it gives a farther out point for even further out expansions to connect to. That means that your trade route capacity is somehow increased. I would say just because you can connect with the capital, you can connect with the homeland because there are trading posts. I think there's a lot of perks that you see where you get this sort of random sort of additional effect, like getting a free trade post, right, in coastal cities. The thing is that looking at Dido's sort of tendencies in which she's good at, being coastal settles and building Cothans with lighthouses, etc. That's a really practical, I would say, trait or perk rather. And so I can't say it's game changing. It just means that some cities will be able to trade with the capital, which is good. But that's really strong. Domestic trade routes are awesome. Imagine if the perk was just said that domestic trade routes can go to the capital in any coastal city. That would be really good. Sometimes they cannot, and that's a huge advantage in my opinion. So I think that despite how meager that sounds, and again, pardon the digression, but I think that's a really good perk. And the fact that in addition, you get 25% production towards their first specialty district. Again, this being in coastal cities, but we'll say that's redundant at this point, it being Dido. But that means that basically you're going to build your Cothan even faster. So that's a really good perk in my opinion. Really works well, ties everything together. Loving that actually. Trade routes gain +1 science and +1 gold for every 5 tiles traveled. This is good, but it's hard to measure. The issue being is you would imagine that, like, let's say that you have your capital and then you have your expansion city. If the expansion city is 3 tiles away, then you would think that that's how many tiles the trader was traveling. I find, even though that seems to be how it should work, it doesn't always work that way. That the reason being that I've had cities that were much further away, but I didn't seem to be getting a bunch of science, as if they were traveling 20 tiles. You think that would be 4 science, and it didn't seem to work that way, and I don't know why. Maybe it was the mod, maybe there's something off about this perk. It seems like it's really good because, like I said, if you have further out cities, which is in tangent with Dido's expansionist mindset, that should be good because you're going to be sending trade routes to the capital, or basically to the farthest way point, from your outreach cities. So they're bound to be far away, which means a lot of science. They're probably domestic, because this just means it's not even specific to being foreign or domestic. It just means how far they traveled, right? The assumption being that domestic being so good for food and production, that if you sent it to the capital from some faraway city, and they're able to because of the free trading posts in other cities, this seems like you should get, and in some sense you do. My experience with this is off, but just reading the description, right? That's really good. It just means that you're going to get your domestic trade route with production of food with the addition of maybe 2 or 3 science. 2 or 3 science is nothing to sort of laugh at, especially when it just means that you just had to send a trader, which you would do anyway. So I think that's really nice. And the 3 gold or whatnot is nothing to laugh at either. I think that's a good perk. Traders generate +1 great scientist point while traveling within 3 tiles of any campus. I'm not sure I know what this means. I think it means that, again, if you send a trader to your capital, and let's say the capital has a campus next to it, that would mean that the trader passing by gets is within 3 tiles. The only issue I'm wondering is that, does it mean that, like, if you build a library, you generate +1 scientist point, right? Does this mean that when you establish a trade route, right, that if the trade route is in a place that is within 3 tiles, does it mean that I'm unclear whether it means you get literally 1 point every time it passes by. So like every 20 turns when it passes by it, right, as it's building the road, it just gets the 1 point, or does it mean that you actually get 1 point every turn? I can't really speak to this perk very much. I don't think that it's it could be nice, although where was this I keep thinking there's something to do with campuses. So I made the point that okay, so I made there's 3 things here. One is that you begin the game with writing, which lets you build campuses. I don't think that you really are looking to build campuses, especially with Dido, because she's about settling and expansion and taking over the seas, right? That's not really useful right away, at least. You're building builders. You don't build campuses on turn 2, right? I also mentioned that 50% production towards buildings in the capital meant that you could build your library faster. Okay, that's not the greatest thing ever, but fine. It's just it's a welcome bonus, but not an extremely useful one, right? This all being said, that there's a lot of focus on traders, right? And that getting a scientist point while traveling within 3 tiles of any campus, let's say that's really good, but how many campuses are there going to be? Where is there going to be a campus? I'm not sure that this is worth taking into account. I would much rather just build a bunch of settlers and traders. And the traders, as it says before, to me much more effectively gives you science by just traveling a certain distance. I think this last perk is kind of it doesn't take away from anything. I just don't think it's that useful. To make it useful, I think would be kind of veering to the side of what Dido really does best, which again is expansion, the Cothan, biremes, trade routes, bingo. I think Dido is excellent. I really like her. She's one of the first civs we've looked at that isn't so like the Maya, for example. They get extra housing and production on their plantations. They get +5 combat strength within 9 tiles of their capital. They have the Hulce, which does more damage to injured units, and they get a free builder. They get +10% of all yields if they're close to the capital. Like, those are kind of infrastructural based, they're yield based, they're percentage, they're modifiers, right? Dido has a bunch of well put together functional bonuses. You look at the bireme. Yes, the bireme has more combat strength, it has more movement, but this isn't a combat unit. This is a scout, right? Scouting is done on land by literal scouts, but it's also done on the sea by galleys. But galleys get peppered by barbarians, and they move very slow, and you have to go for sailing. Dido is going to go for sailing, right? She's going to improve stuff because she's on the coast. The bireme has more combat strength, and it has more movement, which means it's a scout that can go on the sea and last for longer, right? The Cothan, it is half price. It gives a free naval unit, which is the bireme. You get 50% production towards settlers and traders and naval units. So you're building biremes, you're building quadriremes, caravels later on, and frigates, right? But you're building traders and you're building settlers. So you expand, and you have all these bonuses in the founder of Carthage, right? That give you 100% loyalty, +2 movement, and +2 sight for those settlers, right? And if it's in a foreign continent, you get +2 trade capacity, right? And so you're settling all around the world, right? And you can support those settles again by the movement for the settlers, but also the navy, that you can kind of support, militarily your far off expansions. And the reason to do that, or the reason you can do that, aside from strategic purposes, is that you have abilities to trade with the capital from the trading post establishment. You can build Cothans right away by the initial district production, right? which only increases, the sort of the snowball effect, right? And I think the trade routes getting +1 science in conjunction with this from faraway cities, on the fact that they're traveling more distance, which gives you more science, it all just works very well together. You know that something works well when the bonuses allow you to snowball. That means that there's harmony. Like I said, we were talking about Basil last time, and Basil had bonuses where if they defeated enemy units, that would convert the enemy city to their religion, and that the more cities they had, the more culture they would get, and that the more specialty units they had, the more religious strength they had. And they had all these bonuses that allowed for more bonuses essentially to employ. I think it was the more holy cities they had, the more combat strength they would have in terms of land units and religious units, right? So it's like all these bonuses just piled together, right? There's synergy when the sort of the effective use of those traits allows more use of those traits, right? And this is what Dido does, almost better than Byzantium. Byzantium's a religious-based civ. Dido, I would say, it's not clear to me whether she is domination or tourism or religion or diplomacy. I would say, in general, that every victory condition, perhaps being limited by traits that you have that they make you more focused, to take advantage of those traits. But what I would say in general is that every victory condition is viable. It's just limited by the overall power of your civ. Imagine if a civ was invincible, right? Yeah, maybe that means domination, but that could also mean tourism. It could mean anything, right? Because a powerful civ can make use of everything. Everyone is always able to use the same things as everybody else. It's just where do you tend to? What are your bonuses lean you towards? To me, Dido just has a very central and sort of congruent, set of traits and bonuses and like districts in the Byreme, etc., that work well together to make her just a really strong civ. She can do whatever she wants, right? She can create an empire that's so powerful and so vast and expansive that if she wants to go diplomacy, she can hold on to those city-state relations. If she wants to go domination, she can control the seas. If she wants to go for tourism, she can employ the expansion and the sort of the production that's required, because she has so many settlers and traders, and just her mobility allows for relations to sort of prompt, all her infrastructure up, right? Her economy is just powerful, right? And that's what you want in an empire, regardless of the victory condition. You can't be a weak civilization and win religious victories. You have to build holy sites. You have to build more holy sites, right? So you can build apostles. You want to build Hagia Sophia in Mont Saint Michel, etc. You have to do things regardless. And Dido, to me, feels like she can do everything whatever she wants, right? And so I think Dido is definitely A tier, not super strong, but definitely on par with Victoria and Lady Six Sky of the Maya. I think Dido is actually stronger than Victoria. Victoria had bonuses towards domination and her navy tendencies. Dido, to me, just has stronger navy tendencies, but that kind of breaks off into whatever victory condition she chooses. I think her traits are more powerful. They work well together. The perks are there's a list of perks here that I think are useful, and they're all very functional. They, as I said, they let you draw the resources and the opportunities from the map, from the situation. It lets you sort of make your own fortune, and that's why Dido's a fucking baller. So good on ya. Whew, that was a rant. Next, please. So we just finished Dido, and I think she's awesome. She's in the lines of the Maya and even Victoria, but even stronger, I would say. Definitely tied for second, or tied with the Maya for being the strongest. I really, really like Phoenicia, and in this case Dido. But I just rolled, and we are looking at one of my favorites. Where is he? This bad boy right here. Good old Teddy, United States of America. His Atomic Era theme for the soundtrack is incredible. It starts off, the America theme is like, it's like, dun. I can't do it, but it's really good. Like if you hear the industrial version, it's all right, but the atomic version is awesome. It's like it's pounding with like electric freaking drums. It's so good, right? But we're here to talk about Civ, so let's take a look at them. Teddy is an interesting civilization. He has a variant called Bull Moose, or rather, this being Bull Moose, Rough Rider is his variant, and he's kind of awkward and weird. We're not going to worry about him. We made that mistake with Kublai Khan. But in any case, Teddy, America, right? Vanilla Civ, pretty powerful Civ, but he's changed over time, and he's been updated, and this is what we got. Let's look at his unique building and unit. The film studio comes at the broadcast center, which comes, I believe, at radio, not radio, but it comes when you get Crystal Red and Tour, which is at the end of the industrial era in the civics tree. So it's fairly late. It gives an amenity, which is pretty unimpactful at this point. It gets bonus production equal to the cultural adjacency of the theater square, which again is pretty useless because it's like turn 150, 170, and you're getting like 4 production. Like, who cares, right? Here's the thing though, you get 100% tourism pressure from this city towards other civilizations when the game enters the modern era, and it has no maintenance cost. That benefit right there is perhaps overpowered to the 10th degree, because what it means is that if you build this, if you're going for a tourism victory and you have theater squares in, let's say, a majority of your cities, when you build the film studio, it basically means that with all your artifacts, with all your great works of writing, etc., that the tourism is basically going to double, right? And when you enter the modern era, to note, I would say that this doesn't mean that when you enter the modern era, it's when the game enters the modern era, which means that in terms of era score and that sort of thing, in terms of the actual era of the game, in terms like era score, right? Like that sort of thing. And that may take a long time. So this may come later than you would imagine, especially if you're playing on a longer game length. The ages and whatever you call them, they last a long time. So the modern era may come very late. But this basically means that you're heading for a victory with Teddy that is beyond crushing. And so this is it's kind of like the giant death robot. Like, it kind of means you'll win the game, but it doesn't get you there to win the game. It's like if a Civ had a trait that said that if you get to turn 200, you win the game. It's like, okay, you could just click next turn, right? Or in some sense, you just have to survive, which maybe you kind of do with Teddy, like almost necessarily. But it's like, put this way, when you get to the modern era with the film studio, you will explode with tourism pressure, because it basically doubles the tourism, being 100%. So that is very strong indeed. The P-51 Mustang, it's an atomic era unit which comes after modern. I believe it replaces the fighter, which comes after the biplane. So the biplane comes at, I want to say, radio, or the one after radio, where you get aluminum and you get like the initial fighter plane, right? When you get it's flight when you get this, which is before radio, right? And that is in the modern era. This is the one that comes after. I think the fighter is like the jet. I'm not sure. It gains 5 combat strength against fighter aircraft, has 2 flight range, and accumulates 50% experience. This unit is underwhelming for the main reason that, well, in any case, its bonuses aren't particularly strong. It's a bit stronger. The extra range is fine, and the extra experience is also fine. The issue being that even if these were legendary bonuses, it comes at the very end of the game, so it's not a really useful bonus, right? Especially in conjunction with the film studio. Like, imagine if the film studio just said you get 25% extra tourism. I'd be like, okay. The fact that it comes so late, it's hard to be so impactful, because it doesn't actually help you get there. It's not a very useful benefit. Like, it's difficult to really value, but the fact that it's 100%, it's like, okay, I'll wait, right? The Mustang, it's like, do I really care? Like, I hate the call on this, but just know those two traits, those two unique things, they don't work well together. Do I care about a better fighter if I'm going for tourism? Because here's the thing, imagine if you had the choice, as Teddy said, okay, you can go for domination or you can go for tourism. If you go for tourism, you have the film studio. It gets 100% tourism pressure at the modern era. Okay. If you go for domination, you say, okay, you get a fighter plane, right? In the atomic era, it gets 5 extra combat strength against fighters only. It has 2 flight range and 50% experience. I'd say, give me the fucking film studio, right? Like, let's make some Hollywood films here. I'm not gonna fly in any case, right? And again, if you were going for domination, my point is that this isn't that much of a benefit. It comes so late in the game that for me, the minor bonus that you would get in this unique case is not terribly, impactful or worth my time. So I can't say that's very useful. It's kind of I feel like I'm willing to write off the Mustang because I would rather be impressed solely by the film studio. So that's where we stand on that. Trust me. So the first trait, antiquities and parks, love parks, says that builders trained in cities with a natural wonder receive +2 charges. Really good perk, hard to make use of. You don't always have natural wonders in your cities. Now you can make a choice to spawn or land a city, plant a city, settle a city. First day, I guess, settle a city next to a natural wonder, which you might be able to do. You throw Liang in there, they become your builder city. You might be able to, with a little bit of, proactive effort, you can make this work. And it basically means that your builders are like, it's like you have 2 pyramids, right? It's actually really good. I think it's not amazing because it does require some chance, but the actual perk itself is really good. 2 extra charges. It's basically serfdom, right? And then you get serfdom and you're just a freaking baller. So I like that a lot. Really good. Extra science and an extra gold from tiles with breathtaking appeal that are adjacent to either a natural wonder, a mountain, or a reef. Adjacent to a mountain is nice. This works extremely well in tangent with the preserve, which basically gives you 2 culture and 2 food and 2 faith. What this means is that, and it might be hard to sort of, get the tiles that you want just because they might be placed awkwardly because they have to be next to a natural wonder, which is fairly niche. But next to the mountain means that if you build, and it doesn't mean the mountain itself, because normally what you do is you place the preserve where you would normally place a campus, right? But you get the mountain tiles, I'm quite sure, right? In any case, if they're next to the mountain, you might be able to get some really good tiles. It's just 1 science. I feel, the issue I have with this, pause on that. +1 culture and +1 gold from tiles with breathtaking appeal adjacent to either a world wonder, woods, or marsh. So this is separate. So the science one next to mountains, I feel like that is harder to come by. And in that case, I can't say it's amazing. It's difficult to say. Well, actually, here's the thing. I think don't focus so much on the preserve. I feel like to make that, to utilize it in conjunction with that is probably more difficult. This just means that all the tiles next to mountains will be +1 science, right? Which is nice because whether they're hills, whether they're trees, whatever they are, they'll have +1 science, which means that you'll have a great science boost, right? And so that's actually a bit more powerful than I'm giving it credit, even though it probably seems obvious to some of you. That extra culture and gold with breathtaking tiles adjacent to world wonders is fairly niche because you have to build the wonder, but the woods tiles. So breathtaking appeal, which happens more easily with woods, not with marshes though, but with woods. The fact that you get a culture on your woods tiles is fairly nice because these things, put this way, the bonuses here in this case are the best when they are applicable in the most areas. If it has to be next to something that's very specific, like a natural wonder or even a world wonder, then it's less able to make use of, right? The fact that every mountain tile, that tile is adjacent to it, which will be breathtaking most of the time, will get an extra science. That's really good. And that basically where tiles are wooded, they'll have a culture. That's also really good. And this works everywhere on the map. This is so redundant, or it's kind of contradictory that you would have a breathtaking appeal on a marsh tile, which takes away appeal. So that's not going to happen. In any case, well, I always do this. I forget to read the next thing. +1 appeal from marshes instead of the usual -1. +1 appeal to all tiles in cities with a national park. That first part with the marshes, well, here's the thing. it's not that the marsh itself will then be more susceptible to the appeal. What it means is that adjacent tiles will not, be susceptible to its negative appeal, which means that especially if there is a woods tile or a mountain tile, whatever, the tiles that you want appeal, they are not going to be impeded by a marsh, right? It won't matter for floodplains or rainforests, but a marsh can really fuck up your appeal. So that's nice, and it's a good counteraction. The +1 appeal to all tiles in cities with national parks. This is nice. I play with a mod that gives Golden Gate Bridge 100% national park tourism, right? Based on the appeal, right? Which is what it does in the vanilla game. The difference here from the mod is that it applies to all cities, right? To basically to every national park. And I like to play with that mod because national parks are an investment, and I like the fact that I can sort of make them even better, just like Crystal Redentor. This +1 appeal to all tiles in cities with national parks is basically like Eiffel Tower plus 50%. Eiffel Tower gives +2 appeal on all tiles. This is +1 if it has a national park. If you have a national park, then you're fine with that, and you're probably going to build national parks in any case, right? So getting the extra appeal makes them better. It also makes other tiles that perhaps weren't able to be made into national parks or seaside resorts, for that matter, it makes them more eligible. So that's a really useful perk, in my opinion. And this whole trait, it doesn't make Teddy amazing. I think the extra science and the extra culture from wood tiles, and that science being tiles adjacent to mountains, I think that's nice. And I think you got, depending on your spawn, if you spawn next to mountains and there are wood tiles, if you're away from desert and grassland, plains and rainforest, right, you're bound to have several tiles that have science and culture in your empire. Not just in your empire, but in your cities. And this is applicable everywhere, right? The fact that they have they're applicable as well if they're next to a natural wonder, to me that's very niche, very unique, not useful. Mountains are everywhere, so you're gonna find that that's the place, and you can settle accordingly. And what I like about it the most is that those tiles you can choose to work because they have the extra science. They're just everyday tiles. A grassland hill tile you can put a mine on, right? So it's 2 food, 1 production. You put a mine on it, it's 2 production now, but it also has a science. Those sort of tiles are really powerful. They're basically like monuments and libraries in every city because you can plan accordingly. They don't need, put this way, if it was only natural wonders and world wonders that gave the bonus, I would say, well, that's very specific. It doesn't work across the empire. This works everywhere that these tiles are present, and you can choose accordingly. So you can really squeeze the benefit out of this. It's I would say that because it takes some effort on your part to squeeze through. I'm not going to say it's A tier, but it's definitely strong. I might actually say that it is A tier, but it's fairly weak just because it might be inconsistent. It depends solely on the tiles around you. If there's any jungle, if you're open land, like in terms of plains and whatnot, it's not going to work. But if you roll the right start next to mountains and trees and whatnot, you might have a lot of science and culture, and that tends to be what happens. So I would say that it's not. I wouldn't say it's the middle A tier. It's not A 50%. It's kind of like A 20%, right? So it is A. I gotta say so. And that, in conjunction with the film studio, means that your late game in terms of tourism is bonkers, really bonkers. So I'm actually liking Teddy so far. I always saw him as, I don't even know what I saw him as. I don't remember what he was vanilla, but he was always, he never seemed for me to be a tourism-based civ, right? I don't know what he was before. I thought he was more of a military civ, but hey, I think he's had updates. I think these appeal-based yields and the film studio, I think as well, at least there have been adjustments made to it, have made him all more sort of in line with tourism. So I think so far he's looking good. But last trait, Manifest Destiny. All diplomatic policy slots in the current government are converted to wildcard policy slots. This is very interesting. This is similar to Poland's or Jadwiga's basically exact same policy, or perk rather, that converts all military policies, which is a bit stronger because you're bound to have more military policies. I think other than Merchant Republic, only one diplomatic slot ever is present, if there is one at all. So it's not as useful. But I guess the reason I would like it is that the diplomatic policy slots aren't that useful. You kind of use them for one-time things like to get an extra envoy or whatnot. The fact that it just becomes a wild card means that you have more flexibility, and you can use it for diplomatic cards, but you can also use it for other things if those aren't relevant. So this is very useful, I'd say. Very nice. Tiles can be purchased for 50% less gold. I love this perk. Purchasing tiles is something I do a lot, right? It can be very useful to get like banana tiles or just something that's, just some resource, whether it's strategic or whatnot. It makes your civilization better, but it gets expensive, like 150 gold, by the time you're buying like the third tile out. So this saves you a ton of gold, and gold can be precious as you go throughout the game, especially when you're upgrading units. This is a very strong passive modifier, very strong. The capital and newly founded cities on America's home continent begin with a free builder and melee unit. This means that when you start the game, by definition, you will get a free builder and you will get another warrior. So you start with a settler, you start with a warrior, you spawn, you get a free builder and a free warrior. When you settle your second city, unless the continent break is right, beside you, assuming that you spawn on the same continent with your second settler, you get another free builder. So it's like the Maya, right, essentially, or effectively rather. But I like that you also get the warrior. The Maya gets a free builder in all their cities, right? But effectively, you're bound to have, depending on most cases, maybe a few cases, the west side of your empire is a different continent, right? But most of the times, you're somewhere in the middle, right? Which means that most of your cities where these bonuses are relevant and useful in the early and sort of middle portion of the game, it's effectively the same thing. And the fact that you get a melee unit in addition is very nice. That means that when you reach the classical era, you'll start getting swordsmen for free when you spawn a city. That's very nice. I like that a lot. It's essentially like getting walls with your city, and even offensively, it's very nice. Very nice indeed. When outside American territory, units receive +1 sight and ignore movement costs of terrain and features. I gotta tell you, I've been bitching and complaining about previous civs for having no synergy, and like, for example, and I keep bitching on Gorgo because I think it's merited, but she has bonuses for tourism, right? But then she has bonuses for military, and it's so out of whack. Teddy has bonuses that are clearly towards tourism and winning cultural victories, whether it's through adjacency or rather whether it's through tile appeal, getting appeal from national parks, marshes, not causing unappeal, builders having more charges in cities next to a natural wonder, which you can just kind of have a builder city. And the film studio basically means that when you reach the point in the game, probably when you have national parks in any case, you can just pump out tourism like it's nothing. This Manifest Destiny is one of the most compact, well-rounded, fully sort of 100% effective traits, with all the perks being effective, that I've seen so far. The free wildcard policy slot is so useful that even in contrast to Jadwiga's, which actually gives you more wildcard slots because she converts military policies into wildcards, and even if you just have monarchy, that's 3 wildcards, right? The thing is that diplomatic cards are wildcard slots that don't need to be used that often. They're not as useful. So this is basically saying, you're going to keep your military slots, fine, but we're going to give you an extra wildcard slot instead of a diplomatic policy. Maybe Jadwiga's is more powerful, but this one is certainly not any less. It actually kind of makes the efficiency of it all more relevant, to the point where I would say, I'll keep the military, and I'll take my diplomatic slot, which for me is just like an every so often use. Put it into the wildcard slot, which means that when I want to use it, I'll use it then. Otherwise, I'll just use it for economic slots. It's very good indeed. the 50% reduction of tile purchasing is extremely powerful, very efficient, especially in the early game when you don't have a lot of gold. Purchasing tiles is expensive, but extremely powerful, because even like imagine you had three citizens in your capital, let's say, and let's say you had two food, two production tiles. Let's say there was a third tile and it was like 2 food, 1 production, right? Okay, that's nothing, right? It's kind of like you want something better. Imagine there's a really nice horse tile, or maybe there's a nice banana tile on a rainforest with 3 food, 2 production. That's a huge boost to your empire in the early game, but it might cost you like 150 gold to buy it. It costs Teddy 75 gold. That is so useful. You don't even understand how useful it is unless you purchased a lot of tiles. And it may be very liberal and of me to, or rather, I may not be conservative enough to hold my gold back, whether it's for buying units or upgrades. And instead, just kind of like I tend to buy tiles very haphazardly. Like I'll buy the extra production on that, that mine tile out there or whatnot. I tend to do that, but Teddy can just do it so effortlessly that it's like, why wouldn't you? It's like, it's so cheap. It's 50% off. You can even add surveyors, which is an economic slot policy that reduces it by 20%. So this is a 70% reduction. It's crazy. And it's built in, right? I think that policy card is too undervalued. I think it should be more like 30 or 40%. It doesn't seem worth it to change. I'll buy it right now. This is 50% all the time. It's freaking incredible, right? Those 2 perks right there are very strong. It would be, if everything else was kind of irrelevant and crap, I would say, yeah, it's a good trait. Well, these are good perks, but it's good. Just good though. The capital and newly founded cities on America's home continent, which to me just means that basically all of your cities in the early game, like your first 5 or 6 or 7 cities, will be on your home continent when it's the most impactful, the most, when this perk will actually have its use. Like I don't care about the melee unit that I get in the modern era. I don't care, right? Even if it was a freaking death robot, I don't care. Give it to me right now. And what you're getting is a free builder and a melee unit. I would not undervalue the melee unit. Not only is that free production alongside the builder, but the melee unit is something that you have to build anyway. Like if you got 2 builders, okay, maybe that would be great, but builders aren't always relevant. You don't always have things to build. Melee units are things that tend to be forgotten in people's games, and they tend to, whether it's from barbs or outside aggression, you tend to undervalue building melee units just because there are other things to build. The fact that you just get one, this thing that kind of lets you not worry about defending your empire, you can build the infrastructure and the expansions that you want because you have the defense. You don't even have to go for walls. It's a really good perk, like a very good perk, like A tier perk, all of these together, right? And which might be my favorite perk of Teddy's is when you're outside of American territory, which means that your first movement of your warrior and your settler for that matter, because you haven't spawned yet, I'll take this into account. But basically, when you settle and you send your warrior outside, he's always in this sphere of influence, being outside the territory. Now, you can't leave your empire or your initial cities with this bonus. It's the opposite of logistics, right? But if you're scouting or you're attacking or you're just doing whatever, or if you're settling somewhere where you're outside the territory, obviously, you have an extra site, which is nice, especially for scouts and whatnot, but you ignore terrain. Ignoring terrain is like extra movement because it basically means that, I believe what it does effectively is that you can just move like it's all flat terrain, right? It doesn't matter because it reduces the movement cost of terrain and features. It's so overpowered. It's nearly broken, in my opinion. It's the number one reason that I always wanted to play Teddy. And the thing is that I like interesting perks and traits. It's why I have Civilizations Expanded. It makes the game more interesting, right? You can have different and interesting strategies. I always chose not to play as Teddy, despite the fact that he had this awesome perk. I thought, okay, there's nothing else to him. I kind of want to play as the Maya, or I want to play as Byzantium, right? Reading all these traits and all these perks makes me realize that Teddy is an amazing tourism civ, and he has really good, like the +1 science for adjacent mountain tiles, essentially. And the +1 culture on most of your wood tiles is really good. Like those are hard yields. Those are what you work for in the game. Like those are free monuments. You might have 2 extra monuments in your starting city just because there are 2 woods tiles that have, if they have breathtaking appeal, which aren't taken away from marshes, right? And woods tiles give appeal as it is. A free culture, and if there are mountain tiles, there'll be free science. And when you get to the end of the game, your national parks make your national parks better because it gives appeal to all the tiles in the city, which improves it even more, and your seaside resorts for that matter. But the film studio, it doubles the tourism pressure from the city, so you basically win the game. But then you have all these perks in Manifest Destiny, the wild card, the cheaper tile purchasing, the free builder and melee unit. In your first settle, when you settle your capital, it even says it, the capital and newly founded cities, right? When you settle your first capital and the several settles afterwards, they all get free builders and they get a free melee unit. There's so much production there. There's so much functional use. It's amazing. And basically, the scout-like movement of all your units, the extra site makes scouting so much easier. And you basically move your settlers like it's nothing, right? And not to mention that if you see a natural wonder somewhere in the game, and every map has them, right? If there are any within a reasonable vicinity of your capital and whatnot, you can just plant a city nearby. Not only does it give you science and culture from the adjacent tiles, right? But if you put Liang there, you're basically putting out builders with +3 charges, right? And that's before serfdom. You know what that means? That means you have builders with 6 charges. If you get serfdom at feudalism and medieval era, that's 8 charged builders. That's crazy. And when you're doing a lot of tourism, it's like you're like when you get conservation, you may want to plant trees and chop forests, and you may want to build seaside resorts. This basically means that you can do a lot of work with your builders, which I find that tourism is the most demanding in that regard, and Teddy has this bonus. Like I just said about Dido, she has a lot of synergy and she's like a well-oiled machine when it comes to exploration, mass expansion, and just naval domination, right? Which is good for everything, right? And Basil, right before that, he had a lot of harmony when it came to religion and employing his military advantage to sort of boister his religious, spread. Teddy obviously is a fucking... he's like Tom Cruise. He's running Hollywood. He's burning it down, and that's even before, without the film studio. I would still say that the better builders, the bonuses to tile appeal, even the fact that marshes don't ruin your appeal, which is nice, but the fact that national parks give more appeal, which means that you can build more national parks and seaside resorts. That right there is not the strongest thing I've ever seen when it comes to tourism, but it's definitely there. It's very, very powerful, right? And Manifest Destiny, are you kidding me? We've already won the game. We have a free wildcard slot. Okay, but cheaper tile purchases, free builder, and free melee unit. That's awesome. I think that's even better than the Mayas. You get a free melee unit, right? And you get all your units move like it's flat terrain through woods and hills, like it's nothing. It's amazing. And I haven't said any jokes this whole... I've been speaking for like 4 hours. We're on Civ number 12. There's still literally 40 to go. There's 40 of these fuckers to go, and we're like 6 hours into this video because I had like a 2-hour preface, right? I'll make a joke, right? But just pretend I'm telling the truth, that after all being said and done, all these measures that win you tourism and just you kick ass as Teddy, right? You've got the P-51 Mustang, which just ties it all together. That the film studio, it mentions specifically that it's the bonus only kicks in after the game enters the modern era, which takes a long time. Once that happens, you're treated to the piece de resistance, the P-51 Mustang, a 5 extra combat strength against enemy fighters, because they're everywhere. The 2 flight range, so that you can just pummel your opponents as you beat them to death with your culture, your tourism rather, right? And the 50% experience. It just means that you can really win the game with a bang. And so I gotta say that Teddy, he's A tier, right? And I don't know how strong he is. I think that I think he's on par with Dido. I think he's on par. I would say at this point that the A tiers are Victoria, who's probably the weakest A tier, but she's definitely A tier. You have the Maya, and you have Byzantium, you have Dido, and you have Teddy. I would say that Teddy and Dido are the strongest A tiers, and the Maya are pretty much in line with those. I would say that Byzantium is a little bit weaker, but still fairly strong as an A tier, and that Victoria is kind of a weaker A tier, but definitely A tier, right? And I guess as we're mentioning it, I said that the Gaul and Chandragupta and in Rome being Trajan, they were both pretty strong B tiers, the Gaul probably being the strongest B tier. I said that Cleopatra was a B tier, but fairly weak B tier. And then I said that Gorgo was pretty shit, right? And she was just a kind of an average C tier. Nothing really going for her, at least in the way that her perks work together. So, I'm 12 in, and I'm just running this fucking room like it's 1975, right? I heard it was a good year, and it's literally like February. It's February, it's March. We still got the rest of the year to go. We've got 40 more civs. Let's keep this party going, right?
So yeah, I just finished Teddy, obviously, and I have rolled Tomyris, old Scythia. Where's the old? There she is. She is a vanilla civ, and she is a horse lord, like Genghis Khan, but she is OG. And let's see what she does. Tomyris. She has the burial mound, which I think is. Let's read it first before we make our judgments. The burial mound. It's 2 gold and 1 faith, and you get an extra faith for each adjacent camp or pasture, and then you get more. You get an extra faith as you progress throughout the civic tree. Probably when you get, I think when you get natural history, you get an extra faith, something like that. It cannot be built next to hills, and I'm not sure, but I believe you can build it next to other burial mounds, so that's fine. The issue is for me is that Scythia, her bonuses tend towards domination. She has the horse archer. She's got. She's like Genghis Khan, right? She mows people down with her horses. This is just some faith and some gold, which to me don't really run in tangent with that. And it's not like it's a ton of faith. Basically, if you have a grasslands hill tile, it's 2 food, 1 production. That tile will now be 2 food, 1 production, 2 gold, and a faith. Now you may find some of them are next to camps or pastures. Pastures are probably a bit more common than camps, but it's not going to be that widespread. You're just going to be getting you're going to be getting 1 faith for most of the game and 2 gold. And it's like I would rather just build a mine. And so I can't say that that's a very useful district. I find that with these improvements that you generally see when you build them en masse, that some of them end up being very powerful, that you get several faith, that you get, I don't know, you end up getting some good yields, but it's like I don't even really care. It's just gold and some faith. And unless you're going for religious victory, and it's not that faith is bad. It's just I don't know why it goes in line with Scythia. But so I'm going to skip the horse archer for a second. Let's look at her first trait. Queen of the Masaga Gadi. Interesting. Yields gained from plundering, trade routes, and pillaging are doubled. And these actions only cost 1 movement. That is a very useful perk. The 1 movement is basically, and note that this is from all units, but normally you get an upgrade on your light horseman. It's the second upgrade in the left side, and it lets you do this exact action. Now, pillaging is fairly useful. It can get you a lot of culture, a lot of gold. It helps you heal your troops. It's very hard to do because it takes away your turn, and there is a bonus at military training in the classical era that gives you a 50% increase. This makes them doubled, which is a really nice way of getting yield. So to me, this is what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't run in line with the burial mound. Now, I would rather keep this bonus for pillaging and get rid of the burial mound, but that's not going to happen. I feel like it's kind of it's kind of separate and unnecessary. Probably not used very much. Just give me some era score. This perk right here, in terms of domination, which I feel like Scythia is in line with, is very powerful. Because let's just say that you don't put the military training perk on, right? The double pillaging, like, you'll get a ton of science and gold and culture from your pillages, and you can just build a bunch of horsemen. And Scythia has a bonus. Where is the bonus? Maybe it's been removed. I thought she had one where she gets... Okay, so in the people of the steppe, so Scythia is like Ukrainian, or she's like somewhere in East or Western Russia or Eastern Europe, being the steppe. She gets a second light cavalry or Saka horse archer free every time. It's a duplicate. So she's going to have the fastest moving units in the game, which are light cavalry, right? They have 5 movement versus 4 of the knight, let's say, the heavy. The fact that they can already just pillage like beasts, and they get so much, in my opinion, there's a really fun strategy for Scythia where you build a bunch of light cavalry, be it horsemen or cuirassiers, or rather the medieval variant, and you just pummel people by pillaging like a madman. It only costs 1 movement, and that like normally when you pillage, it takes away your turn, because I think it takes like at least 3, and unless you're standing on it, it's hard to do it right away, and you cannot move afterwards. I believe that, I'm not sure if it lets you move afterwards. If it did, that'd be great, but even then, you can move in and pillage like a boss. Normally the issue with pillaging is that you kind of have to move in, wait, get shot probably by like the city center, and then pillage, and then you get shot again. And so if you're going for like a mine or something, it's like you get damaged, and then you can't pillage again. These guys are gonna get hit 1 time at max, and they're gonna peace out, and that just works great in my opinion. Second perk there is that all units receive +1 movement when adjacent to enemy units. That is interesting. I like that a lot. It means that being so aggressive as they are, it means that they can get out very quickly. I feel like I'll have to go and play this, because I'm very interested actually, is that when you pillage and you have movement remaining, does it cancel your turn like an attack does, or do you still have, does it just actually cost of movement? I'm not sure. In any case, the extra movement, I don't know how useful that is, just because it doesn't let you be aggressive to go in, but it lets you, I think, defend because you can get out. And that's nice. Or at the very least, if you're pillaging in the Empire, it means that you can just go further and have other pillages, just because you're likely next to a unit. So that's nice. It's not as good as you would think, but it depends on the situation. So it's all right. Military units receive +5 combat strength against wounded units. I think this is pretty powerful. It's essentially the trait of the Holche in the Maya. Exactly the same trait, but it's for all of them. And I think that's all right, because in any case, like let's say that you have your own military unit, and you go up to another one. Unless they have full health, you're doing +5 combat strength. Okay, that's a good bonus. That's basically a fortify bonus, right? But if they're not damaged, and let's say that you're damaged or you're not, once you attack them once, you're gonna get an immediate sort of snowball effect on your following attack, because they'll be damaged, right? And so this stacks very well, and I think that's a nice extra bonus, because it's only +5 combat strength, but it's very consistent, because you're gonna find that a lot of the people you're fighting are wounded. So, and combat victories restore up to 30 hit points. There are the bonuses which I'm not a fan of, where they give you science or culture when you defeat a unit, and that's not very useful. It's like for only getting those yields, it's very inconsistent. I'll get them another way. When you kill a unit, which sometimes a unit has very low health, and yet should I run in there and attack them and make myself vulnerable? I don't know. Maybe we'll just wait next turn. And sometimes they'll promote their unit. It's like, okay, shit, I probably should have attacked them. In this sense, you can take that risk, because you're gonna heal in a way that is at least, I don't know, something kind of in line with like a buffer for the next attack. And taking out units is very difficult. You want to kind of capitalize on that. So I think this is, it's not terribly useful, but it's definitely an option that's better than just getting some culture. It's like, I would rather get this and survive the previous or the upcoming attack, right, and have killed their unit, than have killed their unit, got 30 science, not even, like 20 science, and be killed, right? I think this is much better. I think this trait is fairly good. I think the movement ability next to adjacent units, the combat victory getting 30 hit points, those are kind of average. Whereas I think that the +5 combat strength effectively against wounded units, and the double pillaging for sure, which maybe is the sort of the main perk in the whole Civ. But I think that works fairly well. But let's see what they have for the next trait, because if it works well in Harmony, then maybe that is even better. So, people of the steppe, you begin the game with animal husbandry, and we've seen several other civs like the Gaul, who start with mining. The Maya start with irrigation. Dido, which we just did, starts with writing. And I think that was it. Cleopatra starts with. So Cleopatra starts with irrigation. The Maya start with pottery. Starting with animal husbandry, to me, is the most useful thing to start with. To me, it's always the first one I get. You want to see where your horses are, especially when you're Scythia and you want horses, right? And her next bonus says that those horses, or the camps, or the pastures in general, be it sheep or cows, they get an extra food and an extra production and a gold, which is not so bad early on in the game. But the extra production and food, to me, camps, or rather pastures, be it horses or sheep or cattle, those are the strongest resources in the game, because they give you food and production. This gives you more. It's actually a really nice extra bonus. It depends on the spawn, obviously, but it's a pretty good modifier to things that are already very good. And I love the fact that you start with animal husbandry. You'll start with your horses if they're within reach of your capital, or maybe your second expansion. Horses are very powerful. They get they have a lot of food, a lot of production. They'll get even more here, and they're nice to have. You can sell them for gold. You can maybe be early on aggressive and accumulate horses for horsemen later on. I like that a lot. It's a very useful technology to start with, and they get a bonus towards the improvements you get. And then I guess finally, it's that you get the extra. You get the duplicate light horseman or horse archer, which I think is not only is that good in terms of production, because you get 2 for 1, but I think in contrast, or alongside the pillaging bonus, I would say that is fairly congruent with each other, and I like that a lot, actually. Especially because strategic resources are hard to come by sometimes, and so getting 2 for 1 is very nice, and so for military aggressiveness, that's definitely fair. Looking at the horse archer is kind of underwhelming. I believe it. I don't even know what it replaces. I think it replaces the actual archer. It says it comes in the classical era. It doesn't replace the heavy chariot. It doesn't replace. I think it actually replaces the horseman, which is a big problem. Let me search this up for a second. Scythia. Okay, sorry about that. I went and looked it up, and it was a freaking nightmare. And it is unlocked at horsemanship, or when you get horseman, that's when it's unlocked. So it replaces the horseman. It doesn't say that anywhere, which is a joke, but it replaces the horseman, which I think is an issue, because this unit has 1 range. It doesn't have any more combat strength. It has extra movement. It's underwhelming. It kind of makes it less useful. I don't care so much, because I don't tend to attack in the classical era, especially if I'm going for a huge war with Scythia in this case. I'll wait for the medieval era, so I don't mind. But the horse archer, to me, is kind of, I don't think it's that great. I think range units aren't interesting to me, especially when it's a horse archer and it's not very tanky, and it's bound to get hit and sort of killed. And she does get 2 for 1, which is nice, but I feel like I would, although the fact that the resource cost is halved because it's a specialty unit, that's fine. Not the best unit. It doesn't take anything away from me, even though I think that I would just kind of maybe just keep the horseman, replace the archer perhaps. I don't know. It's just kind of, it doesn't improve Scythia for me, the horse archer. It's like the burial mound. It's like I don't really care about them, right? Scythia is interesting. I think that she doesn't have very many perks, not an overload like Dido or Teddy, which we just did. But I think that the 2 traits that she does have, the Massagate tea, and people of the steppe. I think they're very strong in union. Beginning the game with animal husbandry, better camps and pastures, 2-for-1 light cav, which is great for the medieval era with your courtiers. The double pillaging, which is awesome, and it only costs 1 movement, is essential. That works really well. The extra movement when adjacent to enemy units is kind of hit or miss. The extra combat strength against wounded units is very nice, and the combat victory is giving 30 points. Not the best, but it's relevant, I would say. I think most of these perks they all pair well together. How substantial they are is hard to say. I think in terms of military, you can maybe have a better improvement, a better unique unit, but these perks they work well together. In terms of a cavalry-based empire, Scythia is amongst the best, and the fact that she has all those things, I think she's fairly strong. I cannot say she's A tier. I'm almost thinking I want to give her an A, but she's like a very weak A, kind of like England, but even less so. I feel the reason being is that, again, if her aim is domination and she wants to do that through cavalry, she just has a lot of synergy, as I keep saying, of her perks. And the 2 traits, there's nothing that's really irrelevant. The whole people of the steppe, 100%. Queen of the Masagadi, not everything, like the extra movement adjacent to enemy units, the combat victory giving 30 points, that's not so impactful, but the extra combat strength against wounded units, the double pillaging, the 1 movement, that right there, if you only had that and you got double light cav, like 2-for-1, that combination right there is enough to make them awesome. And they have a really good, like, for me, when I think of like modifiers for my civ, I want a better palace, I want starting culture and science, or I want like extra production on my mines. I think starting with animal husbandry and getting extra food and extra production on those pastures and the horses that you may find, and camps as well, like, for me, that's really awesome. Like, that's amongst the most useful. It's not a flat out increase to your capital from your palace, like China, for example. But it's, in terms of yields, it's got effective yields like production and growth, and it's like that's not anything to shy away from. It's actually really nice. So I think that these perks and these traits are very strong. I think if they had a better unique unit, I would say that they are A tier. Just kind of weak A tier. I think I'm just gonna give them a B, but a very strong B. They're almost A. I would say that they're on par with the Gaul in terms of what they're able to do, and I think I kind of want to go play them right now and just wreak havoc and all my neighbors and pillage the shit out of them. So there you go. So I have rolled Lautaro, this guy, Mapuche. He has this unit called, he has this ability where if he's in a golden age, he does plus 10 combat strength. And to me, that's just the most broken thing in the game, because being the actual player, you're bound to get a golden age or 2, and having 10 combat strength against you means he just wrecks you. So I don't play with Lautaro in my games, but in any case, his Chema Mule, his improvement, it gives 1 faith and 1 production, and it also gives culture equal to 75% of the tile's appeal. That is interesting. I like that a lot. It let me check for a second when you get it. I think it comes out. You get it at craftsmanship, so you get it fairly early. You get +1 faith, which is all right. The +1 production is nice. It's good for a specialty improvement. So if you build it, it basically is like a mine, but it also gives culture. So if you build this on, well, actually, it says that you can only build it on tiles with breathtaking appeal, which is a strange requirement, because if there are no breathtaking appeal, you can't make it. But if it is, you'll get 3 culture. So that's pretty good. It's really good, actually. So, and it scales pretty good later on in the game, so that's not the worst improvement I've ever seen. The fact that it gets a production kind of makes it, because no matter where you make it, you're going to at least have a bit of production. And, the 3 culture, at a minimum, it just may not be as relevant, because if there's rainforest, if there's marshes, etc., you may not have the appeal. So it's kind of hard to say that it will be useful, but pretty good, I'd say. The Milan Raider. Renaissance era unit, so it replaces, I believe, the heavy chariot, or the heavy cavalry of the Renaissance, the cuirassier. +5 combat strength if within 4 tiles of friendly territory. Pillaging costs only 1 movement. Say hello to Scythia. All her pillaging costs 1 movement. Possibly, I like this unit. It doesn't stack up to Scythia's overall, but just looking at this on its own, the fact that it's only 1 movement is nice. The +5 combat strength kind of isn't in harmony with that because you're going to pillage outside of your territory, so that's not as relevant. I think the issue is that it comes too late. Like if you're going to go pillaging, if you want to have war, you kind of want to do that in the medieval era. In the Renaissance era ends up being kind of, maybe you could like sort of finish your wars, like when you get the bombards and whatnot. I just feel like this is kind of bad timing. If it came in the industrial era, I'd say, okay, maybe that's fine. You can start doing your wars then, but this is kind of, it's all right. It's just, I think it's poor timing. Spirit of Tukapel. Tukapel? Cities with a governor generate 5% culture and 5% production, and military units trained in these cities receive plus 10% combat experience. The 10% combat experience is very minor. Like if it was 25%, I'd say great, and it's only those with governors, so it's kind of nothing. The 5% culture and 5% production is fine. There are better bonuses like this where cities with governors get bonuses with governors. I forget who it was, but someone had it where they just got like 10% extra yield. Actually, it was I think it was Poland. It was that cities with governors get 15% production and 15% gold. The 5% cultures, I think both of these perks, or the values of these perks, are very minor. If it was 10% culture and 10% production, I'd say that's fine. Pretty good actually, but it's 5% culture. Only with governors. It doesn't make a difference early on in the game because you got like 1 governor. So not too enthused by that. Although it says these bonuses are tripled in cities not founded by Mapuche. So if you capture cities, you get 15% culture and 15% production and 30% experience. So that's fine. The combat experience becomes a bit stronger. Although you have to train the units in it, and you're probably not doing that in the captured cities right away. I don't think this works very well. The reason being is that if you're going to capture cities, they're probably not going to be generating that much culture and production as it is. It takes too much time to get them to reach that point. And so even though you'll probably have like Victor or someone in there for loyalty, I don't think it's going to matter that much. I like that it's tripled, but I just don't think it's that great, unfortunately. I think that the fact that it becomes relevant at 50%, which is fine, but only when you capture cities, right? Those cities aren't really useful as it is, so I can't say I'm too enthusiastic about this. And then you get the 10 combat strength against cities or civilizations that are in a golden age. Incredibly powerful. If you're playing as Lautaro, you just wreck people. 10 combat strength is like, you're unbeatable. It's literally like playing... It's put this way, you're fighting warriors with heavy chariots. There's just no competition, right? It's really overpowered and broken in my opinion, and I never want to play with Lautaro because you can't fight against him. Because if you're playing deity, that's 14 combat strength. 14 combat strength, that's ridiculous. That's basically a warrior and a swordsman. It's crazy. And defeating an enemy unit within the borders of an enemy city causes that city to lose 20 loyalty. Governors exert +4 loyalty towards all cities within 9 tiles. This makes Lautaro a sort of an aggressive beast because he can just convert cities very quickly. I'm not sure what happens. Like, what happens if you kill 3 units and they lose 60 loyalty, so they're at 40. If you capture that city just by your own means, do you have 40 loyalty? I'm sure it doesn't translate like that, but I don't know how useful causing loyalty pressure and things like that is. I don't know how relevant that is, but it's nice, and it definitely means that he's not the one getting fucking peppered with loyalty pressure. He's the one doing it all, and the governor's getting 4 loyalty means that his cities are very easy to hold when he takes them, regardless of where they are, and that runs in tangent with the bonuses to the 15% culture and 15% production. The only issue I have with that is that I don't care about the culture and production bonus, more so the culture in newly captured cities. Not only are they weaker, not only are they just random cities, it's like
they're also occupied, so you can't even build something. You have to repair the monument in the granary and whatnot, hoping that they even have those. So it's not like for its own purposes, the combat strength and the loyalty pressure that you can get from defeating enemy units, that is fine. That's good, even that's really good. But it's like the bonus as well that this sort of encourages you to do that. I don't think that's a very strong encouragement. It's like you'll have to. There should be another reason to take over militarily, which he has all the means to do. But I guess the other perk to sort of encourage it, I don't think is as relevant. This is an all-right trait. I just don't think it's great because extra combat strength is really good, and the loyalty conversion is fine. The governors make it pretty good as well. So Patagonian heritage, I like that name, Patagonian. +1 production from tiles with breathtaking appeal. This runs very well with the Chema Mule, which again it's hard to evaluate an improvement or a trait for that matter that says that only in these strict circumstances can you use something, and when you do, it'll be amazing because it'll have +1 production, +1 faith. The base tile yields like a grassland hills tile, 2 food, 1 production, has an extra production, so it's like a mine, a faith, and it has 3 culture, right? But it's only on those tiles, be it this hill or not, if it's breathtaking. So it's like, maybe, put this way, if there are mountainous tiles around you, you're bound to find some of them, and the thing is that a breathtaking tile has 4 appeal, so that's 3 culture. If it has 5 or 6, or maybe you build preserves, or maybe later on in the game you have Eiffel Tower, like you can really scale this and you can get a lot. And if at the very least you have this, it basically means that the Chema Mule, right, alongside maybe another tile, which you probably wouldn't use for anything else if it was breathtaking, but it will have an extra production. So that's really good. It means that you have production and culture. Really good. Rainforest, marsh, and floodplains do not reduce appeal. Okay, that's really good. The rainforest is amazing. The marsh and floodplains, the floodplains a bit more, but that means that you're bound to have more room for appeal to come out. I like that a lot. That helps a great deal. It makes the Chema Mule a bit more relevant because it's more applicable because there's more appeal. Building a plantation triggers a culture bomb. I like culture bombs, but plantations are kind of far in between. You don't see them very often, so that's fine. Theater squares, industrial zones, commercial hubs, and harbors, that's a mouthful, receive a standard adjacency bonus from mountains. The issue I have with that is that mountains give you appeal. I'm much more keen on getting the Chema Mule in those on those tiles rather than this, because the standard adjacencies basically means that you get +1, like a campus, but it's like that tile right there is maybe 3 or 4 culture and at least 2 production. I think I'll just put my theater squares in industrial zones elsewhere. It's not harbors. Why would you care about harbors next to mountains? Like, where is that going to be? That's a really niche harbor. And units receive +1 movement when starting a turn adjacent to a mountain. That is not amazing because, like, when are you starting next to a mountain when you're moving? And when are you fighting next to a mountain? That's kind of never going to come up in my opinion. And if it did, I would say I would rather have it for anything else than a mountain. I'm underwhelmed by Lautaro. As I said, I don't like playing with them I don't like playing against them because, I tend to get golden ages and they wreck you. They get 10 combat strength. That's too much in my opinion, and they're not fun to play against. If I was playing as them, I would wreck with them. It's very domination based, because of that. But if they didn't have that perk, I would say there's nothing that they have that is especially effective. The Chema Mule is kind of their most interesting thing, that they get culture and production from breathtaking tiles, the extra production from tiles being breathtaking, and the fact that the rainforest and the marsh and the floodplains don't reduce appeal really helps with that. There's nothing else here that's very interesting. I don't think the Malin Rider is very good. It comes at the wrong time. The cities with governors generating 5% culture and 5% production is also not that relevant. It's too small. And for it to be tripled, it has to be in captured cities, which are kind of poor as it is. The adjacency bonus from theater squares and industrial zones to mountains, well, not only do I not care about that, because if I'm building industrial zones, for example, I want them next to rivers so I can put them next to aqueducts. But these, I don't want to put them there because even if I decided to put the industrial zone there for like a +4 adjacency and I built, an aqueduct
adjacent to like the other stretch of the mountain. Those are 2 tiles at least that I could put my Chema Mule, which I think is a lot better and more useful for Lautaro. So it's like that bonus sucks. The +1 movement adjacent to a mountain is pretty shit as well. The governors exerting 4 loyalty means that you can really press, and I guess Lautaro is meant to be a domination civ with, and I would say normally that like, oh, there's no synergy between having culture from the Chema Mule, etc. I think that's just an improvement. Like, you can put that everywhere. Everyone needs culture. Everyone needs production. That's fine. I like that. There's nothing else here. I don't think that, again, like the fucking 10%, the 10 combat strength is overpowered beyond belief. That it's like, if you're going for domination, you win the game. But everything else, there's no real. Again, the Chema Mule is pretty good. The perks around it make it better and more usable. That's fine. Nothing else I think is interesting. Nothing else. Maybe the government giving the governors giving 4 loyalty, but that it's kind of accessory in my opinion. I don't know. Defeating enemy units and getting 20 loyalty or losing 20 loyalty to the opposing city, that's fine. Maybe you can use that. You can just crush people with your combat strength and just convert the cities, and that's great. I don't know. I think that Lautaro is kind of underwhelming, even though he has some very powerful. Like, I think the 10 combat strength, the Chema Mule, its associated perks, those are really good. But that's it. There's nothing else here. It's very sparse in my opinion. So I'll give him a B, but I can't say he's a strong B. I think he's in domination, he's amazing, but I don't just only because he's overpowered in the most ridiculous way. Nothing else, right? Like Dido had bonuses towards her navy. Byzantium had specialty units and bonuses towards combat, right? That were sort of in tangent with religion and other things. This is just a flat 10 combat strength. Like, what is going on here? 10 combat strength? That's crazy. Like, to me, he's kind of just that and nothing else. You could go for the Chema Mule. That's great, but he has nothing else that's really interesting. Nothing even accessory, in my opinion. 1 movement next to a mountain. Get out of here. So I'm gonna give Lautaro a B and a fair B at that, but nothing more. I'm not impressed. So I just rolled Amanitore, which is Nubia. This bitch. Oh yeah. She's interesting. Let's take a look at her. So, Nubia has really strong traits and perks, but she has an underwhelming improvement, in my opinion. That is the Funerary Pyramid. Interesting name. It comes at Masonry, so not right away, but still. You get 1 food and 1 faith. I believe it can be built on any tile, so be it grassland or plains or desert. What it does is it gets an extra food if it's adjacent to an aqueduct, which is pretty limited. +1 for the appropriate yield from adjacent districts. So if it's next to a campus, it'll get +1 science. That's all right, but it's like, especially early on in the game, you're gonna have like maybe a campus, right? And you'll get so maybe you'll get +1 food, +1 faith, +1 science. That's all right. I feel like it doesn't get much use, and so I'm not terribly praiseworthy of the Funerary Pyramid. It's just kind of, I find it too niche to get the value. I would prefer another improvement. The Epidemic Archer, on the other hand, is incredibly strong. It has 3 movement. It's a bit more powerful. It costs a bit more production, but it's extremely powerful, and it's nice just to have a specialty archer, which is like the first thing you build in the game. It's really nice, in fact. The extra movement is awesome. You can just move around, pelt people, and then run away if you want. It's really nice, and it's definitely one of the best, I would say, specialty units in the game. It goes without saying, A tier and very strong, amongst the best. Restoration of Moreau, 100% production towards builders. This is like what Victoria has. She has 50% towards builders, except she also gets that same bonus for engineers. This is 100% for builders. This means for every 2 builders you make, 1 is free in comparison to everybody else. That is wicked. It means that when you build your first builder in the capital, it probably takes maybe 3 or 4 turns. If you look at the I think it's called Occam, It's the 30% builder production in after craftsmanship. That's 30%. This is 3 times that. It's crazy. And it just means that you can, whether this means you want to build more pyramids, funerary, or you want to build a bunch of other things, it's really awesome. It's super powerful. 50% production as well towards the first specialty district in each city, and 25% production towards the second. This contrasts well with Dido, Dido had 25% production towards the first district in each city on a coastal city. Not that that matters, it's bound to in her case, but in any case, Nubia gets 50% for the first one and then 25% for the second one. It's so much more powerful. Like, her production bonuses are super intense. I can't say it's, maybe if she had more production towards wonders, maybe more production towards flat out military, you could argue that was maybe better. Production towards builders is in the early portions of the game very helpful. Builders are key early on in the game, and districts as well. And 50% production towards a district, that means that you can build a campus or a theater square or a harbor or whatever, a preserve at half the speed or half the pace, or in half the time. And the fact that you get 25% production for the first or for the second one is also really nice. It's really helpful and helps with your expansion cities that may not have that much production, but this just helps them grow and grow and grow. Trade routes to Nubian cities, so domestic trade routes, get +1 faith and +1 food per specialty district. This one I'm not as keen on. Most trade route bonuses, they come in line of culture and science or flat out food and production. This one gives faith, and I feel like especially early on in the game, you're bound to have maybe 1 or 2 districts. And I feel like 2 faith, on turn 50 doesn't really matter. 2 food is fine, but I would rather take an extra production, to be quite frank, because that scales right away, I would say, when you send your first 1 or 2 trade routes. Whereas this one, I feel like it doesn't impact you as much, so I'm not as positive about that. But it's nice. It's just, I don't think it's great. And you can also use faith to purchase the buildings of the first specialty district constructed in each city. That's nice. I don't think you're going to have much faith, and I don't know if Nubia is exactly a religious civ, but she seems to be all around powerful in a general sense, kind of like Dido was. But I don't know. I think this trait is fairly good. I think the last 2 perks are underwhelming. They're all right, but I don't think they're game changing. Maybe the trade route bonus was a bit better, but the 100% production towards builders and the 50% production towards the first specialty districts and 25% production towards the second, that is very powerful. That is some production industry. That is an advantage in most senses. It's just builders, and I think the district one, for some reason I don't feel like that's game changing. It's just getting a district 1 or 2 turns, maybe 3 turns sooner. Like, if this had production towards settlers, you can see how that would be more strategically sort of urgent. Whereas this one's just nice. It's efficient, and it's good for expansion cities, which don't have much production. So I like that, and it makes the trait fairly strong. I don't think it's A tier, but it's probably B tier, and it's fairly strong. So that, along with the Epidemic Archer, makes Nubia pretty powerful. But one more trait. The Cult of Epidemic, which is the archers they have, gives you mining at the start of the game, which is the same as the Gaul. That's fine. +2 gold and +1 production from mined resources. That's similar to the Gauls as well, except they get +1 culture and +1 production. So that one's a bit better. The +2 gold, okay, if you're going to give me gold, at least give me 2. Don't just give me an extra gold. Mined resources, I feel like Nubia is bound to spawn in the desert, which means she probably doesn't have, that many mined resources. So I don't know how useful that is, as well as the mining technology. Those two don't really seem to, and this is my knowledge of their spawning tendencies being desert based, right? Which, you have more like plantations and whatnot. You don't really have that many mining resources, but it depends. Strategic resources improved by mines provide an additional resource. So when you get iron, when you get niter, you'll get an extra one, which is fine, because it basically means that you're bound to have like maybe 1 or 2 in your empire. Sometimes you get none, but sometimes you have like maybe 1 or 2. It's basically 2 for 1, and that's pretty good, I would say, especially when you have so little. 50% production towards ranged units.
Okay, what is it with and ranged units earn 50% combat experience, which is great for the Apandemic Archer. Gives you that defensive perk, which gives you 10% or 10 combat strength when you're in a district or whatnot, right? What is it with Nubia? And because those are all her perks, and that's this trait, the Cult of Apandemic, is fine. The mining bonuses they're fine, but they don't really go in tangent with what she does. But what's with this production bonus, along with the production towards builders and specialty districts? Imagine if I said this. Imagine if I took a civ and said, this is the civ Nubia. Her name, or this is the civ of Nubia. It's from Africa, whatever. But the leader is Amanitore, right? What if I said, and I said only this, that her bonuses are 100% production towards builders, 50% production towards the first district in each city, and 25% production towards the second, and you get 50% production towards range units. And those range units get 50% combat experience. And there's a specialty archer that has 3 movement instead of 2 and has 28 combat strength instead of 25. What would you say? Would you say, well, I want all these extra bonuses like Poland has or whoever else, right? I would say, okay, you're right. There's nothing here that kind of, I think the mining resources and those benefits are meant to sort of be, their sort of their modifier, bonus, right? But they don't. To me, those don't really do much. I don't feel like those are relevant because it's not like the Gaul. The Gaul has a tendency to spawn next to hills. They have bonuses for the hills. Their life is in the hills. They're the Gaul, right? Whereas Nubia is in the desert. They have, that's why they have the funerary pyramid, right? It's kind of meant for the desert, right? And in any case, it's not really. There's no emphasis on there being hills, and so it's not as likely to happen. So okay. There's nothing else, in my opinion, other than the archer, which I think is really, really good. I don't want to be hyperbolic, but it's in the top 3 or 4 best units in the game in terms of specialty units, and these production bonuses are awesome. Now, I would say that the argument is that, well, is production bonus towards range units worthwhile? Like, what if you're going for tourism? What if you're going for religion? Okay, well then maybe no. And same thing with builders and districts. I feel like the thing is that the builders, it feels like overkill. If it was 50% production towards builders, I would say that's awesome. I don't want to emphasize it even more. It's just more builders, right? And builders lose their appeal as you go on throughout the game because you've already improved all your tiles. But depending, maybe if you're going for tourism, I don't know. Like, builders aren't exactly game changing. They're like the strongest accessory to your empire. So this is a really strong support. Basically 2-for-1 builders. I think that, and again, like I feel like I personally, I'm not ecstatic about production towards my districts, right? I never feel like I'm in a rush to build them, right? But the fact that you're getting them, it's like, that is really good. That's something that's like core to your empire, is your districts, right? Regardless of your victory type, you'll build some of them, right? And again, for me, what pops out is that lower production, sort of maybe 4th or 5th settled cities with like 2 or 3 population, they can build their campus or whatever. If it's on the coast, they can build their harbor and grow from there much easier. And then they can build a second one after they've grown a little and become more stronger. They can still grow that second one with another bonus, right? And so that in combination with the production towards range units, I think, which are the best combat units. At the end of the day, anybody can make a warrior or a heavy chariot, but you want crossbowmen, you want archers, right? It's like, that's really good. It means you can just swarm your enemy. You can really defend yourself, right? So I don't know. I think Nubia is really good. I can't say that she's A tier. I think she's just too basic, if you know what I mean. She doesn't really have anything that's really that interesting or unique. She's got like flat production bonuses, but that's it. There's no real, everything in this mod, everything in this group that we've looked at so far, there are all these interesting things. And she does have the mining technology, which is a free tech. The mine resources she has are better. Strategic resources in iron and niter, those are better. I feel like those don't really have much belonging with Nubia, who, again, put it out of 10 games that I played with Nubia, like 7 of them were in the desert, like strictly, right? Maybe there was like an oasis and a river and there was some grassland, but there was not a huge amount of mined resources, right? So she's very, I would say, standard, but the bonuses she have are incredibly strong. So I'm going to give her a B, but and again, I don't want to, I think I just gave Who did I give? I gave, gosh, who did we just do last? It's lost on me. I don't know. Was it Lautaro? Was that the last one? I think whoever it was. Like, I've given several people Bs and some strong Bs, and there've been some weak Bs, but I've given several people strong Bs. But you know what? I if everybody were an A, I give them all an A, right? I'm just judging you based on the perks that you have. And for me, Nubia is fairly standard. She's good, but she's not great, but she's strong in that respect, in that tier, right? So it's a strong B, like the Gaul. And that's about it. So let's move on to the next. So that was Nubia, pretty good civ. I wouldn't say she's the best civ, but she definitely has some very good production bonuses, obviously towards builder production, district production, and range production. And her Apandemic Archer is very strong. So she's a pretty good civ, but basically a B tier, right? I've just rolled Denmark, the gold Vikings of the land. Look at that face. Look at Hojo, and even Hammurabi's pretty stern, but this guy is just, he's growling. He's like, "Arr." So they have the Stave Church, which is a pretty good improvement, but I think fairly niche. The reason being that, well, first off, it has +1 faith and 0.5 housing, and you get +1 faith for each adjacent mountain, which is all right, but I feel like that takes away for campuses and even holy sites. But in any case, you get +1 food for every 2 adjacent water tiles, which is pretty strict, I'd say. Or each adjacent natural wonder, so you can really get some good growth if you're next to whatever fucking Uluru or fucking the Grand Canyon if it was there. +1 production though for each adjacent woods tile, which is very good, especially if there's a bunch of woods tiles, you throw it in there. I think you also get +1 gold for each adjacent sea resource, this isn't like, you're not going to build this on the coast, you're going to build this, in the middle of a woods tile. I don't think it's improved because it's next to a mountain. If there is room, that's great, but I feel like, a +4 mountain adjacency is better off for campuses. Throw this in the middle of a woods tile, get some production. It's fairly good. Let me look up when it comes out, actually. So it comes out at Theology, so it's kind of a early mid-game improvement, which is not too bad, especially if you're going for religion. I'm not sure that's Norway's sort of aim, but in any case, you can get Theology fairly quickly, and this actually, I think, gives a fair amount of production. I'd say this is a very good improvement, but the thing is that, you're going to have the base yields of the tiles, whether it's a hills tile. Let's say it's 1 food, 1 production. Unless you have to be adjacent to 2 water tiles, so you're not going to get very much growth from this improvement. The faith is nice, and maybe you can get it next to a mountain tile, so maybe 1 or 2 faith. I think it's the production from adjacent woods tiles that could mean +2 or 3 extra production. So basically, you're going to have +1 faith, +1 food, and then +3 or 4 production, depending on the base tile and the woods tile. So it's an all right improvement. It's basically an improvement to a mine, but you can't build them next to each other. So I think it's kind of, I think the strength here, I feel like it's perhaps limited just based on the requirements for it being useful. But in any case, I'd say it's all right. The Viking longship, as we will see, is not as good as the Byreme, which Dido has. The issue being that, there's 2 things. One is that it has +1 movement when starting a turn on coast tiles, which is effectively what you'll be doing with the ship. So and the Byreme is the same. The Byreme just has 4 movement, but it's effectively the same. The Byreme has more combat strength, whereas this one does not. What this can do is it can pillage coastal land tiles. But the thing is, that's just a trait that's unique to Herald. Every naval unit can do that. So this boat, this long ship, is outside the +1 movement. It's the same as a galley, which is a fairly weak unit. But it does get to take advantage of Harold's trait, where he can pillage. Basically, you can pillage improvements, and you can capture builders. You can get goody huts, which is really good. It's actually a very useful trait that does lend itself to any navy unit, and the +1 movement is nice. I think if it had some strength, that would be a bit better, but this is still fairly relevant, just maybe not as strong. The Berserker, in comparison, is way more strength. It comes a bit later, so it's maybe not as impactful, but it's fairly strong. It replaces the Man-at-Arms, which I like because it's cheaper in the iron. It has +10 combat strength, so basically 55 combat strength, but 40 combat strength being -5 when defending. That's interesting. However, it gets +2 movement when starting a turn in enemy territory, and it's purchased with faith, which I do not like at all, because although I'm looking up here, from sea to summit, you get +2 faith and +2 production on coastal cities. If you're going for military, you're not going to want to invest in holy sites, so I don't know how much faith you're really going to have. So I don't like purchasing units with faith unless they're builders and settlers, so I feel like that's kind of a limitation. But the +2 movement is very strong, and there are units ignore movement costs of embarking and disembarking, which means that they can basically go onto enemy land very quickly, move in and take their capital extremely fast, because they're just, when they're attacking, they're just very tanky, right? Well, actually, they're very effective as it stated, offensively, but rather weak defensively. They don't have a bad defensive strength, but it's just going to be a little worse. But still, they're a very strong unit. You can definitely have a push in the medieval era with the Berserker and make great grounds. I'm not sure that the naval tendencies of Norway sort of outweigh the usefulness of this, that you would have an infrastructure and military that was more in line with that being navy. And so I'm not sure where the place for the Berserker is, but I'm sure that you can make it work. You can definitely, it's a great addition, and it comes early enough that it can be impactful, and it definitely has strength. I think it's actually, it's more impactful than the Viking longship. It's just the Viking longship has the use of Harold's ability to pillage, but in any case, a very strong unit, and definitely relevant, because if it were an industrial era, like if it replaced the line infantry, I'd say go fuck yourself, right? But it replaces the man at arms, which is a fairly good unit as it is. So there's definitely some strength here and relevance for Norway. So his first trait is Thunderbolt of the North, which is a cool sounding. In combat victories, grant gold equal to 50% of the combat strength of the defeated unit. I would say, outside the fact that you're probably have a naval tendency in terms of your combat, which I would say that defeating units is a bit easier, I would say that this is not the best of perks, just because having to defeat the unit just to get like 20 or 30 gold, it's very irregular, and I think that, consistency is really key for the strength, at the very least the relevance or the impact of a perk. So I don't care for this perk that much. I feel like it's rather underwhelming, although I give it a little bit more prevalence because the naval tendencies where defeating units is a bit more common. But in any case, 25% production towards harbors and commercial hubs. I find this underwhelming. Japan, as we'll see in Hojo, has 100% production towards harbors, which is kind of like, why doesn't Harold have that? Like, he's a naval civ, you would think, and 25% production does not make that huge of a difference. It's a great addition. I would take out the addition of commercial hubs having the production and make it 50%, because I feel like, although this is nice because harbors are great, it's just not as strong. All units ignore the movement costs of embarking and disembarking. This makes land sort of mobility very effective, and even if you're a settler trying to go through the coast and come back onto land, you can transport, you can disembark much more efficiently, and it makes coastal raids, whether it's with the Berserker or whoever else, much more efficient as well. So it does increase mobility. It's not that relevant, you're not going to do it so much, but it is a nice addition. Naval melee units can heal in neutral territory and perform coastal raids. So it's only naval, or it's only melee rather, so no quadriremes or frigates. And they can heal in neutral territory. Again, not quadriremes or frigates, but your galleys, or in this case the Viking longship, the caravels. It's very nice that the units that are going to take the most damage can heal, because the limits of Navy is that not only do you take a lot of damage because it's basically flat open terrain, but you can only heal in local territory or home territory, which is generally not where you're fighting. So it actually makes conquests in a naval sense much more sustainable, because you can run in, go back out, heal, and then go back in, whereas you can't really do that otherwise, because you have to go back and heal in like at your cities, right? So this is actually a fairly good offensive perk. And then when it comes to the coastal raids, again, only being for Navy, or I keep saying Navy, for melee, pillaging or raiding mines grants bonus science. Pillaging or raiding camps, quarries, pastures, and plantations gets culture, and that's pretty good. There's a perk in the civics tree that adds 50% to your pillaging amount, which goes great with this. It's a really useful thing. You're going to be the dick of the world when you do this, because you're going to just want to declare war with everybody and pillage their lands, whether it's city-states or just your neighbors, right? But assuming that you have the grounds to sort of defend yourself so that retaliation isn't going to hurt you more in the long run, you can just kind of just go raid the world. It's a great way to boost your yields, and it's something only Norway can do. So Herald has strength in that regard and some relevance. It's a fairly niche strategy, and it's not one that sort of goes well with anything else. Like, it doesn't help you win a religious game. It doesn't help with diplomacy or tourism. You can invest in a few Viking longships and, conduct these raids at the cost of diplomacy. But in any case, you're going to want a bunch of ships, and you're going to want to support this. You're going to want to get great lighthouse, etc. It really is, sort of leaning you towards a navy-based game, probably domination, but at the very least, you're going to want to raid some cities and get your yields that way. So I think this trait is pretty good. I don't think it's that strong. I think it's underwhelming that you don't get that much production towards harbors. The gold from combat is underwhelming, albeit a bit better considering that you'll have navy. The mobility from disembarking and embarking being free is nice, but not as common. I think the naval raiding ability or the coastal raid is awesome, as well as the fact that you can get a goody huts, which no one else can. It makes your economy much stronger in conjunction with domination. And even if you don't want to go domination, if you have the room, if you have the investment to make a few Viking longships, you can just go and pillage other people's coastlines at the cost of diplomacy. But in any case, it is worth the yields. And that, I guess I should take back my statement that it's not relevant for other victory conditions. They can really take advantage of any yield advantage which this coastal raiding offers. So I would say that it's pretty relevant in a general sense, but it is fairly not costly, but it's very aggressive. So it is sort of there's some risk in doing it, but in any case, a fairly good trait based on that one perk though. The rest is kind of just average at best. Finally, from sea to summit, +2 faith and +2 production from coastal cities. Considering that you'll probably settle on the coast, that 2 production is really nice, especially early on in the game. And the 2 faith is nice as well. It lets you save up for berserkers and whatnot. The stave church can help with that as well, although it comes a bit later, so the accumulation will not take place. In any case, sea resources receive +1 of the appropriate yield from specialty districts within 3 tiles. This will not stack, obviously, because cities cannot be placed within 3 tiles of one another. So it's unlikely, unless you have, like, say you have a fish tile at think of like the x-axis and the y-axis at 0, 0, and then on the x-axis at -5 on the or -3 on the y. Right, you have a city, and then same x-axis position, but like +3 on the y position. You have another city. That means that you could have campuses. You could stack 2 copies of each district, right, to the left, let's say, being like x 2 and 1 towards the resource at 0, and you could get multiple yields on each of the coastal resources. What's interesting is that it says that each sea resources receive +1 of the appropriate yield from specialty districts within 3 tiles. So basically, each resource will gain this, I believe. So if you have more than one, and the limit is that most resources on average will be further off from the coast, like the actual edge where the land is. So not every resource will meet this, but you might have 1 or 2, maybe 3 that are in range of, even if just one campus is on the coast, it's likely that campus will give science to much of your tiles. This is actually a really good perk. And one that, if you arranged your cities and thus your districts in the right way, could definitely give several resources, several yields, and having culture and science and faith and gold and whatnot, even production if it's an industrial zone, onto your sea resources. It's really awesome because it basically takes tiles that you're working anyway, because they're fairly good tiles, and it just buffs them incredibly. It's like having Mausoleum of Halicarnassus, without needing the wonder, right? And it works in all cities. I think this is actually a game-changing perk. It's probably their best perk if I'm reading it correctly. And I am thinking that you can arrange it so that considering where the resources are, you could settle your cities. Although you do want them to be coastal, so that might be a limitation to how many districts you can fit in. But in any case, it's likely that you can maybe squeeze in, because the only limitation for placing districts is that they can't be placed next to a separate city-state. Like every city-state owns like solely the immediate tiles around it, but you can buy in to 2 tiles away. And if that makes it so that you have another district or another theater square, etc., that's close enough towards a resource, then you'll have more than one of that yield for that tile. And so that's just amazing. and this is kind of nuanced, but coastal land tiles with breathtaking appeal provide +1 culture and +1 food. I think coastal tiles generally have rainforests and whatnot next to them, so they're not bound to have breathtaking appeal. If they did, that's great, but I feel like this is fairly uncommon. I actually think this is a fairly good trait. It's funny that, I keep saying that, the size of the offering really determines the caliber of the tier, right? Like a huge amount of offering makes you an A tier, right? But the strength of it is not sort of guaranteed. You might have a civ that has a lot of traits that they're very substantial but fairly weak, or you might have civs that have traits that are kind of very small and they come too late in the game but they're very strong. This one, I would say, from sea to summit, there isn't much on offer, but the stuff that is on offer is very strong. The +2 faith and +2 production to coastal cities is a really good advantage for coastal cities, my gosh. And the improvement to sea resources from adjacent districts within 3 tiles, mind you, is also a really good economic buff. So I think this is a fairly good trait. And overall, I think Herald is actually perhaps more relevant than I first gave him credit. I don't think he has too much going for him, but there is strength here. I think the Viking longship is not that good of a unit, but it takes advantage of the coastal raids. The Stave Church, again, it comes a bit too late for it to accumulate faith, but it definitely has means for production, so it's an alright improvement. The Berserker is really strong, but it may not go in combination with coastal raiding, obviously, and unless you're going for an offensive victory and trying to take land, the Berserker is not going to have much place, but when it does, it's very strong. The fact that it has 2 movement and it can disembark for free just makes it very mobile and effective. Like I said, from sea to summit, has great production and faith for the coastal cities, improved resources with actual hard yields being science, culture, etc. Very good. And then I think other than that, the coastal raid itself is a great way to boost your yields, and it's kind of a fun way to play. And so I feel like there's relevance and strength there. I'm going to give Herald a B, and a fairly strong B. I think I would give him he's on par with Rome. I think he's probably a bit better than Chandragupta. I don't think he's as good as the Gaul. He definitely has some. I think the sea resource getting the +1 appropriate yield from districts within 3 tiles is actually an amazing perk, and maybe his best perk. And if you can make that happen, he definitely increases in value and sort of capabilities, right, alongside with the science and culture that you get from raiding. So he definitely has economic abilities. It's not going to be guaranteed consistency. It's something that you have to work towards, but you can definitely make that happen, which is why he's not a lower tier and he's not lacking strength. He definitely has strength, and he's definitely a B tier. So good on that, Herald. Where's Denmark? Alrighty, number 17. This is my first week recording all the civs. I did 2 hours before with the preface, but I've been sort of just running my mouth for 6 hours, and so we're 17 in. We have 34 after this. It's crazy, but we're getting through this, right? So I've rolled from the Mighty Python script, Jayavarman. Just look at him. I will note right away that this mod has one disappointing aspect for me personally, and it's the case that in the vanilla game, Jayavarman gets food equivalent to his holy site adjacency. In this expansion mod, which I think improves every single civ and makes the game entirely better, the one thing it does is it removes this perk for Jayavarman, and I don't know why. It has all the other things. It has a lot of things. It's really awesome. But it removes this aspect, and I believe it was patched in initially when he got that bonus as they updated Jayavarman along with, I think, the Spain and whoever else in the final update of the season pass back April or maybe March 2021. They had that in this mod, but it's been removed, and so I don't love Jayavarman. Because I like that feature. He's all about growth. He's all about using holy sites and his Beret district, and he has a few other things. But let's actually mention the Prasset. The Prasset's one of the best buildings in the game, specialty buildings. Not only does it give +6 faith in comparison to +4, as it replaces the temple, but it gives 0.5 culture for every population in this city. This is vanilla. This is standard. That's amazing. You got to imagine that Jayavarman is one of the strongest, maybe if not the strongest sort of tall civ in terms of how much he's going to grow. He has all the abilities to grow. 0.5 culture for every
population. And again, you have to have your holy site and have the prasat, which is the temple. But like you might be 6 or 7, maybe 8 or 9 population, and you might have, let's say you build 3 holy sites, which you're encouraged to do. So it's a bit of harmony there. But imagine this: you've got, if you have 20 citizens in your empire that are applicable to this ability, that's 10 culture. 10 culture at classical, maybe because temples come at theology, which is fairly easy to get in the civics tree. But even by medieval era, which is maybe turn 70, maybe turn 80 on standard, maybe 90, an extra 10 culture might be, it might be 20% bonus in terms of your overall culture, but it's at least 10 or 15, and that's with 20 population. Jayavarman is going to have cities that are reaching 20 population by the industrial era. Maybe not industrial, but he'll have he'll have several cities that are maybe around 15, 13, 14. Like he's going to have probably 60 or 70 population by the modern era, which is 35 culture, assuming you put holy sites in your cities. But you want to with the prasat, a lot of faith, and they have other bonuses as well. But this is a really good building. It actually has, like, one of the things I don't like is in a lot of the specialty improvements, whether it's through city states or unique to civs, if they give faith or something, they'll say, once you get flight, you'll get tourism. And it's like, thanks for the 2 tourism from fucking flight. That's great. This one actually gives 10 tourism if the city's population 10 or over, and it gives 20 tourism if the city population is 20 or higher. I don't think that's great. I don't think that you can scale that. It's still, and you have to wait for flight, but at least it gives you something significant, right? It's not negligible. It's just it's just an interesting point. In any case, the prasat very strong, probably A tier, very good. Quickly, the Damri Shambang, it replaces the Trebuchet, which I have no idea when it comes. It comes early medieval. So it's a siege unit, but it's an elephant. And the best part is that, before that, it exerts a zone of control, which means that if you move in, like with your warrior or your archer, you can't move out, so you can sort of you can't really get picked off as easily. So that's a defensive upgrade, I find, or at least a tactical upgrade. But the main thing is that it can fire and shoot and then move, which is very awesome for a siege unit, because siege units, the bane of their existence is that they usually have to set up, wait the turn, and then fire, and then wait again to move. This guy, it depends on how much movement he has. It depends on the terrain, but you can move and shoot in the same turn, which means that put this way, it's not the case that you're going to shoot and then move away. I don't believe that's the case, but the fact that you can move into position, into range, and then shoot makes you extremely mobile and makes you way less susceptible, because instead of moving into position, waiting, then shooting, and then waiting, and then moving again, you're taking away like a turn where people can shoot you. So it's actually way more defensive. I like the Damri. I like it a lot. And I don't know how much it runs in line with, like, Jayavarman's not exactly a domination civ, but it's an interesting unit, and an effective one, albeit maybe out of line with their growth strategy. But in any case, very, very strong. Probably just B tier, because it's not amazing. It's pretty good, and I like it. Let's look at the Beret quickly. Beret is awesome. It replaces the aqueduct, which I find to be a sort of a mediocre district, but what it does is it gives 2 amenities, which is nice. It gives 2 housing, which is nice. It's basically an aqueduct. It gives +1 housing from each adjacent farm or wonder. The adjacent farm means that you can basically surround, like, maybe 5, like, put this way, you're going to get like 3 or 4 farms that are around it significantly, right? And those farms get +2 food. The extra faith is nothing to squint about either, but the +2 food, there's so much harmony with the prasat being, culture for population. And the Beret, and the best thing about the Beret, I find, is that it doesn't have to be built on a river. It can be built anywhere. It's just like a random district. It can't be built on hills, but it can be built anywhere. So you can build it in the middle of an open area. You could technically put 6 farms around that, have 6 extra housing, and 6 food. That is insanity. Those farms make you grow like a motherfucker. It's so good. And I mentioned before that, like, I don't like how, put this way, reading this over, I think it's a worthwhile. It's a I put it this way, it's not welcomed, but it's an understandable sort of adjustment that they don't get food from their holy sites, right? That's its own sort of piece of their empire. The bere is really the growth, the main thing, the main contributor. I love the 2 amenities. It's always nice to get 2 amenities. Like if you just got 1 amenity, I'd be like, I don't really care. And the base 2 housing, like it's a really strong district, and in conjunction with Jayavarman's aim, again with the Praset, and we'll see what else he does. But his growth strategy is just bursting with energy because of the bere. I love the fact that farms get +2 food. Like that is so substantial. It's not even funny. Most perks in the game, if they were in a similar position, they would give +1 food, right? So a farm has, let's say it's a standard grassland tile and it's 2 food, right? You put a farm on it, that's 3 food. Farm triangle gives it the 4 food. Outside of that farm triangle, and you get more food as you go about the day. And again, not like a wheat resource, but just a plain grasslands tile. That standard 3 food that you would get becomes 5 freaking food. 5 food. That's like a sugar tile. That's like the best tile you can get for growth, and you can get like 6 of them. Imagine having 15 food in your city, and for every population, you get 0.5 culture. It's so powerful. You don't even need theater squares with Jayavarman. I love the. Put this way, I speak so much about the harmony between the civs, buildings, and their units and their traits, etc. And how, even if they're not as powerful at heart, the fact that they work together just means that you can sort of concentrate your strategies and your production line to sort of extract all the potential you have in terms of what's unique to your civ. I really happen to love what it is that Jayavarman is good at, which is growing really tall, getting culture from that, and he does it very simply, very easily. It doesn't like there's not this huge sort of toil to do this. You just place the bere anywhere you want, other than a hill, and you put farms around it. And the fact that you get 2 amenities, I've sort of warmed up to amenities. They're not necessary, as most people know, but they are nice, and it's just. Put this way, 2 amenities is nothing to sort of slant your eye at. And the fact that you also get a faith from each farm means that you're a growth machine, and growth equates to culture with Jayavarman, and so it's like awesome. Like bere freaking A+. I love the bere, really strong. So there are 2 traits: City of Dama and Temple Mountains. City of Dama has cities with wonders exerting 100% religious pressure and receiving 15% production towards districts and buildings. So, thing is that you can make this fairly easily by building hanging gardens, or just maybe building a cheap wonder if it's there. You can. The condition isn't amazing, and in most cases, I'd say that if you have to build a wonder, and you get like maybe some science from that, I'd say, okay, that's nice, but it's not always worth the wonder. If you're going for Jayavarman, you tend to go for religion, and you can have like pagodas. You can have the one that gives you more housing and food. Like the religion can actually help you with Jayavarman in the sense of growing your civ, making it more sort of tall, right? And so the religious pressure is nice. It's not the most important thing, but it is nice. The 15% production towards all districts and buildings, which is consistent throughout the game, and it's not as strong as Nubia's, or, well, to be quite frank, it's the same thing as Dido's, although she doesn't need a wonder. But in any case, this lasts throughout all the districts you make, and it affects the buildings as well, which I think is a warranted, rather a welcome gain. And so this is something that you can maybe put in your capital, your extension cities. I don't know. I think I think in this case it's actually worth building a wonder specifically for this, and it doesn't even need to be a good wonder, right? I think it's nice. Whereas someone like Gorgo, who gets +2 culture, +2 science in cities with wonders, to me that doesn't scale very much. It doesn't last very long. Whereas this is a bonus that sort of it lives with you throughout the game, and I think it works well with Jayavarman's other perks. So I think it's a pretty good perk. Just I think it's strong. It's just maybe it's like C tier, but it's very pretty strong C tier. It's good. Holy sites receive a major faith adjacency from rivers. This is really strong. Normally, holy sites aren't really worth building where you would build a campus, so you end up just building them next to maybe like 1 or 2 mountain tiles. You get like maybe 2, maybe 3 if they're next to a couple of woods. This means that, and depending on the shape of the river, you might be able to get 2 sides of it for major adjacency, but at the very least you'll get 2. And if it just means that you can get +3 or +4 holy sites very efficiently. And if you get work ethic, right, in your religion, which gives you production for faith adjacency, and you double that after you get theology, that can really be nice, because Khmer don't really have production bonuses. They just have growth bonuses, so that can work really well in tangent. That's why I used to like having the growth from holy site adjacency, because it worked so well with work ethic, and just it gave more reason to build holy sites. Whereas for me, they're not actually, well, put this way, they're necessary for the praset, they're necessary, or they're welcome for work ethic. They're just not, they don't contribute towards growth directly. It's more of it's its own sort of infrastructure that sort of maybe counteracts the other side of pure growth, which, you need production, and this can help with production, and just, I get the praset as well. Faith is just useful, especially, when you're getting builders with faith through monumentality, if you're building a bunch of farms and whatnot, because I feel like you tend to do that with the Khmer, whether it's the Beret or what have you, right? So it's nice to have faith, and you get the praset. This is a good perk. I think it makes good holy sites, and that just works well in tangent with other religious traits and what have you. So it's nice. I wish it had the food, but I'll bite my tongue and appreciate what is here. So completing a holy site triggers a culture bomb. That's fine. If the Beret did that, that'd be pretty cool. Holy sites triggering culture bombs are, it's not my favorite thing to trigger a culture bomb, even though I guess in this case you will be building a fair amount of them, so it's fine. I don't know about that. I think I don't really know what I expect to maybe harbors, or I don't know. Culture bombs. I like culture bombs. It depends on the how necessary the associated district is within that empire, and I don't think holy sites are. They're not a precedent for Khmer. They're premier in terms of their assistance, but like they're not key. They're not primary. Khmer is a growth-based, sort of infrastructural-based civ with a huge emphasis on religion and thus holy sites as a sort of support, right? But it is not the heart of them, and so the fact that is what gives you the culture bomb. Again, I can appreciate that. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but it's nice to have. Worship buildings provide +2 culture, +2 faith, and +2 gold. This is fine. It basically means that after you build the praset, if you get like a pagoda or a monastery, you get 2 culture and 2 food. That's fine. Again, I wish there was more reason to build the holy sites. I think that, and again, maybe I'm not giving enough credit that, if you were ambitious enough, you might say, okay, we're going to go for work ethic. We'll make sure that it's worthwhile, and thus it's necessary, because you do want to build the praset. But for me, the praset is more of an investment. It's something that you build for its own sake. You don't build it with the thought that, okay, we'll get all the benefits from the holy site and then get more benefits from the praset. I kind of look at it like you build it just for the praset. So the fact that you also will get 2 culture and 2 food gives me more reason to build the holy sites. But I think just overall that the holy sites, I think in conjunction with the Beret, make it sort of balanced. It would be really powerful. I just don't like holy sites in their investment. They seem because at the end of the day, your civ is sort of it beats to the drum of production, and production is earned and worked through growth, right? Whereas faith it's like gold. It's very accessory. It's not a very primary yield. Like culture and science, that's its own thing, right? Like you work for culture and science, right? Whereas holy sites, they give you faith, but they give you religion, and I feel like I'm maybe not giving enough credit where if you prioritize the religion, you could actually make the holy site legitimate with work ethic or what have you, right? And that makes it a worthwhile investment to sort of rush towards, and then it just then it pays off later on with the praset, and in this case, 2 culture and 2 food on your worship building. So that's nice. And that is it. You get it also says you gain access to the Prasat, and that is very good. This is a fairly strong trait. It's not amazing. Again, I think the holy site's getting adjacency major ones, which means 2 from rivers, is pretty good. The culture bomb from that holy site, and the +2 culture and +2 food on that worship building, which is the third one, is also nice. So I think the holy site is fairly strong with the Khmer. It basically, you get more faith from river adjacency. And you get a culture bomb. That's the investment right away. Nothing gets you the religion faster, but if you are willing to sort of maybe chop it out, if you can perform well and get that religion and make the holy site worthwhile initially, then the prasat that you'll get later on, the better worship building, right? And also the religious pressure that makes spreading the religion a bit easier, which is nice. But in any case, I guess the cities with a wonder exerting that religious pressure is pretty much, I would say, separate from the more important perk that the wonders give you, that you get 15% production towards districts and buildings. That's just, they don't run in line with each other, but these perks are all very nice. I think this trait is, I'm not giving it enough credit. I just think that I guess I'm still bitter that the holy sites don't give you food for like a real initial sort of benefit. Whereas right now I still feel like the holy site is not amazing, and I feel like I'm really doing it for the investment of the prasat and the maybe stronger culture, or rather stronger worship building. So good trait, not A tier. Let's just say that it's B tier, but it's fairly strong, and that is that. So Temple Mountains gives +1 population, +1 housing, +1 amenity in the capital. The +1 population is nice. It means that you'll have more production and more growth. The +1 housing and +1 amenity are fair. This is not the best, palace-based ability. I think the +1 population is actually very strong, but it's just for the capital, so I can't say it's game-changing, but it's fairly impactful. It makes playing with the Khmer. It gives it a nice little boost that I think it lacks outside of its sort of the low-hanging fruit of the prasat and the beret. But to reach that, this extra population initially is fairly helpful. Plus 15% production towards wonders in cities with at least 10 population, and that goes to 30% in cities with 20 population. The need for this is not necessary, in my opinion. I can't really say what the victory condition is for Khmer, be it religious, probably tourism, maybe diplomatic, and building wonders when you have 20 population. You're probably at the end of the game at that point, but it's nice that you have that, and maybe it means that you can build Eiffel Tower a bit quicker. I think the interesting thing is that you can get 20 population with Khmer because the beret not only gives 2 housing, so you're probably at like maybe 8 housing, right, standard with that beret, but you can put like 5 or 6 farms, which gives you 14 housing, and you don't know, you sort of figure it out elsewhere, right? Like you can get 20 population, not easily, but you can get there, I would say, by the time you are going to build Eiffel Tower, maybe Crystal Redentor. So maybe this is a bit better than I am giving it credit, but it's not game changing. It's just it's a nice. It's put this way, I find it more interesting than I find it useful, right? It's just cool that you get 30% production. It's kind of it's one of the most. It's unique in that respect when it comes to wonders, right? The 15% after 10 population is also nice. It's not it's just 15% production, which is fair, and 10 population is something you'll probably reach in your capital at least by the medieval era. So that's fine. It's good. And I think overall that perk is kind of not as impactful, but it is. I find it interesting, and it is nice. It's just I don't think it's as useful, just based on the conditions. Trade routes to Khmer cities gain +1 food and +1 production, +1 gold and +1 faith. This is amazing for each wonder, for each beret, for a dam, and each holy site. Now, what's interesting is that we're talking about the Khmer. You're going to have a beret, you're going to have a holy site, and you're likely to have a wonder. Now, you may not have, or a dam. But you may not have, let's say, forget the dam for a second. You may not have all three of these. The thing I like so much is that not only is the extra food, the extra production, and the faith for that matter, fuck the gold, but the extra faith, being so basically +3 food, +3 production, +3 faith potentially based on those three sort of additions, right? You may not have all three additions. What I like is that the Khmer has a perk separate from this that gives bonuses for each of those additions, right? Those buildings, right? Those things of construction, right? So you're encouraged to do those in their own right. You want wonders because wonders give 15% production towards districts and buildings. That's really nice. So you're encouraged to build a wonder. Okay, so you'll have a wonder. The beret is how you grow. It's a specialty district. You're gonna build it regardless. You get 2 amenities and 2 housing, right? And it's an aqueduct. It doesn't cost any district replacement. It makes all your cities better, even if whether you utilize it with the farms, which you might just have like 1 or 2. Like put this way, you could have 3 farms. Let's say 2 farms, which is very meager, which gives you 4 food, 2 extra housing. The beret itself gives 2 housing. This will give you that 10 or 11 pop city, and this might just be a random like 6th or 7th settled city, and it's like that's awesome, right? So you're gonna build the beret and the holy site. You're investing for the praset and the bit of culture and food from the worship building, but you also get a culture bomb, which is no reason to build a holy site, but it's nice. But you also get more faith. And you might have, if you can be strategic and perform well, you can get the religious tenets that you want, maybe perhaps work ethic, which might mean 6 to 8, maybe 10, depending on the adjacency you have. Like if you have 1 or 2 mountain tiles next to a river, maybe that might look like 4 or 5, which when it's doubled with the adjacency policy at theology might give you 10 production. 10 production is not anything to shy away from. It's actually extremely powerful considering the rest of Khmer's abilities. It counteracts it very well. So you're encouraged to build a holy site. And just to clarify, actually this is amazing. So it's the destination city. So every single city that is sending a trade route to a particular city, let's say, maybe your capital, it's what's in that city that's being sent to that it will be judged by. The thing is, you're gonna have a wonder in your capital, especially to get the extra production towards districts and buildings. You're gonna have a beret. You have to build at least 1 beret to get the era score, and it's probably gonna be in your capital. You might even build a dam, right? But at the very least, you're probably gonna build a holy site as well. And so this basically means that all of your trade routes get +3 food, +3 production, and +3 faith. Effectively, not even ideally. Like ideally maybe before of each, but it's fine. 3 gold. Sorry, gold. Not fuck you, but you're in 4th place here. But fine, 3 gold. I'll take the 3 gold, right? And I love trade route bonuses because they're additions to basically what is determined by your districts, like the Governor Plaza and the diplomatic quarter. They each give +1 food and +1 production to trade routes coming to that city, right? So that's +2 food and +2 production. You're wise to plan accordingly, right? Magnus gives, depending if you're using a mod. I think the vanilla game, the second tier unlock for him is +2 food for trade routes. Most mods, if you have like a mod for governors, it'll be +4. In any case, you're looking at maybe most of your trade routes, vanilla, are probably like 4 food, 2 production, 1 gold, right? This gives the Khmer all of their domestic trade routes are like 6 or 7 food, 5 or 6, maybe 7 production, 4 faith perhaps, and like maybe 5 or 6 gold. Those are incredible. That's like I was thinking initially that the Khmer had all of these awesome sort of investments, or these things that improve their growth, be the praset, the beret, the holy site kind of improvements. But I felt like, okay, well, they don't have any modifiers that sort of help them on a base level. Well, as I said, the extra population in your capital is nice. You can also just build a settler right away. In any case, these bonuses to your trade routes are actually extremely impactful. He doesn't have any bonuses for making the trade routes, and so depending on where you are, you're likely going to be inland, and so you kind of have to build commercial hubs. But even in my opinion,
your first trader that you get at foreign trade. It means that your second city that you expand, that trade route that you build will eventually be so much more impacted because of this. So I think that even with a little bit of care, and you might say it's actually worthwhile to build commercial hubs, right? You're just trying to pump up your cities and build them to be very strong. I think that is a very, maybe not the most impactful thing, just based on that fact that you need commercial hubs for the trade routes. But in any case, it is worthwhile to do that because the trade routes are so good. I think the Khmer is A tier. They're very strong. The Bere is one of the most powerful districts. The Praset is one of the most powerful specialty buildings. The Damri is nice. If you want to expand and get more land, this is the best way to do that. So that actually works. The benefit from having a wonder is awesome. The improvements to holy sites with the culture bombs and the adjacency from rivers and the improved worship building is very nice, along with that Praset. The extra population is really nice to help start your capital. The bonus towards wonders is not so impactful, but it's a welcomed addition, nothing to really shame. And I think the fucking awesome trade routes just sort of round it all out. And I think Khmer is amongst the best. What they do so well, and what they do well is very impactful. It's very general. Like, they're on par, in my opinion, with the Maya, with Byzantium, with Teddy Roosevelt. They're a very strong A tier, and they're definitely one of the best civs in the game. You could argue that they are the best civ in the game. Like, there's no civ that can grow so effectively, and growth kind of, like I said, production is the heartbeat of your engine, but growth is sort of, it's what lets you man the sort of the rings, the sort of the cranks. They let you crank out the production, right? And so just, you can do anything with the Khmer, almost better than anybody else. The Praset is, again, it's a cultural freaking magnet. It just brings it all in. And everything else is not game-changing in its own right, but in addition to all these things, I just think the Bere is so good, and just the Khmer, like, you could argue that they are the best civ in the game. They might be they might be the best of what they do, which is growth, and that might be the most powerful. I'm not sure, but let's just say that they're very strong, and I'm always happy to play them. Already, I have rolled Kristina, leader of Sweden. This lady right here with the fucking book from Harry Potter that eats ya in Hogsmeade. Interesting. That being said, Kristina's interesting. She's, as far as I'm aware, she is a cultural tourism-based civ, very strictly, just like Basil and Byzantium. They're religious, and Dido is mass exploration and navy, and I don't know, whoever else. She is tourism, right? Let's look at her unique things. She has the Carolean, which replaces the pike and shot, which comes at ballistics, I believe, which is in early industrial era, maybe late Renaissance. It comes after. Actually, you know what? It actually comes when you do get the bombard, right? It's a all right unit. It's just a better spearman, which are fine. It does a lot of combat strength, but it becomes obsolete fairly quickly. It has more movement than the base one, so +1 movement, and then +3 combat strength per unused movement, which is interesting. So if you run up to somebody, right, and you fight, right, let's say you're even matched, right? Let's just say you're fighting another pike and shot, so it's pretty much like a stalemate. You're each at like 70 health, right? When you attack again, the extra movement you have, being 3 movement, means that you'll have 9 extra combat strength. So it makes defending and it makes finishing battles really effective, I would say, just because you're not moving when you're already sort of next to each other and you've been fighting. So that's pretty good. I'd say that's a pretty strong unit. I think that the Renaissance units and the Industrial Era units, they come at the end of your sort of early game, rather middle game conquest in the medieval era, and they come before the sort of the modern era, the atomic era push with with airplanes and nukes and whatnot. So it's not great timing, but you may find, depending on the game, that if you're going for domination, that you'll still go past the medieval era, and you could plan on getting this Carolean, right, as a pretty nice pike and shot, which is an all right unit, I guess. Cheap, no, because you have to get the musketmen otherwise, which is not the best investment for Niter. Rather get frigates. So this is nice.
one issue, and again, just my experience with Kristina, she's clearly look at the Queen's Bibliothèque, Open Air Museum, Nobel Prize, Minerva of the North. These traits and abilities are all leaning, I would say, pretty heavily towards tourism, right? So having a better combat unit in the Renaissance era, it's like, why is that a bonus? Like, give me let it spread my tourism on kills or something. It doesn't feel, it's put this way, it seems effective at combat. I just don't know how impactful or relevant that is, being the combat to Kristina. So I think I'm actually going to say it's a C tier unit just because it feels irrelevant to her strategy, but it's a very strong unit. So again, C tier, but very strong. In contrast, the Queen's Bibliothèque, which is a replacement for, I believe, the museum that you get in second tier, maybe third tier of the government plaza. I believe it comes once you get humanism. Once you're in the Renaissance, you'll have access to the Queen's Bibliothèque. So it doesn't come in medieval era. That's not the case. It's unique to Kristina. Obviously, it gives 2 amenities, 2 housing. It grants a wild card, which is amazing, and it gives 2 slots for great works of writing, or music, or any type of great work of art, and it gives a governor title. The governor title you would normally get. The 2 amenities and 2 housing is nice, but at this point in the game, just to have it in this one city for this government plaza building, it's an addition, but it's not really that impactful. The extra wildcard policy slot means that basically this is Forbidden City at the end of the day. This is a free Forbidden City. Effectively, and it comes around the same time, a bit later. It's hard to, one of the things I've never known is, because it doesn't say on the tech tree or the civics tree when you get the upgrades for the government plaza. Obviously, when you build it, you have access to Ancestral Hall, the council's chamber, right, and then there's another one, and then you get access to the next tier, which I believe gives you, it lets you levy city-states for cheaper. It gives you access to spies sooner, or it gives you an extra spy. And I want to say that the Queen's Bibliothèque comes there, but I don't believe so. I don't think that there's a museum. I think it's the next one, right? In any case, not part of my ignorance, but getting the extra wildcard policy slot is amazing. Wildcard policies are the best policies, and other than Pericles of Greece, no one gets that sort of thing. There are a few people who get extra, like military or economic, but wildcard is the best. And so, and I think this, simply put, it's Forbidden City for free. All you have to do is build this building, right, and have built the government plaza, which you would normally do. I think this building is really powerful. If it didn't give the wild card and it just gave like some bonus towards like tourism, my guess is that it wouldn't be a very strong bonus. The extra slots for great work of art and writing and music is fine. You're gonna have theater squares as Kristina if you're going for tourism, obviously. But this is you get the wild card, and that no matter what. If this came at at rock bands, like in the freaking atomic era for civics, I would still say that it's a good perk. I would still give it a B tier. I would just say that it's very weak because it comes so late. I'm gonna give this a B tier, but say it's very strong, right? It's just a wild card. It comes, Renaissance era, medieval era, and that's great. But it's just that it's a great addition, but it is just an addition. Nothing that's game changing. It's a really good. It's great. I love it. The Open Air Museum, in closing to her unique units and whatnot, comes at nationalism, and nationalism is in line with civil engineering. So this is industrial era, so fairly late, but it gives an amenity, which is fine. It's just an improvement. It gives an amenity. It gives 2 culture, a gold, and 2 tourism for each type of terrain, be it snow, tundra, desert, plains, or grassland, upon which at least one Swedish city is founded. Limited to 1 per city. I don't know what that means, to be quite frank. I think it means that it says that. Pardon me. It says that upon which at least one Swedish city is founded. I think it means that. Now here's the thing. If you have 10 cities, right, and they're all settled on plains, right, then I think that means that you would get 2 tourism I don't put it. The thing is, I don't know if it means that so each city gets an open air museum. Let's say, again, you have 10 cities, right? You have 10 open air museums. I don't know if it means that. So what I think it means is that, and I might be too optimistic here, but I think it's accurate. It means that for each open air museum, it will get to tourism for the sort of the overall sort of settles that you have across the empire. So if you had 10 cities and they were all settled on plains, each open air museum would get 10 tourism, so that's 20. If you had even one, I would say, on grasslands, then each one would get another 2, which is 40 tourism. If you settle one on desert, because it says specifically that upon which at least one Swedish city is founded, and I believe that means that it means then that the open air museums across the empire will each get an extra tourism so long as one city is founded on that terrain tile. So the snow one is kind of irrelevant, but you can plan, put this way, you're going to have a city on plains, you're going to have a city on grassland. So it basically means, let's just say you have 10 cities, it means 40 tourism, which is fine. But you can plan fairly easily to build a city on tundra and a city on desert, I would say, taking this into account, or maybe you just settle something when this comes at nationalism, and then you get 80 tourism. That's not the worst improvement in the game. I don't know how well it scales. You're probably going to build this anyway. The 2 culture is fine. The amenity that the city gets is fine. It doesn't give appeal. It doesn't improve anything else. I can't say it's amazing. I think it's interesting, and I like how easy it is to sort of get the bonus that you get. Basically, it seems like it gives 8 tourism, which is. But this is the thing. Here's the thing. Normally, improvements suck at giving tourism, right? The only real improvement that gives tourism is the seaside resort. A seaside resort probably has 10 to 16, maybe 10 or 14 tourism, and you might have several of those. You can only put 1 per city, and it feels like at max it will have 8. So this is actually very, very underwhelming. It's an improvement that gives an amenity to the city and to culture, but it doesn't actually give that much tourism. Tourism normally is based on tile appeal, and like again, 1 seaside resort will give you probably almost double of this, and you can have several of those in each city. So this is kind of underwhelming. I don't think it's that strong. I like that. I want to give it a B tier because I think that it's nice that its bonus, its value is sort of, it's scalable, and the way it's scalable is reasonable. Like you can just settle cities on specific terrain types and you'll get a fair amount of tourism. It doesn't seem to scale well across the entire empire, again, with each city only having 1 and each one only having like maybe 6 to 8 tourism each. It doesn't seem to be that impactful. And so let's just say it's a B tier, but it's a very weak B tier, and I'll give it the B tier just as props for I like how effective it's trying to be, and how I like how focused it is. It seems to be functional, right? I just don't think it's that impactful, which is why I think it's weak. But it is a B tier, and I'll give it that. So Minerva of the North gives you 50% production towards the first building in each specialty district. This is a nice perk. It means that for every city, I think it means, actually, to be quite frank, I think it literally means that in every single... So if you build 10 campuses in all 10 of your cities, each campus will get 50% production towards the library. If you then go build a theater square in each of those cities, each of those theater squares will get 50% production towards the amphitheater. So this is really nice. It means that no matter which district you have in the city, the first building will always be 50% off, which is nice. It gets you, especially with Kristina, it means cheaper amphitheaters, which is, sometimes it can be expensive for expansions, like later on, to build that. And sometimes you might just buy the amphitheater, but you're better off building it and then buying the museum, and then maybe building or purchasing the archaeologist. But this, I think, is a nice bonus. I think it's fairly effective, considering the fact that you're going to be building amphitheaters. And it says these buildings provide double yields. Now, that's only base yields. It doesn't take into account city-states and their envoys. But it does mean that amphitheaters will give you an extra culture, which is fair. Libraries will give you an extra culture. It's not so great. It sounds good. Actually, no, now I think about it, it's double. So it actually the amphitheater will give you 4 culture instead of 2. The campus will give you 4 science instead of 2. I think that extra 2 culture is fairly nice. It doesn't amount to much if you have 10 cities, 10 theater squares, 10 amphitheaters. That's 20 culture. But it might be nice early on in the game when you build your first few amphitheaters. You might have, a 6 to 8 more culture, and that might be 10%. It's not a nothing perk. It's not outstanding. It's just it's welcome at best. Buildings with at least 3 great work slots and wonders with at least 2 great work slots are automatically themed when all their slots are filled. What this means, and I quote me if I'm wrong, but I believe this means that archaeological museums are automatically themed, having three slots. And that is just amazing because theming archaeology museums they're not difficult, but they can take some time to get them themed, and not all of them will be themed. And so, and theming gives a great bonus. I think it doubles the culture and it doubles the tourism. It's very effective. And then you can further on modify that with an economic policy slot that you get at a natural heritage, right? Doubles the great work tourism from archaeological pieces at least. So this is a very good perk, especially in tangent with like the main thing that you're doing aside from national parks and seaside resorts, Eiffel Tower and Cristo Redentor, as like a sort of a land-based goal for tourism, but mainly, and I would say almost at heart, and why wouldn't you? You're building you're building archaeologists, right? And so and their museums will always be themed. I think that's really nice, especially for tourism. It's very strong. 2 great work slots are okay. I was just reading the end of the sentence. Gain access to. So that's it. So this is I actually think this is a fairly strong trait. The 50% production towards, let's just say in Kristina's case being tourism, 50% production towards amphitheaters effectively is nice, especially because, in tourism you want a lot of cities, a lot of amphitheaters, a lot of theater squares, so you can get a lot of archaeologists. So, cities that you're going to expand later on, like your 10th city might be weak, and production is a real, it's in short supply when it comes to tourism, right? Because you got to build your museums and your archaeologists, right? Getting your amphitheater for half off and then having its culture doubled. The doubling of the culture is not so impactful. I'd be fine without that, but it's nice. And the automatic theming of your archaeological museums, those seem to be the only 2 perks. I think that's awesome. I think that it's basically a trait that says your amphitheaters will be half off. They'll have 2 more culture, and then when you build your archaeological museums, they will automatically be themed, which gives you way more culture and way more tourism. And that just means that, like, to me, that might be at the most premier sort of thing that you want to have improved when it comes to tourism. Benefits to archaeologists, and this, to me, it might be the strongest that you could ever ask for, because theming is literally it's the limit of how well your museums can be. Can you theme them, right? And you can't always. Sometimes it's hard, depending on the map type and where you go, and not all of them will be. You sort of arrange them so that some of them will, but this means they will all be themed. And just to quickly mention, one of the issues is that you can't move around artifacts until the whole museum is themed, right? And you may find that not only that, you can't add artifacts to other museums until they're themed. So if you have if you have a filled archaeological museum and you have another one that has 1 or 2 slots filled, you can't add one to that from this new one, right? You just can't. You have to fill them both, and then you can transfer. This means that when you fill up the museum, it will be themed, which is awesome. It's really awesome. That way you can just grab whichever pieces you want, and it actually lets you scale this extremely well. I think this is a very powerful trait. I want to say it's actually A tier when it comes to. I think my grading, my judging has become very based on the value of your goals, and that, like, put this way, these bonuses are not like you can make an argument that 50% production towards the first building means that you can build your barracks faster. That's for domination, but there's nothing else here that's for domination except for the Carolean. But everything here is for tourism, right? This is what the Civ is. She's a tourism Civ, and when it comes to tourism. Archaeological museums being automatically themed might be the strongest thing you could ever ask for. I think that's A tier. It's not extremely strong, especially giving it A tier, but I would say that it's fairly strong. It's a very good perk, especially in this case. Nobel Prize, got them right. Campus districts provide production equal to their science. Adjacency bonus. Don't care about campuses. Don't campuses you can get fairly good adjacency. But even in this case, I would sooner build better preserves and just take like the 1 or 2 adjacency from my campuses. You do need science for tourism, so you can get Eiffel Tower and Golden Gate Bridge, depending on which mod you're using. But you definitely need Eiffel Tower. So you do need science. The production that you would get from this is pretty negligible. It's like probably 3 production, and that's fine, but it's not that impactful. 25%. If it gave it, I wish this bonus was production towards theater square adjacency. That would be way more in harmony. But in any case, 25% great person points in cities that have at least 3 specialty districts. This is fine. 25% great person points isn't amazing, but it's still all right. It gets you your great writers a bit faster. But you need 3 specialty districts, so this won't happen probably until later on classical, early medieval. You're going to build your theater square, campus, and then something else, and then you start getting more great person points. And so I think it's an all right perk. I don't want to be too. I'm not a huge fan of the tourism based great people. Like, I don't care about great artists. I don't really care about great music. I don't care about musicians and what have you. I like great writers, especially because you can theme them and get a good amount of culture. You can get like maybe 20, you get 20 tourism from a themed amphitheater, as it is. The great artists, they're too hard to theme. They come too slowly, and I just find them ineffective. So this is a fine perk. I think the condition's pretty harsh. I think if it was 2 specialty districts, that'd be fine. But in any case, it's all right. And earning a great person grants 50 diplomatic favor. That's all right. It means a lot of gold. Diplomatic favor isn't essential for a tourism victory by any stance, but having some of it again means gold, or maybe if there is a vote that you want to pass. And getting this, for me, this means that when you get great writers, which tends to happen a lot more as the game goes on, because the AI have so many buffs to get them early on. But that means later on in the game, when you're starting to fill your great writer slots, and you get like 6 or 7 of them in 6 years or in 100 turns, that's like 400 diplomatic favor across the board. So that's fine. I like that. 20% production towards district projects. This works well in tangent with probably your goal at the end of the game, which is probably one of 2 things, which is you've built your museums, you've filled them out, you're just building national parks, and maybe you're building more holy sites to sort of up your faith. I find that I'm going to do 2 things, which is work theater square projects so that I can get more great artists, or rather great writers. But more so, I'm going to work holy site prayers so that I can increase my faith, because faith becomes the limiting factor at the end of your game, in that you're building rock stars and naturalists, and faith, they can get very expensive, and holy site prayers can buff your faith aside from actually having the holy site, right? But this is nice. It's actually, you'll find that in tourism that you do tend to, because you don't really build a bunch of stuff. You're not going for military. There's nothing else to build once you finish your museums, and that's pretty much it. So you will be working projects, and so a buff towards that is nice. Plus 1 amenity while a district project is active. That is not very impactful. You're only working projects, at least in the majority, at the end of the game, and having the amenity there is probably not too impactful. You probably don't care about any of your yields at this point. You're just getting tourism, so that is kind of a absent effect. I think Kristina is, well, the thing is, I think that the Queen's Biblioteca is very impactful, very nice, one of the best. Next to the Prass set, we just saw Jayavarman of the Khmer. He had the Prass set, which gave 6 faith, 0.5 culture per population in that city. I thought that was very nice. The Queen's Biblioteca effectively gives a wild card to your government, so it's basically Forbidden City. I think that's really great. The open air museum is underwhelming. The Carolean it could be good for defense. There might be wars at some point in your game, but not terribly effective. We're going for tourism. Nobel Prize, I think, is kind of it feels like there should be a lot more there that's helpful, but it's not really. The adjacency bonus to your campus having production, I think, is not great. The 25% great people points is fine, but you need 3 specialty districts, so that won't happen for a while. The 50 diplomatic favor for a great person, when you get a great person, is nice, but not game changing. The 20% production towards district projects it's all right. It won't come till later, but it'll give you a nice boost when you do that. So Nobel Prize, I would say it's not that strong. I don't even know if it's. I'm just gonna give it a C tier. It's not that great. It's just kind of average. Minerva of the North, however, even put this way, the 50% production towards your amphitheaters and whatnot effectively is nice. Getting a little bit more culture is nice. I think at the end of the day, if you gave me, who did I say this about? So we were talking about Nubia, and Nubia had some accessory traits to like mining and whatnot. I said those things aren't going to be applicable to her. All she had basically were she had an amazing archer, the Epidemic, great archer replacement, but she also had a bunch of production buffs. 100% production towards builders, 50% production towards ranged units, and then 50% production towards districts, 25% production towards the second district, that 50% being towards the first one. She just had basically like 4 perks that were all production perks plus her archer replacement. I'm looking at Kristina, and I'm basically saying that aside from the 50% production towards the amphitheaters, effectively, basically in the Renaissance era, you get a wild card, and your archaeological museums will always be themed. I would take that and go with it. It's a very base vanilla Civ. There's no bonuses here there's no bonuses to your starting cities. There's no trade route bonuses. There's no modifiers or things that sort of help you out. So basically, it's a very vanilla start. But I think that in terms of tourism, it might be the strongest perk you could ever ask for, which is automatically themed archaeological museums, and the free wildcard is really awesome. It's basically Forbidden City. I'm gonna give Kristina a B, but I'm not gonna say she's a weak B. You could on a good day, you could argue, you could convince me that she was an A tier, but a very weak A tier, because she basically has 2 amazing perks, and that's it. There's nothing else that's relevant about her. But I'm gonna give her a B, and I'm gonna give her not the strongest B. Like, she's not the Gaul. She's not. She's maybe on par with like Rome and Chandragupta, right? I'm gonna give her a pretty. She'll be a good B, right? A fair and average B. But I just note that it's because she has 2 amazing perks, but that's it, right? If that's all she had, that's pretty much effectively what she does have. So I would say she's a good Civ, very concentrated towards tourism. If you're going for tourism, play Kristina. You'll double the tourism of your archaeological museums. You get a free wild card at Renaissance. Everything else, who fucking cares, right? Alrighty, that's Kristina. I have just rolled Saladin. Saladin. Is it this guy, or is this is Solomon, the Ottomans? Saladin is Arabia, the Caliphate, the Abbasid. I'm not as familiar with him, but we will take a look. Saladin. I'm gonna zoom this in a little bit. Just there we go. The madrasa, which is actually in Islam, their form of universities, their form of schools. It's like a religious, education building. In any case, it replaces the actual university unlocked at education in the medieval era, or maybe early Renaissance in the tech tree. It gives 2 housing instead of the usual +1. Okay, 1 amenity, and bonus faith equal to the science adjacency bonus of the campus. This building is not very good in my opinion. If I was kind of expecting it to have like a unique feature that, like, I don't know, let you convert science to this, or let you do this or that with science. I don't know, but it doesn't do anything. All it does is give you 2 housing instead of +1 housing. You're not building universities for housing. Go build an aqueduct. The amenity is pretty poor, and literally like 3 or 4 faith at this point in the game for building a university. Universities are expensive. Their investments, they're really good for your campuses. You put 3 envoys into a city-state, and you get +2 science on those universities, in this case the madrasa. They're good buildings, but the madrasa to me is not at all an improvement. it's nice, but it's kind of a wasted feature. I wish they had a more interesting. It was more interesting, I guess. So I don't think it's very strong. I think it's pretty poor. The Mamluk, like the Mamakai from Lord of the Rings, is a medieval era unit. It replaces the knight, so it's 10 iron instead of 20, which I like, and it heals at the end of every turn, whether it's moving or attacking. This is a very interesting unit. It's kind of like Chandragupta's ability, where in foreign territory, or rather outside of his territory, they heal at the end of every turn. That's the case for all units. This is only the case for the Mamluk. I will note that this is a vanilla feature. That's a expanded feature. I won't dock this points because it's very unique. But as a unit, I'd say it's pretty good. As far as I understand, it doesn't have any more combat strength. The production is fairly similar. It's just the case that it heals every turn, whether it attacks or it's moving. It just heals every turn. So it's very very tanky, and that's kind of what you want with a knight. And especially because they're cheap, it's very good. I like that unit. Although my experience is that Arabia, as we'll see, is more so a science or a religious civ, right? They're not really a domination civ, and so I guess you can't really have specialty units that aren't combat units, but I don't know, it doesn't do much for me. It's just it's a knight. Like Byzantium has the Tagma, which is a knight replacement, but it gives adjacent units religious strength, and they have bonuses for capturing cities that improve their religion. As far as I'm aware, this is just a random specialty unit, so let's see if they have any bonuses for this, but otherwise it's a pretty good unit. I'm just not sure how much harmony it protrudes with Arabia. Righteousness of Faith, you bet. 100% great scientist points is pretty good, especially because you may be encouraged to build campuses, although I don't know why particularly, but let's just say you are. But 100% great scientist points. Great scientists are good, great people. They're fairly powerful. Not all of them are great. Some of them just give you Eurekas, but in any case, getting Albert Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, Hypatia, things that improve the buildings, and they just give you flat-out science. They're good, great people, and so 100% great scientists. They're usually the most competitive. Like, if you look at all the great people points, great scientists are the ones that everyone has. They take forever to get eventually because they get taken so quickly, and the price scales. So this is a pretty useful trait in that respect. You can purchase campus buildings with faith. I don't like purchasing buildings with faith. It's much too expensive. It's like if it's a monument for like 120 faith, fine. But I believe a library, maybe the library is that same price, but the university is probably like 300 or 400. And faith is not really, especially if you're going for religious victory, it's not really, it's not a rich yield. You don't have a ton of it, right? It's not like gold. Gold, you get a ton of it like as you go throughout the game, whereas faith, like you maybe have like 100 by like turn 60 or 70, maybe 200. You only get it from holy sites, and so it doesn't scale as well. So I don't know that that's a very useful perk. I feel like I wouldn't use that very much. The worship building for Arabia's religion can be purchased by any civilization for just 1/10 of the usual faith cost. The worship building for Arabia's religion can be purchased by any civilization for just 1/10 of the usual faith cost. Is it just me, or is that a benefit for everyone other than Arabia? I'm guessing it means that it does mean Arabia as well, so that's fine. I guess the addition that everyone else can is a perk for them. That's great. I guess you can buy your pagodas for very cheap. That's fine. Those don't tend to be buildings that you rush. They tend to be additions on top of your temple, so they're not always built. So the fact that you can just purchase them for 1/10 of the faith price, which is probably like, it might be like low double digits. That's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. And this worship building is enhanced to provide 10% to the science, culture, and faith output of Arabian cities. Okay, so this is a game changer. This is interesting. So not only are you encouraged to make campuses for high science, I wouldn't say you're building theater squares, even though that would take advantage of this, but you are going to have holy sites. I think that 10% science is very nice, especially in all cities. Although you have to note that you need a holy site. I'm so confused. This worship building is enhanced to provide 10% to. I don't know if it means that if it's in the particular city that the worship building is in, or if it means all cities. I can't really assume that it's all cities. I can't imagine that it would apply to them all. But in any case, let's just assume that you have holy sites in your cities, you have the worship building, it gives you 10% science, 10% faith, and 10% culture. That's pretty strong. Along with the 10% or 100% great scientist points, it encourages more use of campuses, which also let you build your excellent madrasa. But in any case, that's a pretty... These aren't the most powerful perks I've ever seen. I think they work a little well together. It's not that strong. It's all right. It's not amazing though. I think it's kind of... They're oddly worded, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what they mean, exactly. But in any case, I think that they're good enough that I would say, okay, well, you could make a strategy around them, but I don't think that strategy is, the be all end all. Seal of the Prophets. Automatically receive the final great prophet when the penultimate one is earned, meaning the last one. This means that you're guaranteed a religion, which is interesting. You still need a holy site to activate it, but it means that you don't have to rush for it. The issue is I find this perk to be slightly redundant. If you're not going for religion, I don't really care about the religion. And if you are going for the religion, I would say that you want to get one sooner than later, because it's kind of based on the value of the religion are the tenets, right? Getting the right buildings, getting the right traits that you want, be it work ethic or crusaders if you want to go for military. So getting the last one, you're bound to have at least maybe 4 or 5. So getting the 5th one, but if you play on a larger map, like I do often, it might be like 6 or 7, maybe 8 or 9. Getting the 8th religion is kind of redundant. There's probably nothing there. And there'll still be things. Religion requires so much infrastructure in terms of purchasing the apostles, spreading the religion, just to get some basic yields, right? I find that it's more useful when you get the more functional traits like improvements to your combat. I don't know, work ethic is another example. So you want to kind of rush your religion. I feel like there's no real... I don't feel like the traits that you're left with at this point are they're not rich at all. They're not very useful in my opinion. And so this is a nice perk. It's a guarantee, which is great, but I don't feel like the benefits that you get from getting that last prophet are really substantial as it is. And if you didn't care about the religion as it was, having this, guaranteed one, I don't think, because why would I invest in apostles and missionaries to get or to spread and sort of invoke a really crappy religion, right? So, if I wanted a great religion, having it guaranteed in last place is not really going to do much for me. So I feel like this perk is kind of redundant, even though it's very unique. And I can't really dock it that many points. I'm not going to give it too much praise. Receive a random eureka each time another civilization earns a great prophet. This is all right. Again, you're probably going to have maybe 4, 5, 6, or 7, depending on the size. Great prophets. They will happen. It's another guarantee. It's hard to say what the eurekas will be. It could kind of screw you over in terms of, or it's going to be less beneficial if you get I don't know, if you get the bonus for aqueducts at engineering, where instead you could have just built walls. So maybe it's not so useful, but it's there and it will happen. Even if you're not going for religion, you'll just get these eurekas, so it's a nice little boost. It's not the best thing, but it's I like that. It's in terms of this being a guarantee, I feel like it's a more useful guarantee, because it's like you might get lucky and get you might get a eureka for something you weren't going to get. Like maybe you get mathematics, which requires 3 separate specialty districts. You may not have those. You get the eureka. Awesome. And if you just get it for something you would normally get, okay, that's fine. But I like how it just happens, guarantee, and it will happen because people will get the great prophet. So I like that. I like that perk. However, it's not that strong. Earning a great prophet grants +1 trade route capacity. This just means 1 trade route capacity. The condition isn't harsh. It's definitely not the easiest condition to meet, although Arabia gets one. But in that case, if you get the last great prophet, that's going to happen later on, maybe in the classical era. So getting a free trade route in the classical era, I kind of want an extra trade route for my 2nd or 3rd city, right? So I don't know, if you get your religion fairly soon, then this is nice. It's just 1 trade route capacity. It's not that impactful. It's nice, but it's not great. Trade routes exert 100% religious pressure. That's fine. I don't think religious pressure is the be-all, end-all, because most of the spreading that you'll do is effectively from apostles and missionaries. This is just a nice passive bonus, but it only works for nearby cities.
it's not going to make up a ton of the results in spreading your religion. Missionaries receive +2 religious spreads. That's pretty good. If it was apostles, it'd be way better. The missionaries, they're like worker bees, whereas apostles, they're the heavy hitters, right? So I think that's nice. If it, I don't know that I care that I have extra spreads on my missionaries, but they're there, and it makes your missionaries way more efficient and way more effective. However useful they are at heart. I think we'll just finally +1 science and +1 gold for each city following Arabia's religion. So that's very good. Byzantium has a similar perk where he gets +1 culture and +1 faith. This +1 science goes hand in hand with the 10% science they get from their worship buildings, 100% great scientist points. Arabia definitely feels like somebody who's tailored to building campuses for science, for the bonuses, tagging that along with the science that they get from spreading their religion. The madrasa, which is redundant and kind of useless in my opinion, but still you're gonna build it anyway. And then that going in hand with the religion in terms of it being guaranteed. The +1 science and gold for having for each city is really powerful. Missionaries receiving +2 religion. You're encouraged to go for religion with Arabia and kind of have a supportive factor, I would say, an accessory through the campuses and science. What kind of bothers me is that none of these are. It doesn't feel like this civ is directed towards, or it doesn't feel like it has perks that enhance its religion. I really don't. The +2 spreads on missionaries is fine, but it's just missionaries. Nothing else here screams out that Arabia has a better and a stronger religion. It feels like it has things from having a strong religion, but nothing that gives it the strong religion. Other than missionaries, there's nothing really here. The +1 trade route from earning the great profit is pretty meager. The trade routes exerting 100% religious pressure is also fairly meager. The science from each city following is really great, but it doesn't help you. It's a result, not a means to that. The +2 spread on your missionaries is fine. Missionaries just aren't as powerful as apostles. The madrasa I find to be fairly weak. The Mamluk is kind of the wild card here that has no real place. It's like, why do you care about having knights to do what? There's no bonuses for combat in comparison to Byzantium, who Byzantium gets bonuses for when he defeats units. It spreads his religion. There's nothing of the sort here. The 100% great scientist points is fairly good, especially with the overall sort of a trajectory of science. It's nice. The cheap worship building, that worship building giving you the 10% science. I would say that perk right there, albeit it's just 10% science and culture and faith, that's still nice, and that goes in hand with spreading the religion to get science. But that's it. There's no real bonuses here that scream out to me. I'm going to say Arabia is B tier, and a fairly weak B tier. Not the weakest. I feel like... I don't know who else, I can't remember at this point, but there are other B tiers we have that are, they have some good perks, but that's it, right? So they're B tier, but they're weak. Arabia is, I would say, less than average when it comes to being in B tier, but it's definitely not, there's nothing here that screams out. The great scientist points doubling is good, and the +1 science for each city you're following is good. The issue I have at most, and again, you could argue whether missionaries are useful. The issue I have at heart is that although there are some good bonuses there are good rewards for having a strong religion and a strong science game, being the great scientist points, there's nothing that actually gets you that. There's no bonuses for starting off. There's no bonuses for spreading the religion outside the missionaries, which I don't mean to undervalue. Missionaries aren't really... They're like, put this way, 3 missionaries is worth like an apostle. Apostles convert, missionaries spread, and they don't really do much. You need apostles at the forefront, right? And again, it's fine. It's not enough to tell me that Arabia will have a stronger religion and a better time spreading it, right? So the results here are good. The rewards for being successful are nice, but I feel like the means to achieving that success is not here for Arabia. And in that sense, I can't say that they're very strong. In fact, I feel like they're rather weak, and I would much rather choose Byzantium or whoever else. Even a civ like Dido, which is generally strong, not focused for anything, but I would rather have her strength at heart being an expansionist civ, being able to take over the seas, which I think religion really kind of respects, being a very sort of based on exploration and traversing the land to spread your religion, the seas are a very good way to do that. So I would rather take her and have a religion, even though there wouldn't be any rewards for achieving that religion. It's like, in terms of religious victory, I could attempt to sort of make my way much more effectively than it seems that Arabia can, or Saladin. He has no means for success. He just gets rewards for doing it. And I feel like in that sense, I can't say he's strong at all. I'll give him B tier, but he's a fairly weak B tier, and that's all I have to say. So that was Arabia. I've just rolled Joao, and Joao, where's the fucker? He's Portugal. Where is he? There he is. Look at this guy. He's Portugal. He's basically Spanish, right? He's kind of like the Dutch. They ruled the seas. He's a navy-based civ. He has a lot of economic benefits. Yeah, he's a new civ. I think he's the most recent civ added, and he's very interesting, and he has some good attributes, and I think a good unique unit. Hold your breath. Let's take a look. I'm going to keep this in windowed mode or browser mode, just so you can sort of see things and not to sort of because this is all taking place in my website on magnanimous.com, linked in this section, right? And yeah, I thought I would show you this just to sort of let you know where it's happening. That being said, Joao, leader of Portugal. Let me zoom out for a second. I feel like there we go. Joao 3, in fact. He's very interesting. I'm going to start at the unique unit for a second. So the now, not tomorrow, but now, is a replacement for the caravel, which I like. Caravels are very strong. It begins with a free promotion, which is nice. It costs less gold maintenance, which is fair, and it has +2 charges to build Ferratorias. Now, that Ferratoria is a builder ability, or it can be built by the now, and it gives +4 gold, +1 production, +1 food, 0.5 housing, and essentially what you do is... So my understanding is that what you do is that you can build this in enemy cities or foreign cities, right? And when you send trade routes to that city give +4 gold and +1 production, right? Put this way, effectively, well, put this way, note that it can only be built next to a luxury or bonus resource. Oh, what the hell? It says that it can only be built adjacent to luxury or bonus resources in foreign territory. It can't be built locally. What I don't understand, what I was trying to consider, is that do you get because it says do you get the yields? You get +4 gold, +1 production, +1 food, and 0.5 housing. I feel like the tooltip is unclear. Because it basically says you get the same thing when you send trade routes. I'm confused whether those trade routes are what you get as bonuses for having the Fattoria there, but do you get the yields themselves? I'm not sure. I don't care. All effectively what it means, and again, note they can't be built next to each other either, or removed, which is interesting. But effectively it means that sending international trade routes to cities with the Fattoria, which you go build, basically gives you more gold and a production. That's all right. That's not enough for me to sort of emphasize or sort of renown or just be so excited that I'm sending international trade routes. I'd rather send domestic, to be quite frank. But this could be nice. But let's see what else he has before we say whether that is all that sort of contributes towards his interest in trade. Let's look at the navigation school for a second. Or just to clarify, the now as well is just a better caravel, and I like the free promotion, but it's there to build the Fattorias, so that sort of gives you more means to international trade and those improvements. But again, we'll wait. Navigation school replaces university, which the madrasa just did in Arabia, and the madrasa was pretty shit. The navigation school, in contrast, gets 4 science, as usual, but it gets +1 science for every 2 coast, ocean, or lake tiles in this city. We'll come back to that. 25% production towards naval units, awesome, and +1 Great Admiral point, as well as the standard Great Scientist. The Great Admiral point is fine, and again, these have to be built at campuses, not at harbors. The Great Admiral point is fine. The 25% production towards naval units, I wish it was maybe 50%. Otherwise, the 25% production, it's a nice bonus, it's a nice effect. But to come so late at education when you get this building is not so impactful. It's nice, but it's merely supportive, nothing that sort of makes or breaks your game. The interesting thing is that you get +1 science for every 2 coast, ocean, or lake tiles. Forget the lake for a second. Coast and ocean tiles are essentially, on a coastal city, there might be 6 or 7, 8 or 9. You can just purchase coastal tiles. Imagine, so put this way, if you're on the coast, you can purchase 3 tiles out, right? You can also purchase 3 tiles up. Now, the way the land's shaped, it may be like a bay. So it's like you have 3 tiles out, but like the tiles immediately south and north to you could be land. But you still might have, maybe 2 or 3 on the bottom, 2 or 3 on the top. It's possible that you have like 6 or 7, maybe 8 tiles. I would say you could expect to have 8 ocean or coast tiles. Consider them the same. They are the same. But in essence, it can give you probably at least 2, probably 3, maybe 4 science extra. And that's pretty good. I think that's enough reason to build this. I think 4 science, even at this point in the game, it's enough to sort of prioritize building campuses alongside your other coastal infrastructure so that you can get, basically, assuming you're on the coast, 3 to 4 extra science. I think that's pretty strong. The 25% production towards Navy is not a worthless attribute. The bonuses you get in the military policy cards are +100%, right? So it's not going to make the hugest difference, but it's nice. I think this building is fairly. Plus, I'm not going to say it's strong, but it's definitely effective. So I'm going to say it's B tier, but it's just kind of it's only good. It's not amazing. If it gave +1 science for every coastal tile, that'd be different. But for every 2, 3 to 4 science makes this building, I would say, worthwhile. So we're good on that. Going up to his actual traits, Porta de Circo is +1 trade route capacity upon meeting a foreign civilization. I like this. In comparison to Arabia, who got a trade route upon founding a great profit, which they were guaranteed, but if they got that guaranteed version, it comes later, whereas if they found it themselves, they would get it right away. But I feel like that investment doesn't really make the reward of a trade route to be that much of an addition. This is basically, if once you meet like your first 1 or 2 civs, one of them's going to be actually, silly me, every civilization is foreign. It's kind of redundant. So basically when you meet a civ, which will happen right away, giving you the Eureka for writing, you get a trade route, right? And that comes really early, which makes it so much more useful. I like that perk a lot. Embarked units and naval units receive +1 movement and +1 sight. This is essentially, I think, literally the same thing as the Great Lighthouse. You can build the Great Lighthouse as well, but in any cases, embarked units getting more movement is really nice. Naval units having more movement is really nice. The +1 sight is also nice. It lets you scout inland and sort of see what's going around. I think this is a very useful perk. Just, it seems that Joao is, it seems he has a thematic focus on trade internationally, I'd say. But in any case, he's fairly coastal, and his coastal works are so much more improved by the consistent +1 movement and +1 sight. Unlocking a new naval unit grants +1 city-state envoy. I think this means that basically when you get sailing, you get an envoy because of the galley. When you get shipbuilding in the classical era, you get an envoy for quadriremes. When you get cartography, which comes end of medieval era, you get caravels, or in this case the now, +1 envoy. And then when you get frigates at gosh, I forget what it's called. It comes after in a little bit. It takes a little bit of an investment, but you get frigates, another envoy. I think the envoy at sailing is nice, and then the envoy at shipbuilding is nice. The latter two, they're fine. They come a bit too late for me to really care, but this is nice. Not game changing, but welcome. Receive permanent open borders with all city-states. I play with a mod that makes this always the case, but vanilla, you can't go through city-states unless they are your suzerains, right? Which they normally aren't, which can make scouting in the early game really toilsome because they can block off coastal passageways. This means that you can just explore and scout, and you have +1 movement to do so. I think that this trait it's not the best trait. It doesn't have anything that's game-changing. It has it has a lot of sort of accessory perks. I like the trade route. The +1 movement and +1 sight makes your navy way more effective. Basically, the 2 free envoys that you get from sailing and then shipbuilding, really nice. And the permanent open borders makes your exploration and just your traversal in navies and even on land in some respects much more effective. So this is a very sort of mobile trait, and I like it a lot. I want to say it's B tier, and I'll give it B tier, but it's kind of a weak B tier, but it's nice. It's definitely an accessory trait. But let's see what the other trait is, because he's supposed to have an emphasis on trade, international trade, to be frank, and those things don't really make me scream out trade. And as well, the navigation building, his specialty building, requires a campus, and I think that building is worth making. I'm not seeing any reason to build campuses other than that. So let's finish off and see if maybe we are jumping the gun in our judgments. And that would be Casa de India. Interesting. International trade routes can only reach coastal cities or cities with a harbor. Okay, I know there's a second part, but what that means is that so it's interesting that it does say cities with a harbor. So the cities don't technically have to be coastal. They could be inland and have a harbor, but effectively most cities will only have a harbor or be they'll only meet this condition most of the time if they are coastal. And that's fine. I don't send international trade routes, but if I did, they're pretty much all the same. Like, it doesn't matter if they're this civ or that civ, unless it's like Mansa Musa and he has like 20 commercial hubs for a lot of gold. But in any case, you don't really care who you send it to internationally. And so if the fact that it needs to be coastal can easily be met, in my opinion. But the other takeaway, or the other what you get as a bonus instead or on top or in contrast to these restrictions, is that you receive 50% science, 50% culture, 50% gold, and 50% food, 50% production, and 50% faith on those trade routes. So the thing is that so this is applicable to city-states and civs. City-states, I would say, and I can't say how this scales with suzerain traits like Kumasi, who give +2 culture and +1 gold when you're sending to city-states, and you get +2 culture and +1 food for every district in that city-state. I don't know if that scales with this. Let's assume it doesn't. It basically means that normally international trade routes, they don't really give you food. They don't really give you production. They basically give you 1 science, 1 culture, and like 10 gold, right? Maybe 1 faith. Now maybe later on, the amount of food you'll get, it might be 1 or 2 food, maybe 1 or 2 production. They don't really give you those sort of things. It's usually, and I don't know why, but it's evidently a bit of science, a bit of culture, and a bit of gold. This bonus, unfortunately, I don't think, as far as I'm aware, is not too effective. It doesn't make me want to send international trade routes. Of course, they're improved by the Fetora, which gives +1 production and +4 gold. I'm not sure if those scale. Like if you have more than one, if you have 2, do you get 8 gold and 2 production? I can't imagine that it is the case. I think it's just if it's in that city, you'll have this bonus. But at the end of the day, international trade routes are for gold. Nothing really else, unless you have some policy card or specific ability. They usually just give you gold, a bit of culture, a bit of science, and that's it. It's definitely not the right way to use your trade routes. They're much better domestically. They're much better for food and production. And so the 50% extra for food and production, it's 50%. It's 50% on top of nothing. So it's not going to be anything. And the 50% science and culture means that, put this way, at best you're getting 2 science and 2 culture instead of the 1. And the gold is like you're getting 5 or 6 gold. I feel that this is underwhelming. It's based on the way that international trade routes work as it stands. So I can't say that I'm too fond of this. Not at all. Trader units have 50% range over water and can immediately embark and enter ocean tiles. This is basically for the same thing. It's for international trade routes. Unfortunately, I'll conclude though that you receive a random Eureka upon earning a Great Admiral, which is fine but very limited. I'm kind of disappointed that despite the improvements that it's trying to give you to international trade routes, they don't seem to be enough for me to say that I would rather do that than do domestic, right? I don't think they're very strong. They seem to be giving me just more gold. The 50% extra to science and culture is 50% on top of very little, right? And the 50% extra of food and production. These being international, right? Which does not mean domestic. It means international, right? To other civs or states. You don't get food or production as it stands, right? And even if you did at any point, it would still be 50% on top of something very little. And so the increased trade route range, it might be good if you have expansions, but it's not too impactful. It's meant for international, and international is not that good. I feel like this means, as I suggested prior, that the Fetora doesn't actually have any means that sort of make it worthwhile. I don't really care about the international trade routes. As it stands, it's an interesting improvement, and I like how you can build it with the now interesting unit because of that. But it basically just gives you more gold and a production, right? It's literally 0.5 more production just from that because of this the 50% bonus. So I don't think it's even worth doing. I don't think it's worth doing at all. Maybe I'm misreading this, and maybe my information is wrong. But as far as I understand, like it's obvious that international trade routes, like if you at any point during the game, effectively, you scroll through the list, right? You have all your civs, and you have all the city-states and the other civilizations. Outside of your civ, the domestic ones, they're all just like 15, 20 gold at most, maybe 2 or 3 science, 2 or 3 culture, maybe at some point +1 food, +1 production. You're not going to see 5 food, 5 production. You never will. I never have. I played 1,000 games, never have. And so it's just for gold, a little bit of science, and a little bit of faith. And this has a minor improvement, right, in terms of the bulk of the game. It's not enough for me. All the trade routes are more effective domestically. They make your civ stronger. And in that case, I feel like Portugal is unfortunately rather weak. I like the Porta de Cerco. I find it to be a very sort of supportive bunch of perks. I like the free trade route. I like the +1 movement and +1 sight on your navy. I like the free envoys. The open borders in the vanilla game is very nice. I feel like Casa in India is very weak, very unimpactful. Or at least it's not relevant to people who want to go domestic. And I feel like domestic, it has objective strengths over the international. So I don't feel like it's relevant. The now is a good caravel, but it's not enough for me to say that it's game changing. It's really meant to build you Fetorias, but Fetorias are there for international trade route improvements, but I don't think those are great. And I guess in closing, the navigation school is fine, but there's no other reason, there's no other way to make campuses. This comes at education. There's nothing that improves your civ towards this. So it's kind of like Arabia's issue. They have rewards, but no means. I think Portugal has more means than Arabia, but I don't know. I would say, again, I like the navigation school. I feel like that, and the now is fine, but it's just a replacement for a caravel. It's just a caravel. And the Porta de Cerco, it's nice. I feel like this civ is on par with Arabia. I like it a little bit more than Arabia. Like I like the +1 movement and +1 sight. It's basically with the Great Lighthouse. I think that's nice. The +1 trade route capacity right away. That's a good bonus for your second expansion city. It's not to be undervalued, but everything else is pretty underwhelming. I feel like I want to go back and give Arabia a C tier. I said Arabia was B tier because they had bonus. They had 100% great scientist point bonus. They had +1 science for every city that was following their religion, but that was pretty much it. And I said that okay, those are strong enough to give you B tier, but a fairly weak B tier. I think Joao has similar perks and traits. I like the navigation school. For me to say that he is B tier, but a fairly weak one as well. Maybe just a sliver better than Arabia, but fairly comparable. I feel like this civ is besides I didn't know this. My impression was different, but looking at this now, I feel like fairly underwhelming. And if he didn't have this +1 movement and +1 sight to his navy units, I feel like, and he had something else, I feel like he'd be C tier. He'd be pretty weak. This Porta de Cerco holds him up very well, and the navigation school is nice. But other than that, I feel like he's kind of underwhelming. So we'll leave it at that. Oops.
Alrighty, next up is the one, the only, Kupe. Everyone's favorite civ. He comes out of nowhere, right? Let's see what he's about, officially, right? I definitely have my judgments about the good old, the Maori. The most interesting thing about the Maori is that they begin the game with sailing and shipbuilding unlocked because they spawn in the middle of an ocean. And that's just very weird for most civs, right? If most other civs did that, and even if you were Denmark, they would say, what the fuck is going on? Let's go through their unique buildings and units first. The Pa is the improvement, and it's basically a fort. It gives the occupying unit 4 combat strength automatically, instead of it having to wait 2 turns, and it lets the unit heal, so that's nice, but it must be built on a hill tile. So it essentially makes a position that's more defensive, even more defensive, right? So that's fine. The Toa replaces the swordsman, so cheaper swordsman, I like that. Adjacent enemy units receive -5 combat strength. That's like the Varu from India. And it itself can build the Pa, right? I believe you can also build it with builders, right? That's good for early game defense, especially with the swordsman. Those two things together those are nice. Kupe may not have the best lands for defense. He may just have to take what he gets, so you might be more susceptible. So these are nice in that regard. The Mare is interesting. It replaces the amphitheater, which is tier 1 at a game or at drama and poetry. You get +1 culture and +1 faith in all tiles that are unimproved, which is interesting. And the whole after flight, you get tourism, but who cares? What's interesting is that when it comes to preserves, when it comes to holding your appeal, so instead of building mines or lumberyards don't really affect this, but in any case, tiles that aren't improved, all tiles, it doesn't matter which how much appeal, it's just based on improvements, they'll get a culture and faith. That means a lot of culture. If you can get, because there's bonuses here that assist this, but in essence, woods tiles already have a bit of production. You get culture, then a hills tile, tiles without well, I guess it does say a passable feature. My understanding then is that it can't just be like a grasslands tile, like an open grasslands tile. Doesn't count for this. It means rainforest, woods, something along those lines. It basically makes the woods tiles really good, right? You can't put lumberyards on them, but you get culture and faith, and you'll see and that you also get production from that. So I like that, but I think we need to see what else they have to see if that is worth building in any case. Am I even recording? Okay, I'm recording. Kupe's voyage sure is. Begin the game in an ocean tile. That's quite the voyage. +2 science, +2 culture, and +2 faith, and +2 gold per turn prior to settling the capital. This is all right. Normally you start the game with 2 science in your palace. So that's I guess this is an additional, right? And +2 culture. So basically you're going to start with 4 science, 3 culture, 2 faith, and 2 gold per turn. And you get this prior to settling the capital. Or actually, I'm reading this wrong. You don't get this. Well, actually, okay, ignorance right here. I'm not sure if this means that you get this until the point in which you settle the capital. In that case, the standard kicks in and this effect goes away, or if the capital, if these effects remain and the stacking and the palace stacks, like your capital stacks. I'm not quite sure. In any case, this perk runs well with the fact that they spawn in the middle of an ocean, right? And it means that they can get science, they can get culture. They actually get it a little bit faster in any case, so it's not like they're behind. The +2 faith as well means you can get your pantheon at just a standard, like maybe just fairly quickly, I'd say. So this doesn't make you better. It just keeps you in line, considering the fact that for maybe 6 or 7 turns you're not even settled. So when you do settle that capital, you'll get 3 envoys, an extra population, a free builder, and that palace will have 3 housing and +1 amenity. That perk right there, that ladder perk is shared by Gorgo in her palace, which is fine. The 3 housing is fine. The amenity is just all right. I like the extra population. It makes the capital so much more powerful. The free builder is really nice, and the 3 envoys is also nice because it means that you probably, because the warrior that you have and whoever else you have, Kupe has shipbuilding unlocked, so he can explore the world basically before anyone else can. So he can meet different city-states, and if you meet them, and even in any case, if you don't meet them first, you still have those envoys to get more culture and science if you choose to do so. So Kupe's voyage is a strong trait in consideration that he starts in an ocean tile. The +2 science and culture and whatnot is pretty good. Again, I'm not sure if it continues into the upon settling, but in any case, it's still nice to have that, and it keeps you in line. I think the 3 envoys is really good, and I like the +1 population, the free builder. This is a good sort of this is a fair intro for Kupe. The mana, begin the game with sailing and shipbuilding, as you said. Units can enter ocean tiles immediately, which means that I believe it means that if shipbuilding wasn't unlocked, you could unlock it and then enter ocean tiles, which is the ability of cartography. This effectively means the same thing. So not only can you enter the ocean or the coast as a shipbuilding would allow, but you can also have the ability of cartography. You just don't have caravels, right? But you can build quadriremes, technically is what it means. In any case, embarked units receive +2 movement, which is amazing. That means that starting settler, the starting warrior, your scouts that you do send around, in tangent with those 3 envoys that you could maybe spend on lucrative city-states waiting for you. 2 movement is very nice. Dido has +2 movement and +2 sight on embarked settlers. This is all embarked units, which is, I think, a bit more powerful. It's effectively the same, but across the board. So again, more substantial, especially in line with Kupe and what he does. Here's the thing. Woods, rainforests, and reefs provide +1 production, gaining additional production upon unlocking mercantilism and conservation civics. Okay, so again, this is very confusing, and part of my ignorance, I haven't played Kupe in a very long time, but +1 production on woods, does that mean deliberately in line with the Mare that gives +1 culture to that woods feature, right? And it gives it, so if let's say it's a 2 food, 2 production hill, right, with a woods tile. Okay, now you have the Mare, it has +1 production. But in Kupe's case, it's actually 2 food, 3 production, right? Does it mean as well, but if you put a lumberyard on that woods tile, the culture and the faith go away from the Mare. Do you still get the +1 production? I'm not sure, because my sort of my guess is that, and I'm not sure about this, but my understanding, or my guess, I venture to say that it's the base improvement, or it's the base feature, that the improvement of the lumberyard doesn't keep the +1 production. That's what I'm guessing. In any case, mercantilism is right at the end of the Renaissance, right? It's where you get logistics. It's basically after humanism, where you get Taj Mahal and archaeological museums. It comes fairly early. It says that you get more at conservation, but conservation, you still have to get colonialism, natural history. Mercantilism becomes before that. And so to get even extra production, it goes really well in line with the Mare, meaning that you can have these 2 food, maybe 4 production tiles with an extra culture. It depends on your spawn. It depends on what you get. I like that. Put this way, I think the production that you get keeps Kupe relevant in terms of the production he would lose without the improvements, and that sort of encourages the Mare. I don't feel like either or are fantastic. The +1 production, or the +1 culture rather, is nice. Especially if you have several tiles that are applicable. I just can't say that it's amazing. The reason being is that not having the lumberyard or any improvement for that matter for these bonuses to be applied, it does mean less production overall, I would say. And again, it's hard to say if it means that, because it does say for the Mare it's a passable feature, meaning like not a mountain but rather a woods tile, or perhaps a marsh tile. So there are tiles. I don't think like a wheat tile is what
is what is applicable here, but it might be. It's hard to say. The Maori can, again, give you some culture, and if it's a woods tile or a rainforest, you'll get a production it not having been improved, and I feel like it all kind of evens out, right? This is more tendency towards culture. I think it's a bit less production. It's fine. These bonuses kind of keep you in line, so it balances out. Just quickly, fishing boats provide +1 food, which is nice, especially on the coastal tendencies. And building a fishing boat triggers a culture bomb. That's a good culture bomb. It's based culture bombs from improvements are awesome because they're one in many. Whereas if you get like a culture bomb from encampments, you can only get one per city, and they tend to come very far in between. So that's good. I'm not underwhelmed by Kupe. I just don't think that anything he has is particularly strong. I'm gonna give him a B tier, but I'm gonna give him kind of like he's a good B tier. I think the thing is that like the Mare is it gives a culture for things that don't have improvements on your woods tiles, etc. That's pretty much the only thing that has any sort of specific tendency towards tourism. Everything else is pretty much, he has an interesting start. He has a general strength that he can maybe employ with the minor addition of the Mare for culture. The Toa being a swordsman replacement, a pretty strong swordsman replacement with the Pa as well for defense, which means that in any case, I can't imagine Kupe is a vast expansionist sort of military civ. He's more of a coastal civ to sort of, again, it's not that he lacks the ability for mass expansion. I think that maybe he's more of an infrastructural civ that you can find the land, or rather the coastal sites, let's say, that are sort of, they have the resources. You get +1 food, plus the culture bomb. I don't know. I just feel like you're encouraged to do this in some respect. I just don't feel like he has, other than, I don't know. I think the mana, his trait, the mana, is kind of lacking for me. It doesn't really give you much. The +1 production on unimproved woods tiles, as we'll assume it is, plus the 1 food on fishing boats is fine. It's kind of just that there's no real thing here. Kupe's voyage is nice, and I think it kind of keeps him stable and prepped for the rest of the game. I just don't think you can make the argument that the Mare, given the +1 culture, is good, and I won't disagree with that. I just don't think that it's great. It's not terribly strong, and so I feel like Kupe again has a good little starting piece. He's interesting starting piece, obviously, but in any case, I don't think that he has much afterwards that is game changing. It's good and it's welcome, but I can't say that it is substantial. So I'm gonna give Kupe a fairly average B, but let's say he's a good B, right? All right, that was Kupe, short and sweet. He's just all right. Now I have rolled Menelik, my boy from Ethiopia with the big black hat, the rock-hewn church. I have good things to say about Menelik, and you'll see why. See what it's got. Come on. Never zooms in. The rock-hewn church is amazing, and I don't know if it's not working properly, but essentially you can only build it on a hill. It can't be built next to another one, but effectively, if for every hill and for every mountain tile, you get +1 faith. It's very easy to get 4, 5, maybe 6, sometimes 7 faith on your rock-hewn church. It gives a great amount of faith for an improvement, and it's almost relevant for tourism in any case, but just getting faith can be really powerful, in terms of the worth of faith, let's say, for Menelik or not. You get a lot of faith, and you get +1 production, which is really nice, and for each adjacent bonus resource, so if you're next to a wheat tile, if you're next to a cattle, you get +1 food, which is great, and you get +1 production if you're adjacent to a strategic resource. So if there's an iron or a horse tile and there's a hill next to it, you put this on there, you get +2 production. If it's a grassland hill, it'll be 3 production, it'll be 2 food, and it could be upwards of 3 to 4, maybe 5 faith. Very powerful improvement, very good hills. I believe it comes out at Early Empire. And it's one of the strongest improvements I've found in the game, and really find it impressive. The Oromo Cavalry is a replacement for the Coursier, which is a medieval light cavalry unit, so half price in that respect. It's stronger and has more sight than the Coursier. I think it has 47, maybe 46 strength. It's like a 1 or 2 more strength. It has more sight, which gives it a good sort of scouting ability. No movement penalty from hills, which makes it a bit more mobile. This unit's not terribly good. It's fine. I like cavalry improvements more than melee ones, especially when they have something unique. I think knights have stronger replacements, be it the Tagma or maybe like the I don't know, like Arabia's war elephants, whatever you call them, the Kuma or whatever. But this Aroma cavalry is just fine. It's not game changing. I think Menelik has more use of cavalry in terms of military. He doesn't seem to be. I don't know why I feel that way. I think that he seems to have more of an infrastructural base, like faith-based economy. I think that sort of ties well with combat. Not domination, but I feel like he's not so strictly just like religious faith that he doesn't care, and he's not, I don't know. It's a fine unit, but it's not a great one. It's barely good. I wouldn't even say it's good. I would just say it's fair, right? Council of Ministers. Faith and gold purchases are 15% cheaper. This is really strong. It's basically theocracy built in, and it's democracy built in. The 15% cheaper gold can be nice early on in the game, where timing can be important, and if you're waiting to purchase something or you have the chance to buy something, you can maybe get it 2 or 3 turns sooner. In any case, the faith is equally important, not only in monumentality and purchasing builders and whatnot, but purchasing missionaries and apostles clearly is very nice, and it's a very strong perk on its own. Cities founded on hills receive science and culture equal to 15% of their faith output. Considering the condition is very strict being the condition, but if these cities are on hills, regardless of what they are and what you have, you're going to get science and culture equal to 15% of your faith. Now, that in combination with the rock-hewn church means that if you have 30 faith in a city, right? Let's say you have a holy site and you have 3 rock-hewn churches and you have 30 faith. Basically, it means that you're going to get, I think, 4.5 science, 4.5 culture. That's like the adjacency of a really strong theater square and campus. And that's just built in. You just have to build it on a hill. I think this is amongst in terms of modifiers, especially to cities, one of the strongest perks there is in the game. I really like this. It works really well with the emphasis on faith being cheaper, so you want to build it, and the ability to build it very effectively with the rock-hewn church, that any other thing, be it holy sites and what have you, that those working in conjunction with this is happily invited, just because you have such a strong pillar. It's kind of like in tourism, how seaside resorts are nice to invest in as bonuses alongside your national parks and your archaeological works. Same thing with great works of writing. They're not meant to win you tourism. They're like maybe 10 or 15%, and seaside resorts are kind of the same. But because you have those national parks, because you have those archaeological works, I feel welcomed to sort of invest in those, because I feel like I like to add things in life in general onto bigger amounts. It can feel kind of like a waste of time. It's like, why am I trying to get anywhere with this? Like, let's say there was no rock-hewn church. It's like, why am I investing in holy sites for this bonus from faith, when it's like, I'm not really going to get that much from the holy site? But because the rock-hewn church is there, it gives you so much that I'm actually willing to, increase the bonus of the faith I have by maybe a third, right? Whereas the third on its own is not really worth it. Different strategy perhaps, but this makes all faith that you can get very useful. And it's for science and culture, which is like spot on. And military units receiving +4 combat strength when fighting on hills. I think that's really nice in terms of passive combat buffs. Being on hills is where you kind of want to be for defensive reasons, even offensively. Like maybe you're over a river, or maybe you position yourself as a barbarian comes in to club you over the head. You get on a hill. +4 combat strength is, you're not going to get +10 combat strength buffs anywhere in the game unless you're fucking Lautaro in a golden age, or against people in a golden age rather. But this is nice. It's I think it's pretty common to have to you can use this very effectively, and I would say that it's not that the perk of it is any stronger. It could give you 4 combat strength for being next to ocean tiles. That's a perk in Japan, right? But that's very niche. You have to be next to ocean tiles. This, you just have to be on a hill, and Menelik likes hills. Not that necessarily amounts to more opportunities for combat on them, but like there's probably one or two hills around. No, I believe the tendency or the spawning preference is where there are hills for rock-hewn church and better settled cities for that culture. This is a really good trait. The council of ministers, I think, it's very short, very crisp. It's just 15% reduction in gold and faith purchasing, 15% science and culture equal to the faith of those cities founded on hills, and +4 combat strength when fighting on hills. Very strong, well put together trait, and definitely so far. Again, I don't put too much emphasis on the unique units. I don't take points away because they're all meant to be some variation of like a knight, like as like a war elephant, or I don't know, like a byreme, right? If they're really good, I'll give emphasis and I'll say that makes them stronger. But if they're not relevant to like a religious civ, for example, I'm not going to take points away. But in any case, the rock-hewn church, along with the council ministers, Menelik is very strong thus far, but he still has Solomon's dynasty. That being trade routes gaining +1 faith for passing through trading posts in Ethiopian cities and +1 gold for passing through trading posts in foreign cities. I think you dropped the ball here, Ethiopia. I think you dropped the ball. Couldn't you give me something else? These are the worst perks in my opinion because they're dependent on trade routes. Trade posts being established would take way too long, and the addition of getting a faith for doing that, or a gold if it's international, is pretty underwhelming. I would never utilize that perk, even if I was forced to. I would do it. I would do it at my detriment. Even if I had the choice to maybe get that gold, I would rather choose it elsewhere just to protest its involvement. I think it's useless. Resources provide +1 faith and additional yields based on their type. That being +1 food from bonus resources, +1 production from strategic resources, and +1 gold from luxury resources. This is amazing. You get these perks sometimes where, like, I think Poundmaker has +1 food on resources next to rivers, right? In terms of those type of buffs, this is amongst the strongest. Even Kupe had +1 food on fishing tiles. This is +1 food on all bonus resources, right? +1 faith as well. You basically get +1 faith on wheat tiles, quarries, all bonus resources. You get +1 faith on horses and iron, and you get +1 faith on luxury resources. Those luxury resources get an extra gold, which isn't great, but it's welcome. It's fine. I think it means like a diamonds tile. Let's say it's 2 food, 2 production. It might be, I think maybe 2 or 3 gold. You get an extra one. Okay, it's nice. But the +1 food on your wheat tiles, your fish tiles, your quarries, etc. Very nice. The +1 production on horses and iron, probably more niche. You don't have so many of those, but for the ones that you do have, it's a very productive tile. And that works really well in Tangent, or just they each sort of have their own buffs with the rock-hewn church, getting an extra food itself from bonus resources and an extra production. So all the tiles are getting buffed. I really like this. It's a really nice economic bonus to Menelik, and something that I would say that in a lot of other civs that I'm seeing, they don't have this sort of thing, where maybe they have the trait like the council of ministers and they have this bonus to science and culture, but they have no infrastructural benefit, whether it's to resources or like Nubia, for example, has 100% production towards builders and 50% production towards archers or range units. Like that's pretty powerful, right? Ethiopia, or Menelik, having this bonus to his resources is very nice. It almost makes up for the bonus towards trading posts. I can almost forgive him for suggesting that is relevant. In any case, we pretty much finished there by saying government plaza and diplomatic quarters and theater square buildings can be purchased with faith. This is fine. If you have no intention of going religion, and you just have a bunch of faith because you have the rock-hewn church, etc., and you have an interest in faith as well. And this is not taking into account the Void Singers and their bonus that is similar to this, that stacks. We're not considering that. I just mean, like, normally, if you have the faith, and this is nice, it means that you can buy your ancestral hall in an expansion city much easier. The theater square buildings, because Menelik, I think, because faith is a necessary yield for tourism, but in any case, you might want to go that direction, and purchasing these buildings with faith means that you can purchase your archaeological museums and whatnot with faith, and that's fine. That perk's a bit sort of, you can maybe squeeze some use out of it, but I wouldn't be too positive. Overall, I think Menelik is A tier, 100%. The Council of Ministers is one of the best traits I've seen. It's just solid. It's like a Lamborghini. It's like you don't care what the horsepower is. You don't care what the freaking torque is. It's just the wheels, the windshield, the paint job, the slickness of it all. It's like I don't have to question it. Give me more councils of these ministers, and I'll be happy. Right? The Rock-hewn Church, one of the best. One of the strongest, let's say, improvements for faith, even production and the bonuses it gets from adjacency to resources. It really helps to make it an amazing improvement. And I think that his bonuses to actual resources, being +1 food from like wheat tiles, bonus resources, an extra production on strategic resources, and then and the +1 gold on luxury resources is not as strong, but still. And as well, all those resources get +1 faith. I think Menelik is very strong. He's that's my cat. Shut up, cat. Stupid cat. That's my cat. And I think she agrees that Menelik is A tier and extremely strong. And that's all we wrote. Alrighty, that was Menelik, one of my favorite civs, and we're going to one that is not my favorite. Actually, I think he's rather crap. But we'll see why. Actually, we're going to talk about Alexander. That's who I've rolled. And Alexander, just as a preface, is one of those civs that demonstrates clearly the idea that judgment and assessment are two different things. That you can judge somebody to be strong and fair, even though your assessment of him overall, considering that there are several abilities, etc., that those assessments may be less enthusiastic, to say the least. Yet your judgment may be, in any case, what he does have that is somewhat worthwhile, keeps him above ground and makes him somewhat worthwhile. But you kind of have to be honest about what the rest of his stuff does and how he overall isn't that strong. But I digress, and let's move into Alexander. So let's start off with the Royal Page School. It's a replacement for the barracks. It gives +1 amenity, the standard housing, the standard combat experience. It gives and what it does uniquely, other than that amazing amenity, is it gives a burst of science based on production cost. This is fine, and these bursts amount to 15%. So when you build a military unit of 300 let's not say 300, let's say 200 production, right, in the classical era, that means you're going to get about 30 science. 30 science at that point in the game is just fine. The issue here is that you're not building that many military. Even if you are going for domination, I just feel like this is just fine. It's not bad. I feel like it doesn't stack up as much as you would imagine, right? It's hard to take into account. Obviously, if you were building nothing but military units repeatedly, you would still get some science, right? But you don't get that much science. That's my opinion. So it's a good building, but it's not that strong, despite the fact that you get some science. The Heterotoi is a bonus to the World's All In trait, and it's a replacement for the Horsemen, which is fine. It means it's a cheaper horseman, which are fairly expensive. It gets +5 combat strength when adjacent to a great general, which I find unfortunate because at this point in the game, you're not likely to have a great general. But let's just say that you do. You get +5 great general points upon defeating an enemy, which is fine. And it begins with a free promotion. Unfortunately, I think effectively that free promotion is the only relevant thing. The +5 great general points is fine. You're just not going to defeat so many units. You tend not to, especially early on in the game. It's difficult to recommend this unit. I like the fact that it's a cheaper horseman, but I don't feel like it's much of a stronger horseman. Plus, the free promotion is nice, but that's pretty much all I'm that excited about. Gosh, this is a bitch to say. Hepasist, the Hepasist is a replacement for the swordsman. Alexander has 2 replacements for classical era, right? And I like swordsman replacements because they're also expensive to get, and it has +5 combat strength when besieging districts, which means basically when you're hitting city walls, right? Effectively, and that's fine. But you need a battering ram in any case. But this is fine, and the support bonus is increased by 50%. So adjacent units give you 2 combat score. This means they'll give you 3. That's fine. It means that you can sort of clump them up and get more. I think the Hepasis is stronger than the Heteroi. Those unique sort of perks on them regarding those at least, that the Hephaestus has the stronger ones. Although I can't say equally that it's any like much better of a unit. I think these are just sort of pretty much, they each have their own little perks, but to me I feel like they're very standard, right? I don't think the perks they have are that game changing. I think my bias is that early game war is very expensive. These units are expensive, even if they're cheaper versions. Maybe the other traits he has give more means to sort of take advantage of these. But I feel like the classical era, when you get these, not only are you not going to have that great general, right, and not only do melee units not really besiege districts, but I just feel like these units, I would much rather have. And again, I like swordsman replacements, but not really for domination. Like the Roman legion is fine. I feel like they have more of a tendency to use that more effectively. Whereas this one, and maybe I'm being ignorant towards the use of these things and what they're capable, but I feel like, again, it's not bad. It's a cheaper swordsman. I like that. If you want to go for domination, go ahead. I just don't feel like it's that much of an improvement, despite it being half price in terms of the iron. So that's all I'll say. To the World's End gives you 100% Great General points. As far as I'm aware, Great General points don't come standardly. In contrast to Civ 5, which actually does this, they don't come from combat engagements. They only come from the encampment district. And I feel like building encampment districts, here's my bias, building encampment districts early on in the game, to me, comes at a detriment of building other districts, be it campuses or harbors. I don't know. It's not a very economical district. And the improvements to military are not there. The Royal Page School does give you science, a bit of science, let's say. When you build units, that's fine. But I feel like it doesn't make your empire stronger. And so I can't say that great generals are good. I just feel like they are better. Put this way, you should better expect them in medieval and the Renaissance and the industrial era. If your intent is to go to war, to rush them and try and get them in the classical era to run in tangent with your heteroi and your Hephaestus, I feel like you are perhaps in that attempt ignoring other more important aspects that actually give you the production, the science, to sort of reach those points in the game where it's like, you're not winning a domination game if you can't sort of dominate the medieval era. Like, you need the knight, you want the trebuchet, etc. And the game is never won in the classical era, and these are classical era bonuses. And I feel like they're trying to be something, and I feel like they unfortunately don't have. Unless they have the bonuses that make up for this, what this would require, I find these bonuses to be not as relevant because their use isn't really supported. And if they are used, right, then it's at the detriment of the support that is required. I'll proceed. Units receive +1 movement when beginning a turn outside of Macedonian territory. This is a good perk. I don't know what it is about Alexander. I just don't like him. Like this, I should be up in arms about this, and I'm just not. I feel like I played it at Alexander. It didn't actually do much for me, and I don't know why. Just reading it, my experience is getting in the way here. This is a good perk. And it basically means +1 movement. You know, it's the opposite of logistics, right? It is a good perk. I should give it more praise. And let's just hold it to that standard, that it is good. Military units heal completely upon conquering a city with a wonder. Issue here is not all cities will have wonders. Let's say that they do. The military units healing completely it's a good, but it's a front end perk. It doesn't help you conquer the city at all. It's an investment to do so. It just means that you can maybe snowball your assaults and bring your army onto the next city. So that's good, especially if you're going for domination. Cities do not incur war weariness, which means that when you capture them, they don't piss everybody off, which is nice. It makes capturing them a bit more effective. They're not occupied as harshly, and that's fairly good in domination, at least. And that's it. Again, I don't love the Great General points. I almost feel like it's like a drug dealer offering you ecstasy. It's like, I'm giving you ecstasy. What are you complaining about? It's like you're making me lose sight of what's really important in life. Not ecstasy, but like, good foundations, roots, fucking philosophy and morality and an original understanding of God. And you're giving me fucking drugs, right? Like, don't give me Great General points. Give me a bonus towards building monuments or fucking granaries, right? Like this, to me, you could really get. And I'm presuming that in this case, that you can make an advance, you can make an attempt to start playing a domination game early in the game and get your fucking bullocks crushed. You could get destroyed because you not only, let's say you bring enough, right? But to sustain it, you need the infrastructure, right? And what infrastructure have you made if you had to go for this early sort of domination? And I don't even think that means that you get the great general points. Let's be clear, you don't get great general points from killing enemies. You don't go to war and get great general points. You get them from encampments. 100% great general points means your encampments are twice the strength in getting them, right? But why would you invest in encampments just to get that? That is at the detriment, in my opinion, of other things, and I feel like it is, in a sense, counterintuitive, which is why I'm being such a bitch about it. But I think it's warranted. I really do. The +1 movement is really good, especially when it comes to war, and the military units healing when you capture a city with a wonder, and that city not incurring as much war weariness. It's fine. These are all good, and it's not great, but it's just fine. I just have a bone to pick with Alexander. He's really he gets on my nerves. I think it's the arrogance to have these unique units that seem awesome because, oh cool, it's in the classical era, we get these specialty horsemen and specialty swordsmen, but it's like there's nothing else, right? And I feel like that's kind of the worst thing to have. It's like giving a 13-year-old a fucking Lamborghini. It's like, thanks for the car, but I crashed it, right? That being said, in finally, I should say, is the Argead Legacy. Begin the game with bronze working. I like this perk a lot. I really do. It means that you have iron at your disposal. Iron is a great tile because it has science and extra production. It makes it worthwhile to go for mining right away to improve it. It gives your capacities a bit sooner. I just like having iron. 25% production towards encampments and their buildings. How underwhelming. How underwhelming. Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, an amazing civ because of its Hansas. Stop it, stupid cats. Germany's Hansas are amazing, but he gets 100% production towards his encampments, and he doesn't even care about encampments. He just has that perk. Why is this so underwhelming? It should go away. Stupid cats that keep rubbing their head on the mic. This is just this bugs me. If this perk right here was more substantial, I would say fine, go for the encampments. But it's 25%. It's not enough for me to go build encampments. Encampments do nothing for you. Okay, my cat is just causing havoc. Pardon the disruption. Go away. Shoo. Away with you. So that being said, upgrading military units cost 25% less gold and 25% fewer resources. This is fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. It's fine. Your archers that cost 90 gold, they'll cost 66 gold. It's fine, right? It's not 50%, right? It's fair. It does stack with the mercenaries perk that gives you the 50% for each, but in any case, this is a nice addition. Conquering cities grants a random eureka for each campus or encampment in that city, or a random inspiration for each theater square and holy site. This is fine, especially if you're going for domination. It means that you'll get a little bit of science from doing so, or a little bit of culture, and that I think that will maybe, again, it's a nice addition. I think this trait is way better than the World's End. The World's End, the extra movement is welcomed, but everything else I think just is crap. Beginning the game with bronze working, having that iron right away is really nice. The 25% production towards encampments I think is a hate crime on all things Civ. Like, don't tempt me with 100% great general points. Essentially saying, don't tempt me with double great people points in my encampments and give me 25% production towards encampments. I think the people who made this mod have failed in this respect, and that they've given Germany the bonus for encampments when it should be Alexander. It could be a game changer that he had that. But I think the ploy to have this front end mindset that we're going to go and storm the castles of all our enemies, and we're going to support this with the fucking Hephaestus and Heteroi and the Royal Page School to help give science to keep your fucking ass off the ground as you sort of make way, right? And that there's no spine. There's no spine here, and I can't really give a thorough argument as to why. I feel like All these bonuses are front end. They're all for attacking. They're all for effectiveness, right? They're for action. But there's no bonus here that helps you in any respect. I've criticized other civs for Arabia, for example, having good benefits from succeeding at having a religion and whatnot, but having no means to actually having a successful religion. I feel the same way about this. He seems to have bonuses that help him, or rather, they aid him in his conquest, but they don't really produce. There's no source for that conquest to sort of. There's no roots for it. There's no production towards military. There's no production towards encampments. It's 25%. There's really nothing here. The +1 movement is fine. The cheaper upgrades is fine. The Royal Page School, I feel like it's not as effective as it may seem, but let's say it's fine. The cheaper swordsman and horseman is also fine, but nothing here. I don't think there's enough here to make the reason I mentioned at the beginning. I said that this is a great example of somebody whose assessment really reveals what they really are. Because you might read this very briefly and be like, wow, that sounds great. Look at all these bonuses. He's a great domination civ. But I feel like the truth is that most of his bonuses for domination are not strong enough to justify the sort of the haste that he has, to use his capacities, his heteroi, to go for encampments to get great general points. I don't feel like there's enough strength in that pursuit to really justify going for it. I really don't. And so my judgment of him is not very strong. It's not strong at all. I think he's C tier, but he does have things that I think are good additions. The +1 movement is very good, right? Not enough to bring him up to B tier. The beginning of the game with bronze working, very good. Not enough to bring him up to B tier. The cheaper upgrades is fine. It's good. The 25% production towards encampments, it's just fine. It's just 25% production, and considering the pretty much uselessness of encampments in terms of your economy, that they're purely functional buildings. It's like, give me a campus, give me a theater square, give me a holy site, give me a harbor, give me anything other than like one. I need one encampment to block off a choke point, right? I don't want a bunch of encampments. They're built for defense in small numbers, but they're also there for great general points. But everything here is just, it's so front loaded. Like, let's go right away and start declaring war. And it's like, I feel like you're going to fall on your face. And for that, my judgment is very harsh, but I think well justified. And he's a C tier, but a strong C tier, right? I'll give him that, but he is C tier. He does not get the B tier he's not a weak B tier. He does not get that. I'm sorry. He's in line with Gorgo. He's in line with Gorgo, and I guess the Greek city-states, they're not doing so well, and I guess they're too focused on their philosophy and cosmology and whatnot to be effective at doing anything in the world, and that's why they got crushed by the Romans. So, Finn. Alrighty, that's Alexander. Pardon the scolding review, but I feel like it's a fair one. I cannot help but really judge him for what he is, and what he is a C tier, albeit a strong one. But no B tier for you, Alexander. None for you. I've just rolled Peter, and that is not Philip, because he's Philip, Spain. It's Peter, who is Russia. Where is he? Oh, there he is. They're actually right next to each other, which is hilarious. Peter of Russia. There we go. I'll make this full screen just for all of you. There we go. Okay. Russia has the Lavra. It is a replacement for the holy site. It's half price, which means you get your religion very quickly. It gives +1 gold to forest tiles, which is good because you spawn in tundra. 2 great profit points is really good as well. It's effectively the same thing as Basil's, though, so not to discourage that, but this is very nice. The +1 great writer point per turn with a shrine is also very nice for tourism. The great artist point is ridiculous because who cares about great artists as well as great musicians. And it says this city's borders grow by 1 tile each time a great person is expanded in it. To me, that portion comes too infrequently, especially early on in the game. You're not getting great people, and so in that case, the Lavra effectively is a quicker religion because it's half price, more great profit points. The +1 gold is fine. You'll find in Tundra the main feature is forests, and in that case I would say pretty good district.
I would say just in any case, it's that one sort of holy site improvement that like I don't like holy sites unless I'm going for a religion, at least right away. This means just grab it. You can get the religion. It's worth grabbing, and Bob's your uncle. The Cossack is a replacement for the cavalry, which is an industrial era light unit. It's stronger than that cavalry and gains 5 combat strength when fighting in or adjacent to Russian territory, which means it's better at defense. And it may move after attacking if any movement remains. I think this unit is just fine. The only reason I like it is that it can move after attacking. The issue is that it gets combat strength when fighting in their territory. The adjacency is effectively the same thing. A defensive unit is a warrior, or at this point the musketmen or infantry, linemen, or whatever they're called. Cavalry aren't, like light cavalry, in this case literal cavalry, are not defensive units. They're offensive units, right? They pillage, and I like the fact that you can move after attacking. But it's like, it feels like the main buff is that they get +5 combat strength in defense. Why do I care about that? I don't really. The stronger, the fact that it's stronger is nice. I believe a cuirassier, the heavy cavalry sort of complement to this, has 67. This one has 63. I can't tell you off the top of my head how much stronger. Let's just say it's 4. So that's good. So again, it's at this point you're skirting on the beginnings of modern and atomic warfare. So this is kind of the least effective of those. And even though it's the most effective of everything that came before, you kind of need a break. Like, I feel like most wars, as I've said several times, they begin late classical, early medieval, into the Renaissance, and they're kind of finished at this point. And so this unit, to me, this doesn't have much use, and I think that one of its main perks is kind of irrelevant. I like the fact that it can move after attacking. It makes it very mobile, but that doesn't have much use because I don't know how much warfare this unit will be doing. In any case, it's an alright unit. I just don't think it's that strong. Or rather, I would say that it is strong. Like, I actually think it's a very good light cavalry unit, but I don't think that it's as relevant. I don't think it's good at what it's trying to do in defense, and so it's like a C tier, but a strong C tier. It's not B. It's not the right. It's not a class. That is great. It's just sort of, it's an average unit, but a strong one. Petrine Reformation. It's interesting that most of Russia's history, they were basically serfs, and obviously they settled in the Great Steppe, the sort of the plains of Russia, and for hundreds of years they basically remained like in a tribal, like they were, like it was the freaking like ancients, right? Like it was the Stone Age. And then Peter, this guy, he basically formed the country. He formed Russia. He took over the West, Ukraine. Seems relevant, right? He took all over. He made Russia, right? And later on, because he's part of the Tsars, like they're basically the dynasties, right? And then eventually, that transitioned into the reign of Alexander in about 1820-30s, and then Alexander II reformed the entire country into one that wasn't based on peasants and serfs, and it gave them more rights. But then anarchy set in place, and the Russian Revolution happened. But Peter, this guy, definitely a reformation. He basically formed Russia, and Russia is the largest country, so give him props. Trade routes to foreign cities provide +1 science and +1 culture after constructing the government plaza, and an additional +1 science and +1 culture for each building in that government plaza. This might be the strongest, at least which we've seen so far, foreign trading bonus. The reason being that getting +1 culture and +1 science alongside the +1 culture and +1 science that you tend to get from foreign trade routes is nice. It's actually a worthwhile reason. I never think it's enough to give up the domestic trade route, but getting 2 science and 2 culture instead of just 1 of each, I think that's fine. Where I really think this goes up is that basically you build the government plaza, you get an all-right international trade route. If you build the ancestral hall or the antiquities site, whatever it is, which is right then and there, you can basically in 10 turns have this next condition met. You get an extra science and culture. So basically now you're getting an extra 2 science and 2 culture on international trade routes, which basically gives you probably 6 to 10 gold and 3 culture, 3 science. That's really good modifiers. I could give up the domestic trade route for that, and then when you go and you build your tier 2 in the late medieval Renaissance, whether it's like the one that gives you the spy, the museum, whatever it is, right? The tier 2 ones, that goes up to +3 extra. I think that's pretty good. I think that's actually fairly strong in contrast to other versions that give you maybe extra gold or faith and even food. And it's like, I think the domestic is stronger. This is enough for me to actually go international because I think that these yields are important. And most crucially, it gives you enough that it's actually worthwhile. So I think that's very strong, or very worthwhile at least. Plus 50% production towards buildings in the city with the government plaza. I like that, but it's niche. It's 50% production towards buildings, so like your monument, your granary, your library, etc. But it's only in the government plaza, so I don't think that is as effective, or rather, it's effective, but it's not substantial. So, not terribly, not great, but fairly strong. Construct buildings. Poorly worded. Construct buildings grants a burst of faith equal to 50% of the production costs. This is equal to Chandragupta, who gets culture equal to the 15% of production costs. And I think the other one was Gorgo, or maybe it was Rome, who got 15% culture, but for producing units, right? This one is all right, especially the tendency to be faith-based. I think faith is a more limited resource, and I like the ones for buildings more than units, because you will build buildings. Units are kind of, they come and they go. The building ones are much better. And 15% of the production to get faith, I actually think that faith has more value for this than even the culture. Obviously is very worthwhile, but I would say that getting well, I guess the thing is that culture is something that you get per turn, right? Something that you're working to get policies, whereas faith, it's like gold. Like you're trying to accumulate that. So I like the fact that this is something that's worthwhile to accumulate. So I think that this is nice. I can't say it's stronger than getting the culture, but I think it's maybe on par. So that's a welcome addition. And you may purchase districts with faith and cities with a governor. This is nice considering you have the lavra and you have this faith bonus from production. You're bound to have some faith, depending on... I don't think Russia is strictly a religious civ. I think they can be tourism. I think they can be pretty much whatever they want. Maybe not the strongest ability to do so, but I think they are fairly... they're not so niche or focused. So, if they have the faith to purchase it, which I think they will have faith, or rather what I mean to say is that if they don't have a need of their faith, say they're not going for religion, then purchasing buildings can be nice. And I think the fact that you need a governor is not too strict a condition that this perk can't be used. I think this trait is just all right. It's B tier. It's fairly strong, but it's not amazingly strong. I think the trade route bonus is very nice. It's very unique. I like it a lot. The 50% production towards buildings in the city with the government plaza it's strong. Rather it's substantial, but it's not very, it's just average, right? It's just kind of like, it's C tier, right? The constructing buildings granting a burst of faith equal to 15% of the production, I think is nice, perhaps better than, I think because it's faith and it's like a resource that you spend rather than a resource that you accumulate, like science, to, in that sense, sort of increase what you get per turn to unlock something. It's like, no, you just like 100 faith or even 50 faith. It's like that's more worthwhile for me than 50 culture. 50 culture is just like, it's like 3 or 4 turns of culture. Whereas 50 faith, it's like that's half a builder, right? Or whatever it may be. So I like that. And the being able to purchase districts, I think it's not my favorite perk, and other civs have this perk with their own various conditions. This condition isn't so harsh, albeit perhaps specific. But I think in running alongside Russia's abilities, it definitely works. And so I think this trait is just fine. It's not amazing. I'd give it like a B tier, but like kind of like maybe a little above average B tier, like 60-70% B tier. Not great, but good. Finally, Mother Russia. Oh, is she? Founded cities begin with extra territory. I love this perk. In Civ 5, Mapuche, or gosh, it was one of the Aboriginal, like the Indians, like the Tomahawk, Mohawk, freaking like American, like horse rider civilizations. I cannot remember what his name was. He had this ability, and that was so unique in that game that it makes your starting area so much better, because it doesn't mean you can work more tiles, but the tiles that you have the option of working, which only can be capitalized even more as you grow is so much more powerful. It means that you don't have to, it saves you gold. It means your starting cities are just stronger. All cities are stronger because usually it grabs tiles that maybe are 1 or 2 tiles away, and whether they're strategic or bonus, it just means you have way more opportunities to work better tiles, and that's a very, in my opinion, strong perk. This in itself is basically Russia's, starting bonus. Most civs have a starting bonus to their palace, be it modifiers or housing or flat out yields. To me, this might be the most effective. It doesn't give you science or culture, but it does give you production and growth because you can work stronger tiles. Like sometimes there's like a banana tile in a rainforest that has like 3 food, 2 production, right? It's like 3 tiles away. That's going to cost you 200 gold. You're not working it till like you're maybe your 3rd or 4th citizen. You might just be able to work it right now. And so it actually means that your starts are in a sense very effective, rather than just sort of being nice that they have 2 culture, 2 science. Like, no, you have way more production and growth, and in some sense that's way more powerful. So I like that a lot. Each city receives a free builder upon acquiring its first tundra or snow tile. I like that each city has this. The preference, or rather the tendency to spawn new tundra, means that this is generally applicable. Obviously, like the Maya, who just get a free builder, is better. It's a given. But in some sense, these sort of perks are usually ones that are maybe balanced, in the sense that they're not a given, that it's just something that you can maybe capitalize on by choosing to settle near tundra. I just feel like Russia is going to be near tundra almost indefinitely, starting off at least. And so you're going to have that builder. And this also means effectively that your capital, assuming that it's in tundra or has tundra, if it's near tundra, you'll get it because the previous perk, you'll get a builder. And that's very strong. +1 faith and +1 production from all tundra and snow tiles, doubling for city centers. This is interesting. If you spawn in tundra, you get a builder, right? You get a bunch of other tiles, which is great. You basically get, tundra is basically +1 food, +1 production. That's it. It's basically a plains tile, nothing more, right? But it usually has features, right? So those features means that you'll get a faith and an extra production. So your woods tiles are going to be really good. The tiles without woods will basically be 1 food, 2 production. Your city tiles, so your city will be, let's say, 2 food, 1 production. Now it just gets the extra production, right? Or actually, here's the thing. It's better than that. The 2 food, 2 production, I believe, is what you'll get standard. It doubles that because basically you'll have 2 faith on that city tile because it's doubling the initial faith that you get from it being on tundra. But you'll get 2 food and 2 faith extra on your city if it's on tundra, right? So the 2 food, 1 production, that is standard. If it's on a hill, right, then it's hard to say because grassland hills don't give you 2 production. Only plains hills do. I don't know what tundra does. Let's just say it's the 2 food, 1 production. That's your city tile. You get an extra 2 production and an extra 2 faith. So your city tile is 2 food, 3 production, and 2 faith. That's amazing. Plus all the extra tiles around you that you're able to work, and it's like, and you're gonna grow very quickly, and you can only work more. Russia is very unique in this regard, and it makes playing as them somehow fresh because you can't play tundra otherwise. It's very underwhelming, but Russia somehow makes it work, and I think that makes them a very powerful civ in that respect. Plus 100%. Strategic resources accumulation in tundra and snow. Effectively, actually, I misread this. I thought it meant in like blizzards, but in tundra means that you're bound to have iron and horses and whatnot in tundra. Maybe not. I don't know how many horses you'll find, but you'll find iron. But what I was thinking is that you tend to find a lot of oil in snow. So this is a very interesting perk. I like how substantial it is that you get 100%. I don't know how impactful it will be because it's dependent on where the strategic resources are spawned. But in any case, wherever they are, you'll get double. It's very nice to get double. Like 1 iron basically means you get 2 iron, and when you get niter, which is very hard to find, you get another one. I always find niter in tundra, so this is a very good perk indeed. Units do not receive damage from blizzards. This might just be like a little sort of prick on the bum that sort of says, you know what, whenever there is a blizzard, we're not going to fuck you over, because if you're in desert, you might get swarmed by a sandstorm or if there's a tornado. Like these things don't always happen, assuming that you maybe just have standard settings, especially if you're playing Apocalypse, right? But units not receiving damage from blizzards in all this sense that you're in, blizzard territory, being tundra, you're not going to get damaged. And so I think it's nice that you have this. If you did not have this, the essence of Peter or Russia being in the tundra would somehow have this risk always present, and it would probably screw you over maybe 3 times throughout the game. You will not be screwed over, and so that's a nice addition. Civilizations that are at war with Russia receive plus 100% unit damage from blizzards in Russian territory. That may be less relevant. The blizzards that do happen may not happen when this is happening, but if it does happen, it'll destroy their armies. And so it's kind of funny. It'd be fun to play an Apocalypse mode with Russia and just watch people get murked. Those two things are, I think the prevention from your units being damaged is more impactful, but in any case, the damage to other units is also interesting. I think this trait might be the best part of Russia. Founding cities with extra territory, the free builder if you're in tundra, the extra faith in production from all tundra is really strong, and that is doubled on your city tile. It makes your capital very powerful, and it makes it grow to the point where it can take advantage of those tiles that you're able to work. The double strategic resources that you get from iron and whatnot, or horses, is also very nice. It doesn't make the tiles better, but it does. It's just nice in its own right. It's more of a functional benefit because you can build horsemen and swordsmen, etc. Put this way, I don't know how I feel about Russia. I don't know. Put this way, objectively, I don't think he's great, but I kind of have this love for him just because he's so unique in that the tundra is the most useless place in the world. It's kind of on par with desert, but it's like, I like how Russia makes use of it. His bonuses make tundra good. It makes him interesting. And you know what? Not every game needs to be freaking Frederick Barbarossa. You're building Hanzas and you're running the world because you have 8,000 production. It's fun to play these interesting civs in their own unique ways. It's why I like Dido, because she's like the queen of the sea. She can explore and expand more than anybody. And even like the Maya have a very interesting and unique set of skills that let her she can turtle, yet she has all the means to increase in infrastructure, her defensive capabilities, but her observatory, she's very unique, and I like uniqueness in civs. That's why I play with the expansion mod, because it gives more perks, it gives all these things, and it just means that you can there's more meat to chew on, and you can form your strategy and your story as your civ throughout the game. I think that's really awesome. One of the things that I'm disappointed though is I thought the Lavra would have more impact with the tundra. My understanding, my impression was that the Lavra had it got adjacency for every single. It got adjacency from being in tundra, and it doesn't seem to do that unless the description says otherwise. It may, but my feeling is that was changed because it was too powerful. People were putting work ethic on it. In any case, the Lavra is a really nice pyramid. It's a really nice holy site. Tundra is a really good place to get adjacency because it tends to have a lot of forests, and forests do give you adjacency. So the Lavra is nice. It's cheap. It's really good for getting religion. Peter's definitely an infrastructural civ. I don't see him being particularly focused on any matter. I actually feel like for me, he's the first civ we've seen that has a holy site that can be used as a really effective accessory because it's so cheap. It gets you the religion so fast. It removes all the opportunity costs of getting a religion. And so for me, it's like if you want to get bonuses for your religion, whether it's for faith or yields or some sort of tactical building or benefit, I don't know, you can do this with Russia. He has really strong sort of modifiers and base sort of benefits that make him fairly powerful. And even if that isn't any better than someone else in like a really good position, it's like I like the fact that he is on par and he can hold his ground in tundra. It's very interesting, and he's actually a really good tourism civ because tundra is where you want to build preserves. It has really good appeal. It's actually an interesting tourism strategy to play as Russia, because he can make tundra work with the production and all that good stuff, which means that he can reach the point in which tundra would be amazing for tourism, right? But most civs, if they were in tundra, they couldn't even get to that point. They'd be destroyed, or they would have no production to really build their museums and whatnot. So Russia has that benefit. And I like the trading benefit for 1 science and plus 1 culture. Very unique, very interesting. Everything else is nice in average. The faith on constructing buildings is also nice. I think you're going to spend a lot of faith, especially if you're going for tourism. Overall, I don't know what to give Russia. I can't give him an A. I don't want to give him an A, even though I think that he's in some respect A tier, but perhaps weaker. I also don't feel like he's B. I feel like the thing is that the class that you're on, the tier that you're on, it suggests, it's what level you're at. It's like, I give the example of someone in grade 1 who has straight A's. They're the strongest member of their class, and someone who's in high school, for example, but they're the stupidest person in class. They're at different levels. I feel like Russia is, I want to say that put this way, Russia could be A tier. I just don't think he would really fare so well. Like, he would kind of get outplayed. But as a B tier, he's very strong. And I feel like, you know what, I'm going to give him that benefit. Even though I want him to be A tier, because I kind of love how unique and interesting he is, I'm going to give him B tier, but I'm going to give him a strong B tier. Like, I think he's as good as the Gaul. Like, I think in terms of, let's just say, making tourism work, he can make that work, and he can run through it very well. And so I'm very positive about Russia, and I think he might be the next person I try out, just because he's so cool. And I love that. So that was Russia. He's a bad motherfucker, in my opinion. He's so interesting. He's so unique, and I like that a lot. I've just rolled Cyrus, Persia. In my personal opinion, and I have other facts that can sort of relate this, but I think Persia, where's the fucker? There he is. I think Persia has the best theme in terms of a soundtrack in the entire game. It is so interesting. It's so soothing to hear. It's basically like some banjo, but it's like a Persian Indian banjo. And the industrial version of it, it's one of the most calming yet sort of invigorating things I've ever heard. And I never knew who it was. Funny story, really funny story. I'm playing Persia about a few weeks ago, and I'm hearing this theme song. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Indonesia. It's like, okay, it's not Indonesia. Okay, it's probably Sewon from Korea. Okay, it's not Sewon. I'm like, who the hell is it? I keep hearing it, and I'm like, who is it? It turns out when you start your game, when you load in, you play your theme. And I didn't realize that I was just playing Persia's theme. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever heard. And it's like, because I think the Zulu, their atomic theme, is the strongest. I thought it was the strongest, and it might be the best, but America has a really good atomic theme, really good. Sumeria has an interesting atomic theme. China has a really good industrial theme, and a kind of cool atomic one as well. But Persia is just a freaking baller, in my opinion. But that being said, let's look at his actual traits. I'm going to keep this out of full screen just because who cares? The Paradisa. I think the Paradisa is one of the strongest improvements for the fact that it makes tourism extremely approachable, because now it can't be built next to other Paradisas, but that's par for the course. It cannot be built in snow or tundra, that's fine. But other than that, it gives +2 appeal to adjacent tiles, and that works really well in making more spots available for national parks, but it works really well in making seaside resorts not only available, but also improved in places that they were available before. It makes it really nice, and I love that for it. I think the improvement itself, it runs out of favor as the game goes on, but initially, to get 2 gold, +1 culture, and +1 food, building it on a plains hill tile means that you basically have 2 production, +1 culture, +2 food, and +2 gold. Very strong tiles. And I like as well, very important point, most improvements, like whether it's a faith-based, a culture-based, a science-based, like the ziggurat from Sumeria, they get an extra culture, or they get an extra yield, usually around natural history, but Persia gets an extra culture at diplomatic service. And they also get an extra culture if it's next to a holy site or a theater square. The theater square portion is very relevant because it's a very good tourism-based civ. You're going to build theater squares.
and that's not, you don't have to work your whole empire around this, but you might get one or two that are next to this. That's fine. But a diplomatic service, every paradisa will give +2 culture, and diplomatic service is one of the earliest policy that you get. Basically, it basically comes at the end of the medieval era. It comes fairly quick in comparison to natural history or conservation. So I like the paradisa. I like it a lot, and it comes at early empire. So it's a good +4 era score. Very, very positive about that. The immortal is it's just fine. The issue I have with it is that it's not a powerful archer. It's just a stronger one. It replaces the swordsman, which is kind of, I don't care that I don't have the swordsman, but I think the swordsman is a good defensive unit, albeit it costs 20 iron. The immortal costs 10 iron. It's a melee unit with a ranged attack. And what that means effectively is that when people attack it, like a warrior or a swordsman, they'll attack it as if it were melee. And so it can defend itself, but then it can only shoot as a range. It has 2 range, which is good, but the ranged attack, it's like the strength of an archer, right? So it's not so powerful. It's more tanky. They're just fine. I don't love them, but they're not bad. And the fact that you can make them cheap means that you can swarm your enemies, or at the very least have a fairly beefy and effective defensive unit as you go about the earlier portions of your game. Empire of all nations, historical Persia, aren't we? Becoming suzerain of a city-state for the first time will give you a random inspiration, which is fine, but it'll give you a free builder in the capital, which you tend to get 5 or 6 of these throughout the game, and it's a nice help, right? It's the equivalent of like a 10% boost to your yields across the game. I would say, just because maybe not all yields, but some of them, because you tend to become suzerain, right? You might have 15 city-states in a game. You'll probably be suzerain of one of them, like probably 5 or 6 or 7 times throughout the game, and you'll just get a free builder. I like that addition. Military units receive 25 combat experience when fighting outside of Persian territory. This is not too impactful, but it's welcome. It's just fine. Conquering a city immediately creates a trading post in that city and a road to the capital, if within range. This is fine. It's not amazing. I think the road is nice, but Persia, some of the bonuses lean it towards conquering cities and being domination base, but it doesn't really have enough to make that worthwhile. It's definitely better off for tourism, and I think that bonuses towards conquering cities in this case is not too powerful. Most of your expansions later on in the game don't come through domination. They come through going to where there's tundra. You go to islands. You just go somewhere where you can find land to build your national parks, and I feel like that's never really the right spot. Or potential conquests, like neighbors and whatnot, don't always have those proper lands. It's usually in more remote places on the map, so I can't say that's a useful perk. And +5 loyalty to conquered cities, I like that perk. It's very effective. I just don't know how useful it is with Persia. This is the weakest portion of Persia, in my opinion. The free builder upon becoming a suzerain is fine. It's not game changing. The military unit experience is also fine, but also kind of irrelevant. It's just not a very strong trait, as it's not so relevant to Persia. And even if it were, I can't say it is that powerful. It gives you benefits, small benefits at that, upon succeeding in your conquest, but it doesn't do anything to help you do the conquest, right? So it's not that strong in any case. So we'll say that that's just kind of, sort of average, right? Maybe below average. However, and again, I've said that the paradisa is very strong. I like it in conjunction with the aim for tourism. And I just like playing as Persia because I like their soundtrack. But in any case, the Royal Road is pretty interesting, and this is totally expanded, Civilization's expanded mod at its highest, because it really gives Persia this sort of bonus. But when you unlock a new government tier, so like when you get Classical Republic, or rather when you get Political Philosophy, when you get Monarchy rather early, or if you go for Merchant Republic, which I think are the two applicable ones. This will apply when you get to Democracy, but in any case, those first 2 tiers are fairly relevant, especially Political Philosophy. You get 3 envoys, which is awesome, 2 trade routes, which is really awesome. So you'll have 4 trade routes when you get Monarchy, and you'll have gotten 6 envoys as well, and you'll get a random Eureka, which is welcome, but just fine. I like this perk a lot. It's very impactful to get. Basically, by the time you get Monarchy,
which is early medieval era, you basically have 5 trade routes from the starting one from foreign trade. And that's on a base. It's actually very nice. And his trade routes have pretty good bonuses. They do get the advantage of +1 food, +1 production, and +1 gold for passing through trading posts in Persian cities. This is fine. I've said as well that I don't like these bonuses from trading posts. They're kind of finicky to take advantage of. The main reason being that despite their finickiness, they only ever give you like a gold or something. The +1 food and +1 production means that if you can be a bit more thought out, that let's say that you have expansions that are 2 cities out, you can plan on making that first expansion, let's say, you can send a trade route from that to your city, establishing a trading post, and then the trader that you send from your second expansion will go through that initial expansion and get the extra food and production. It's a nice bonus, albeit sort of niche, or rather too nuanced in my opinion for a mass effect, but not 3, terrible ending, but 2, let's say, go Shepherd, but a mass effect that is, it puts away, it's relevant, it's just the impact is not there based on the nature of the condition, but I'm not going to dock it points because it does give you +1 food and +1 production. That's fine. However, trade routes to the capital give 1 science, 1 culture, a faith, a food, and a production. If you're humble enough to just say, you know what, I'm not going to go Pingala, I'm not going to go Liang, I'm just going to go Magnus, and which means that you can get extra settlers, you can get more. There's an actual policy or upgrade to Magnus that gives more food from trade routes, right? If you can, especially in the early game when this is applicable, you might want to build your government plaza with ancestral hall in an expansion city and make all your settlers from there, and then maybe make that your trading posts, because the government plaza makes your trading routes stronger, build your diplomatic quarter there as well. But in any case, early on in the game, when most of your trade routes are being sent to your capital, if you have Magnus there as well, in conjunction with this, the extra science and extra culture is very nice. Because you're gonna do this anyway, and at that point in the game, 1 science and 1 culture is awesome. The faith is just fine. The extra food and extra production is welcome as well. And when you bring Magnus on board, it's very nice. Persia is a short and sweet little civ. They're kind of the least in terms of how much they have to how effective they are. I feel like they have the highest ratio in that they don't really have that much, yet I find that they are very effective. It's not that they're vanilla, they're just very standard. They basically have the government upgrades that give you 3 envoys and two trade routes at political philosophy, and when you get monarchy, right? They get the +1 science, +1 culture, and +1 food and production from trade routes to the capital. The immortal is just fine, but it's not, I don't think, relevant in my opinion. But that, along with the Paradisa, which really helps later on in the game, and the free builder from getting suzerainities, I think these are all fairly impactful bonuses. They're pretty much all he has, and he doesn't really have anything else. Like, I won't go into the other list of people who have a bunch of irrelevant traits, or perks rather, but like 1 or 2 powerful things like Nubia or Jadwiga, or even like we just looked at Portugal, Joao, and he has +1 movement and +1 sight on his naval units, and that's pretty much all he had. He didn't have anything else, right? He wanted to be internationally trading, but there were no bonuses to it. So it's like, okay, to me that was a really rather weak civ. Persia, I think all his bonuses are fairly impactful, fairly strong, and albeit kind of, they don't reach so high, but I feel like they hold him up. He is definitely not C tier. I think the Paradisa is very strong when it comes to getting your tourism up and going. And again, I can't say he's able to do so much. I think Persia, it's a fairly compact civ. It's not game changing. You're not Frederick Barbosa, who I keep mentioning. There's no Hansa here. There's no specialty district. He doesn't have a really strong starting capital. I find that the 2 trade routes that he gets when he unlocks political philosophy and monarchy to be very impactful. I really do. And the 3 envoys are also nice. That free builder, when you get suzerainty, is also very nice. And I think the initial trade routes that you send to your capital are very nice as well. It's he's a good civ. I would say, and again, I want to give him more props because I have a personal sort of liking to him. But in general, I would say he's B tier, but he's kind of he's almost reaching an average B tier. I wouldn't say he's almost good. He's like maybe 43% in terms of B tier, right? So I like Persia. As I said, go listen to Persia Industrial Theme. It's one of the best things you'll ever have. It has two portions. It's this very light sort of like guitar sort of strumming or whatever you call it, right? And then it sort of picks up, it goes into like the chorus, and there's a lot of drums and sort of it's heavy hitting, but the melody, the actual sort of the rhythm is very nice. But then it finishes off in the second portion in an even better version of all that just happened, and the second portion is very quick, but it's amazing. It's incredible. And so for that, I just love to play as Persia. But in terms of the game and how effective he is, he's almost good, right? And that's my honest opinion. We are halfway done this civilization overview. I have really enjoyed doing this, and considering that there is halfway to go, and perhaps a few redos, I can't say I'm ready to celebrate. In that case, this is our 26th one. That there are 52, and we have struck Wilhelma, the Dutch, this plump little lady. Look at that hat. Interesting. So, the Dutch have a few interesting things. Quickly, let's talk about the polder, right? The polder comes at guilds, which is in medieval era civics tree. It's pretty interesting improvement. It gets +1 food, +1 production. It's built on the coast. It gets 0.5 housing. Now, it gets an extra food for being adjacent to a polder. The thing is that the polder has to be adjacent to 2 land tiles, right? So if it's like a flat line of tiles, it's not going to be able to work. It kind of needs to be like an inlet. It needs to have like an outcropping of land. You're not going to be able to place them everywhere, right? But you will find that you can place them in some places, and they are very good. Coastal tiles, right? Especially if you have a shipyard, which gives production as well. They're pretty good, and they make coast tiles, which are basically a food and a gold, nothing else. They make them workable, right? Besides any resources that may be there, and you get more as you go on. You get more food for adjacency, and for some reason, it increases the movement cost if you move through them. So, in contrast, the harbor removes the movement cost for that tile, whereas this one increases it. But in any case, you also get a gold for each adjacent luxury resource. This isn't an amazing improvement, but it's all right. It's something that you'll sort of it can sort of buffer your middle game, and so appreciate it for that. The Zeven Provincion is a replacement for the frigate, which is a really nice replacement because frigates are expensive because of their niter. They're very powerful because caravels are also very strong, but range units, they dish out damage like no other, and the frigate is nothing. It's just like that, and it's +7 combat strength when attacking districts, which means that you can go on a bit of a domination tear with Netherlands when you get this unit at square rigging after cartography, because it can take down walls much easier. Because the issue with Navy in the game is twofold. One is that everything is always on flat terrain, right? And so the combat differences between units is way more pronounced, right? Because there's no hills, there's no real tactics. The main issue though, the key issue, is that you can't really take down enemy cities very effectively because there's no bombard Navy units, right? You can get mods to do that, but in the base game there is none. The fact that you can take down their walls much more effectively is very nice, and I like this unit a lot. We need to kind of see what else Netherlands are going for, Wilhelma, to see if she even cares. But in any case, this is an interesting unit that I feel like has more place in terms of, like, if it were just like another medieval or Renaissance cavalry unit, it's like you don't really declare wars and win wars with those. They're great accessories, and they marble your success, but they're not the heart of it, right? And it's like if you care about taking cities, you're kind of already doing it. It just kind of finishes it for you. To me, though, this unit in particular, pardon the digression and the emphasis, but I believe it's noteworthy. And it's that, cities that you would normally not take, and other specialty units, land units especially, would not grant you. This actually lets you sort of maybe take key positions and key, because coastal cities are very vulnerable. They're not very susceptible because they have walls. This sort of negates that. So I actually think that it's fairly useful. Not an amazing unit, but I would say pretty good and fairly strong as well. So there's that. So radio Orange with a G. If constructed outside the capital, the government plaza provides the same bonuses as the palace, which is +2 amenities, +1 housing, +2 science, and +1 culture, as well as +2 production and +5 gold. That's pretty interesting. It's not game changing, but when you build your government plaza elsewhere, which I recommend doing because it can become like a trade hub with Magnus and building settlers. But the bonuses for that particular city is nice. You get 2 amenities, an extra housing, 2 production. Okay, it's fine. But getting 2 science and 1 culture, again, it's not game changing, but I feel like that's kind of strong. 2 science is basically it's like a library. And so I feel like overall this is a welcome addition because you're going to build your government plaza. You can choose to build it outside the capital. And this is a nice little buff. I like that a fair amount. Trade routes to Dutch cities gain 2 food and 2 production. This is amazing. One is because it's flat and it's from domestic trade routes. It's +2 food and production. In other cases, you would get maybe +1 of each. This is just a flat 2 food, 2 production. Join that in the base game with Magnus's upgrade for +2 food. And because you're building the government plaza outside the capital, right? That city right there can be a trade hub. And what happens is that depending on the districts that you make, you get different yields for the trade routes. So if you build a commercial hub or a harbor, the yields are more food. Whereas if you build an encampment, an industrial zone, or those 2 give production, right? But the government plaza and the diplomatic quarter give +1 food and +1 production. So if you have Magnus with that upgrade, it's the second upgrade after his initial one, which gives +2 food for trade routes. That means that you'll have 3 food, 1 production from that Magnus city with the government plaza. But the domestic trade routes are already so good that basically you're going to have 5 food, 3 production. And that's outside any other districts. That's outside any other sort of factors that go into it. That's just flat. Your trade routes with the Dutch are amazing. There are many bonuses for trade routes. Like we just saw one for Peter who got +1 culture and +1 science for every government plaza and its building. So you could get maybe +3 for international trade routes, mind you, but it was like you would get +3 science and +1 culture for having 2 buildings in your government plaza. I'm like, okay, that's fair. That's 3 culture, 3 science. I'll take that. In terms of like hard, in terms of support yields, science and culture being, sort of end game or end yields, so you earn those, whereas food and production, they're yields as a mean for science and culture, really. This is a means beyond any end, these very strong domestic trade routes, and for that the Dutch has all my interests, I'd say. Trade routes to foreign cities, in contrast, or as a difference, gain 4 gold and 2 culture. The 2 culture is not too shabby at all. It's a good yield. If it was just 1 culture, I'd say no worries, or rather no way. But 2 culture is fairly good because most international trade routes, they'll give you probably 1 science, 1 culture, and a bit of gold, and that's it. Getting an extra 2 culture makes it all right. You can transition that later on in the game, maybe not so effectively, but it's a good value, I'd say. This is amazing. This is one of the strongest perks in the entire game, and it for a long time was my favorite. The first envoy sent to each city-state counts as 2 envoys. It basically builds in the initial diplomatic policy that gives you this ability. The amazing thing is, the reason it stacks so well is that you start off with an envoy, right? Everyone has an envoy. When you run into a city-state for the first time, if you've met them first, you get 2 envoys automatically. Awesome. Then you can send an envoy and get suzerainty. You can get so many good rolls with this, and it's so much more efficient. Not only do you not have to worry about putting in the diplomatic card, but the thing is that most of the city-states that you meet early on, not all of them, but some of them, you will have this ability, and they'll be rendered mute. You cannot get two free. You can't get a free extra envoy. This is so much more efficient because every city-state that you send will get the 2 free envoys, and then you can send an envoy of yourself or one that you've gained to get 3. 3 envoys is pretty much what you want to reach with every single city-state, and that's how you get suzerainty initially. And you'll find that unless they're right next to a different civilization, they're up for grabs. And the reason this is awesome, not only can you get those bonuses a lot easier, but it's way more efficient because the initial city-states that you meet aren't going to be... they're not already going to give you the envoy, and in that case you have to send 2 more to get the 3. You're always going to have 2 envoys, and then it just becomes way more efficient because you'll never have to. And even in that case, when you send an envoy to anybody for the first time, it's so much more efficient to get the second envoy for free, right? And that's the case for all of them. So this is an amazing perk. I love this perk because city-states are amongst the strongest sort of modifiers in your entire game, whether it's for yields based on the envoys or the suzerainities. It really has an impact, and this just makes the whole process way more efficient, and it starts you off really early and can get you some really good sort of depending on the start location and who's around you. Like if you get Brussels right away, that means wonders are easier. If you get maybe a scientific city-state, like you get I can't think of anything off the top of my head. If you get Zanzibar and you get 6 amenities, right? That's like a 10%, maybe 15% boost to all your yields. Like it can be really useful, and in any case, it's just efficient. So definitely A tier right there. I think Radio Orange is one of the strongest traits I've seen. I think the government plaza bonus is fairly nice, but I think it runs really well in tangent with the domestic trade route increase, in that you want your trade routes to be concentrated around one area because you can get the strongest trade routes, because your diplomatic quarter, your government plaza, you can purposely build an encampment and an industrial zone, and then you throw Magnus in there, and this city becomes a settler city that you just build because you have Magnus. You put the ancestral hall, so it gets 50% production bonus. And it works really well, and it makes every trade route you have. And trade routes are the best way to build better cities. And so, just all in all, amazing trait. The built-in diplomatic policy for the 2 free envoys is amazing as well. And I actually think the 2 culture internationally is a pretty fair. It's a worthwhile attempt on the design of this sort of trait, because most of the time international trade routes, who needs them, especially with amazing domestic trade routes like this. But in any case, I would consider this more so than not, because 2 culture is nothing to really laugh at. It's actually fairly significant. And 4 gold, these are fair bonuses. And so I appreciate that as well. And I think this trait is wonderful. And that would be the Dutch East India Company. Interesting, very interesting. Receive 1 extra economic policy slot in any government. Very powerful. It's effectively a wild card, because wild cards are kind of there at their peak for economic policy slots for increased settler production, builder production, wonder production, etc. An extra economic policy slot is basically the best you can get. I think other than Kublai Khan, one of his variants, she's the only one who gets this, and it's a very, very decent. It makes your starting, it makes chiefdom very effective, because you have 2. Not only can you have the extra faith to get your pantheon, but you can also have the extra production, and it just works out wonderfully. And then when you get classical republic or autocracy or oligarchy, the initial extra slot is so impactful. It lets you really scale your empire because you have more to work with in terms of production modifiers, etc. It's extremely powerful. +1 trade route capacity for each trade city-state that you are suzerain of. What this means is that there are different types of city-states, be it cultural, military, industrial, faith-based like Jerusalem, etc., scientific, and there's commercial. They're the trade-based ones, right? They're yellow, right? Like Cahokia, right? Or Zanzibar. What this means is if you become suzerainty of that city-state, or a city-state like that, you get 1 trade route. I can't tell you whether if you lose suzerainty, if it goes away. Let's just say effectively that you're going to work to maintain that, because you get the trade route. So basically the question is, can you get suzerainty at all? And that in combination with the first envoy, because I tend to get a lot of commercial city-states around my starting area. I find it very common, and they're usually they're amongst the least effective, because they get like, there's one that gets you like +1 gold on your trading posts, and it's like, fuck off, right? Zanzibar is awesome, and Cahokia is alright. Most of them are shit. This gives you +1 trade route capacity, and it would be so much inefficient to even reach for this if you had to do it all outright, right? It would never be worth the envoys. Science and culture are so much more important, but you get those built in. You get the 2 envoys. Okay, I'll just send 1 envoy, and you get a free trade route. This runs in conjunction wonderfully with Wilhelma's domestic and even her international trade route. So it's really well in tune with that. And it's actually a very interesting perk. I think Catherine of France has a similar variant where she gets the same thing, but it's from cultural city-states. In any case, I don't feel like
commercial city-states are ever that competitive. It's usually the scientific ones and whatnot. So I feel like this is fairly viable for you to make use of, and it's a very good benefit. It's a free trade route, and every single trade route. I like trade route benefits that are scalable. Like Dido, for example, gets +2 trade routes if she settles a city on a foreign continent, which is good. It's 2 trade routes, right? Like Arabia, in contrast, gets 1 trade route when he unlocks a religion, which to me is a pretty steep requirement, and they get 1 religion, and it's a one-time use. If it's going to be a one-time use, at least give me 2. This is one that can scale throughout the game. Even if you got 3 or 4 of these, like by like the Renaissance era, maybe you built you had 1 district that had a market or like a trade route, right? And you're starting one. Having 5 or 6 trade routes is pretty common, but very effective, I would say, at heart, especially with these amazing benefits to trade routes. So very complimentary perk in my opinion. Traders generate +1 Great Admiral point while traveling within 3 tiles of any harbor. This perk is also shared with Dido, but she gets it when the traders are traveling within 3 tiles of a campus. And I'm not quite clear what it means. I'll reiterate what I said here, and that's the case that I'm unsure whether when they pass the harbor, do you just get like a single point, and then when they move past, it stops, or is it like if the trade route, like in terms of where it's been and where it's going, right? If that potential, let's say, if the route, right, as you would calculate, or the game sort of calculates, if that's within range of the harbor, does it mean that you just get a continuous point every turn? I'm not sure what it means. I feel like if it was continuous, that would be all right, especially if, it shouldn't be too hard to find. Even if your coastal city was the trade city with Magnus and whatnot, that maybe this would be very applicable. And getting 5 or 6 great admiral points. I like great admirals. They have some good benefits, but I can't say this is game changing, and I'm unsure how to really make it work effectively. But it's not a meager benefit if it does work, as you maybe if you were optimistic about it. But in any case, let's just say that it's kind of hit or miss. So appreciate the rest that the Netherlands apparently has. And finally, +1 amenity and +1 housing from harbors, which is kind of generic, but the +1 amenity is all right from building a harbor, which is a very good district. As well, that harbor triggers a culture bomb. I put this way, I would say when I look at the Dutch, I see someone who has a lot of economical benefits: the free economic policy slot, the ability to get trade routes from city-state suzerainty, commercial ones that is, the 2 envoys upon meeting each city-state is amazing. Because I would say as well, and I would reiterate that whether you meet them first or you send an envoy, you'll get 2 envoys, and you don't have to worry about whether you have the card plugged in. Sometimes it won't happen. If you get a city-state quest and you complete it, you actually lose envoys when this doesn't happen, right? It's really ineffective not to have it, so it's super helpful, right? And she's got amazing benefits to her domestic trade routes, a fairly good addition to her international trade. She has a good benefit for her government plaza, which coincides with the improved trade routes as well. And so what I would say is that the polder being kind of a minor addition, but maybe thematically relevant, as well as this fucker right here, the Provincian, which is a really powerful frigate, right? Not that I would say that it's not really the heart of Netherlands that they have to be coastal, but perhaps they would be. And in any case, this being an accompaniment to that also suggests that the harbor, making that frigate replacement a bit better, let's say, you can maybe align yourself with that. But the harbor is basically the house of not only growth, because the coast has fish resources and whatnot, but the lighthouse, right, gives more housing, gives more food on those resources, but it also gives a marketplace. I think a harbor is much better and more effective than a commercial hub. And so the harbor is actually fairly welcome, considering that trade routes are kind of they're improved through the Dutch. So you want to build harbors, and it's like, okay, getting an amenity with that harbor it's a fair bonus. If it wasn't the harbor and it was like you get an amenity on encampments, I would say, well, I don't really build that many encampments. If you're building harbors, then go for it, right? The +1 Great Admiral point could go in conjunction with that as well. But I like the fact that it completes a culture bomb. It's a nice addition, right? It's not making or breaking your game. And sometimes you'll see other civs like Poland or whoever, right? They'll get culture bombs from their holy sites and their encampments, and I feel like those are just randomly placed. It's just sort of it's culture on the land, right? It doesn't actually have as much of an impact, right? Whereas the harbor, it's like, generally speaking, you're building the harbor around resources, right? And so you're going to want to grab those resources. And you tend to have to purchase a lot of tiles in the sea to get ones that are further out. This just gives you tiles that you would have to purchase anyway. Probably shit tiles that you don't want to purchase, but you're trying to get like a fish tile that's 3 tiles out. It's actually a nice addition to when you're building a harbor. Like, I feel like a harbor is probably the best district to have a culture bomb for. I would much prefer an improvement. Give me the culture bomb. I think Kupe from the Maori gives culture bombs from his fishing boats, but in any case, the harbor is a good culture bomb to have. And in conjunction with all of the Netherlands' economic and infrastructural abilities, harbors are fairly, I would say, in line with her strategy. And she seems to have as well a sort of ability, not only in her infrastructure and her foundation, to kind of do what she wants. She seems fairly general, not to be commercial or scientific or cultural for tourism, let's say. She can kind of do what she wants, right? She can support whatever condition. But she does have the frigate replacement. And the frigate, in some sense, is the equivalent of the knight. The knight being a timing push of a powerful land-based unit relative to what else has come. The frigate is also the same. The frigate destroys everything. It destroys caravels. It basically destroys the seas. And the fact that it can take down enemy walls more effectively, you can actually do a bit of a push with the Netherlands and take more land and make your empire even stronger. So she does have that going for her. I say overall the Netherlands is a fair... I want to say she's strong, but I want to say is... I can't say whether she's A. So I not to digress, but I've been thinking for a while about how do you really grade something? How do you really judge something? Because what you do at first is you assess. You say, this is what they do, right? This is an economic policy slot. It means that your initial chiefdom government will be improved. Instead of having one economic slot and a military, you have 2. It means you can use oakum, which increases builder production. And you can use... clear example is you can get +1 production in all cities and +1 faith in the capital, so you can get your pantheon. That's what it does. Is this good? I'm not sure. Let's say it is good. Getting a pantheon is relevant. You want production. That's very effective, right? But how do you grade this? What is the scale? I feel like people use too much tiers. They want to compare everything, and that's how we'll judge it, right? How is it in comparison? But how do you... What we're trying to judge is how strong it is, right? But I feel like throughout this video, I've been saying that things are C tier, B tier, and A tier, and that there's a strength in between. I think what I mean is, like, how good is it, right? If it's really, really good, that means it's closer to A tier. If it's not good, it's just average, it's C tier. But it can still be strong, right? It's like a really dense and like thick built sort of like stick, right? It's just a stick, but it's very dense, right? So it's very strong, but it's kind of functionally, it's not very good, right? It's an average thing. Whereas a great sword is much better. It's good, right? It's a good weapon. But if it's made of plastic, it's not. It's fairly weak, right? And so there are civs that I've said that they are not. They're good, but they're fairly weak. Whereas, for example, I said that Alexander was fairly strong, but I thought he was average, right? I didn't think he was that good, but he was strong. And I feel like the terms are perhaps ambiguous, but the best way to look at it is, in the class that you have, the tier that you're in, right? As if you're on bronze team, as if you're on silver and gold. How many goals are you scoring? If you score 2 goals in a season, but you're on the Metro team, you're on the Select team, it's like you're a good player, but you're not really that strong. Whereas if you're playing on House and you score every single goal, it's like you're below average, but you're very strong. And so, that being said, not that I don't have any resolve for that. I'm just considering this because I don't know how to. Because when I look at, put it this way, when I look at the Netherlands, when I look at Wilhelma, I say she's fairly strong. And again, I feel like I don't know, because here's the thing: none of her perks are amazing. Like the extra economic policy slot is good, and the improved trade routes are good. The first envoy to be sent is good. But these are all economic based. They don't really win you games. They're great. They're great support bonuses. My feeling is that she's, I don't know. I don't know what to say, because she's not an A+. I don't think she's that good. She's great, but it's hard to assess. I don't really know what to say. I'm thinking here for a second. I don't want to say like, is she a B and a strong B, or is she an A or a weak B? Like, I feel like I should be able to figure that out on my own. Like, whatever those things are, I should be able to come to that conclusion without needing, a slot that I can fit her in, right? Let's form, our judgments around her rather than try and fit her to our judgments, right? But I'm just not sure how to form her. I don't really know what to say. I would say that she's very effective in a general sense. I don't think that anything she has is overwhelmingly strong. It's a hard word to say. But I think she's really good. I think she has a lot of consistency. I think she has a lot to really offer. A lot of, like, the economic policy slot, like I said, is very impactful. But it's not. I like to say sometimes that people have means for success, right? But they don't get anything from it, right? So like Arabia, for example, gets bonuses for having a successful religion, but he has no means to getting that successful religion. I would say, looking at this, that Wilhelma has means to achieve whatever she wants, right? Really, really effective in that sense. And so in that sense, I would say that she's really good, but she doesn't really get any rewards. She does get the benefit from having suzerains of commercial hubs, and I don't really know what else. I don't think she's... I'm going to say that she's A tier, but she's an average A tier. She's below average, I would say. She's fair, right? She's kind of... I think she's stronger than Victoria by like a little bit, but she's not as strong as the Maya. She's not as strong as... She's maybe on par with Dido in some respects, but Dido just has a mass appeal. Like, she can do whatever she wants, whereas Wilhelma is a bit more concentrated, and so I don't feel like she's as strong. She's as good... She might be better than Dido in terms of like her place on the team, but I don't think she's scoring as many goals. I feel like she's a bit too... All her perks and her traits and whatnot, even her specialty unit, they're very strong, but they're a bit too concentrated. They're a bit too niche. Whereas Dido doesn't have any amazing perk. Like, she doesn't have extra economic policy slots. She doesn't get 2 free envoys when she meets a city-state. She doesn't have anything like that. But the infrastructural bonuses that she has, her specialty unit, her traits, they allow for her to reach an overall strength, right? She has less means to achieve this, but she has way more to take advantage of when she does reach success. Whereas I think Wilhelma just has a really strong means. And so I'll give her the A, a sort of average A, bit below average, maybe like 30 or 40%. Victoria's probably like 23%. Dido, I say, is like maybe 50%. Let's recap this for a second, because I'll walk through this. I said Teddy was an A. Teddy is amazing. Teddy is the best tourism civ that we've seen so far. He's like an A, and he's like a 60, right? Trajan, he's like a B, but he's like a 40. He's not really that strong. Arabia's shit. Peter, I thought, was an A, I said Peter was a B, but a very strong B. Menelik is an A. I think a little bit weaker than Teddy, but I think a bit stronger than Dido. He's got really powerful benefits. He's probably on par with Dido. Who else have we looked at that was A tier? Not you, Gorgo. You suck. Cyrus was all right, but he's a B. Byzantium, I said was an A. He has a lot of harmony in his benefits. He's a religious bricking dynasty, right? But he's not A+. He's not on par with Teddy. I say that he's probably on par with Dido, but perhaps a little bit. I guess at the end of the day, we're not trying to put out a list. We're not trying to give a reference here. The reference is really our ability to judge and sort of say, like, what is our resolve, and when we're choosing civs, right? Who's the best tourism, or who is good in that tourism, right? And we make our assessments so we can be accurate in terms of what people really amount to, right? And we say how good that is and whatnot. And so when we say how good someone is, like, I would say a Basil, Byzantium, he's better at achieving religion than Dido is at achieving victory elsewhere. But Dido is a little bit more strong. All her consistency, all her overall power in the infrastructure she can develop with the Cothan and the Byreme, etc., is a bit stronger than Basil. They're both strong, but I think Basil is less strong. He's like an A tier, right? A more concentrated A tier, but he's maybe like... He's like a 37, right? He's like a 42, whereas Dido is like maybe an A tier, a bit less concentrated, not as good of an A tier, but she's a bit stronger. She's like an A43, right? And I guess I just need to reflect more on how I make my judgments. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to figure out how strong someone is and with the reality of their traits and their their units, etc. We're figuring out what they really do and then making our judgments of how strong that is in whichever regard. So hopefully that accuracy can prevail, but perhaps I need a more a refurbished sort of method to make more final answers, because I'm struggling here. Like I feel like I've given great answers throughout this whole video. But I'm sitting here and we're looking at Wilhelma, and it's like I don't know what to say. I think she's really good. There's nothing bad about her. She actually has the most consistent perks and traits, I would say. But nothing, it doesn't feel like it's as effective, is what I would say. It's not as effective. So I would say that she is really good, but not as strong. So she's an A, but a lower A, right? Not scoring too many goals. So I hope that clears it up, and pardon the digression, but we'll leave it at that. That's Wilhelma. I think she's great, but that's all she wrote, right? So that was Wilhelma, and she is our last civ for this first portion of the video. She's number 26, which means that 27 to 52, that will be in part 2. It's linked in the description, and I can't imagine that any of you have watched this, in sequence. It's just kind of a reference that you can obviously kind of go about, but yeah, I hope that whether you've just seen this one or you've seen them all, I hope that you've enjoyed it. And the second portion, I think, is actually a bit stronger. I think it has, I think we're just a bit more tight in terms of our speaking and our delivery. And so if you like this, or maybe you found that it was maybe lacking something, maybe the second portion will give you more, because obviously, you do 52 20-minute videos, you kind of get better after like the 30th, the 40th. So check that out. I've had a great time doing this. This is part 1. I'll see you in part 2.